Lucky Orimisan of APC 366781 that Ayedatiwa Lucky Orimisan of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Representatives of political parties admit that the result represents the will of the people.
The people love him, and the people of this state is happy that he has returned as governor-elect. The party will come up with what to do at the appropriate time.
Reacting, the winner promised to run an all-inclusive government, while the PDP candidate was unavailable to react.
They have made a choice and given me a renewed mandate to continue as their governor beyond 2025.
With the final result, Lucky Ayedatiwa won in all the 18 local government areas of the state. In Nakure, Toyin Batire, NTA News.
Now, President Bola Tinubu felicitates with the winner of Saturday's Ondo State governorship election, Lucky Ayedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress, while also commending the peaceful conduct of the process. The president congratulates Ayedatiwa and other candidates of the 17 political parties for the maturity and sense of purpose demonstrated during the campaigns and the election, attributing the success of the polls to the civility in the state. He enjoins the political actors to allow their orderly conduct to permeate the post-election activities and processes. President Tinubu believes the Ondo State election is another litmus test of the capacity of the Independent National Electoral Commission, affirming that the electoral body justified the confidence of the people with early preparations, deployment of staff and materials, and handling of the electoral process. The president also commends INEC for the efficiency of uploading more than 98% of the results on the same day of the elections. President Tinubu extends his appreciation to the Nigerian Police Force, National Civil Defense Corps, Federal Road Safety Corps, National Youth Service Corps, the military and other security outfits for their professionalism in maintaining peace and order. The president urges candidates dissatisfied with the outcome of the election to explore the opportunities provided by the judiciary to seek redress on areas of conflict. And similarly, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, congratulates Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa on his victory in the governorship election in Ondo State. A statement by his chief press secretary, Edwin Olofu, says the remarkable success is a testament to the trust and confidence the people of Ondo State have in his uncommon leadership. The national chairman describes the victory as a triumph for democracy and the enduring will of the people, appealing with opposition parties to join hands in building the state. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has also expressed happiness with the success of the All Progressives Congress APC in the governorship election in Ondo State, which returned Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa with a landslide victory. Buhari, in a statement, says the voters had spoken lucidly and loudly about the confidence they have in the party and the governor, and their wish expressed through the ballot box should be respected by other stakeholders. He wished Governor Ayedatiwa and his team a successful tenure in office. And similarly, Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, has described the victory of APC in the Ondo State governorship election as further endorsement of the ruling party and administration of President Tinubu. Senator Barau, in a statement, commended the national chairman of the APC, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, for his vision and advised Governor-elect Lucky Ayedatiwa to be magnanimous in victory, urging those who contested the election to lend their support in moving Ondo State forward. And the atmosphere on the streets of Akure, the Ondo State capital, has been that of calm, with residents going about their usual activities, following the declaration of the incumbent governor, Lucky Ayedatiwa, as winner of the November 16 governorship election in the state.
The people of Ondo State have decided and spoken loud through their ballots by electing Lucky Ayedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress (APC) to pilot the affairs of the state for the next 4 years. The calm and tranquility on the street of Akure was palpable as people went about their usual businesses. Some members of the public commended the electoral umpire for conducting a free and fair election, while they applauded security operatives for ensuring that there is no breakdown of law and order in the state.
It's a victory for democracy. We've been expecting it.
It was fair and very, very peaceful. So, I feel like this one is the best election so far in Ondo State.
The election has come and gone. The expectations of the people from the government are high, ranging from infrastructural development to the formulation of policies that will enhance growth in every sector of the economy.
I want you to continue for where you stop, because the one he did for me, the little one he did, I appreciate.
The new government should try to provide infrastructures for the people.
Security operatives were strategically positioned around the metropolis to prevent any unforeseen security breach. In Akure, Ifeoluwa Omoshile, NTA News.
In the meantime, the leadership of the People's Democratic Party says the November 16, 2024 governorship election in Ondo State runs short of all expectations and requirements of a free, fair and credible election, alleging that it witnessed the height of electoral swindle, deceit and manipulation. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Olagunagba, in a statement issued in Abuja, emphasized that the election witnessed widespread election merchandising, monetization and vote buying. It added that the National Working Committee of the PDP will be having a more detailed review of the election and its outcome and take appropriate action in the defense of democracy. And to other matters now, survey has shown Africa's transport sector accounts for almost 1/3 of its total energy-related carbon emissions, with rapid urbanization and increasing transportation demands expected to lead to a rise in greenhouse gases. The forecast from side engagements in Baku, however, indicates that these emissions could be reduced by 130% by 2050 if Nigeria and Africa fully go the way of CNG and electric vehicles development. Charles Alpha reports.
The transportation sector is vital in the process of globalizing products and services. However, the rise in air pollution from substantial energy consumption from non-renewable fossil resources is having adverse effects, specifically on the bulk of African nations. There is growing acknowledgement that greenhouse gases are responsible for climate change, and the combined utilization of fossil fuels across several industries account for more than 70% of the overall greenhouse gas emission on a global scale. Conversations here are on the huge potential Nigeria has and how can Africa revolutionize its energy sectors through investment in electric vehicles and renewable energy development.
If you look at it, for example, the largest polluting sector is the transportation sector, and we're 200 million people. In less than 30 years, we're projected to be about 500 million people. So imagine the number of cars. Therefore, Nigeria must, at this stage, begin to look at alternatives, and the best alternative is electric vehicles.
Although the Nigerian government has long begun the procurement of CNG buses and conversion of combustive to electric cars, affordability, establishment of more conversion and charging centers to cater for the need of many developing countries, delegates here believe are gaps that must be closed.
That is why we are here. We've done the pilot to prove that it's workable and it's doable. And that's why we are here looking for partnerships and funding from different private and the national government for that transition.
The government has set up an enabling environment that you can do this business by reducing the tax so that you're able to import all those components, so that you're able to assemble it in Nigeria.
Decarbonizing the transportation sector in Africa, starting with Nigeria, some say requires a huge investment and collaboration from the government and private sector for it to happen. In Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA.
Involvement of the citizens in formulating fiscal policies gives the government a direction to coming up with people-oriented projects. And at the annual Citizens Interactive Meeting, which precedes the state budget presentation, the secretary to the Gombe state government says the choice of the people determined the projects embarked upon by the state government in the past 5 years. Emmanuel Akila reports.
Since 2019, the annual budget process in Gombe State begins with the Citizens Consultative Meeting. And that, the government says, is to give the citizens a say into the fiscal document of the coming year.
A participatory democracy like ours emphasizes transparency, accountability, and stakeholders' participation, which usually shape policies and initiatives that derive economic growth and development.
We do not sit as Executive Council to determine what the people of Gombe want, but we come back to the people to request for your inputs.
The citizens are interested. You see, the hall is full because people have been given the right to say their mind, to tell us what they want, to tell government, so that government will try as much to implement what they want.
Representatives of the people at the annual Citizens Interactive Meeting include civil society organizations, traditional rulers, and religious leaders.
Given the enabling environment for even citizens to give whatever input, like you've heard from them, they were saying 71 citizens nominated budgets were submitted, and only 48 were maybe executed, included in the budget and executed.
The State Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, in collaboration with that of Finance and Economic Development, put up the consultative meeting to capture the views of the people from all aspects of development to be reflected in the 2025 fiscal document. In Gombe, Emmanuel Akila, NTA News.
Attempts by drug syndicates to export large consignments of illicit drugs through the two Nigerian international airports of Abuja and Lagos to the United Kingdom, Italy, Turkey and Qatar have been thwarted by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, of which the masterminders have been arrested. Sawa Khalil Ibrahim reports on this and other NDLEA operations.
Total of 13 parcels of cocaine weighing 4.40 kilograms going to the United Kingdom were intercepted by NDLEA officers at the export shed of the Lagos airport on 5th November 2024, while a businessman linked to the consignment was tracked and arrested on 8th November 2024. Similarly, the bid by another businessman to export 7,800 pills of tramadol, 180 tablets of rofinol, and 60 bottles of codeine to Italy was also fueled at the departure hall of the Lagos airport on Monday, 11th November. He was arrested after recovering the opioids concealed in food and other items while attempting to board a flight to Italy. NDLEA officers on Friday, 15th November, raided a hotel room in an estate in Abuja, where they arrested 2 suspects. Recovered from them was 1.8 kilograms of methamphetamine, which they were preparing to travel with to Qatar. In another intelligence-led operation, some task force foiled an attempt by a trans-border trafficker to smuggle 50,000 pills of tramadol from Ghana into Lagos. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
And in global updates, voting ends in Senegal's parliamentary elections, just as Venezuela frees more than 200 post-election violence detainees. Chukunonso Nwabweze has the details.
The polls, which opened 8 a.m. and closed 6 p.m. local time, saw more than 7 million registered voters cast their ballots for candidates of their choice in the 165-seat assembly for the next 5 years. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, who was among the early electors to vote, sued for calm. Top priorities for voters are jobs and the economy, which President Diomaye Faye pledged to transform with the needed majority in the parliament. Analysts say Senegalese voters have historically confirmed their presidential choice during parliamentary elections, and the ruling Pastef party is the favorite to win. In a related development, collation of results is ongoing in Gabon's referendum on whether to approve a new constitution for the country that would allow presidential candidates to be exclusively Gabonese, amongst other amendments. Reports put the voters' turnout at over 70%. In other news, Venezuelan authorities have freed 225 people detained in the protests against the disputed re-election of President Nicolas Maduro in July. Over 2,400 people were arrested during the unrest that followed the re-election of Nicolas Maduro, which the opposition alleged was fraudulent. The violence left at least 28 dead and nearly 200 people injured, according to prosecutors. The detainees are said to include 164 minors, 69 of whom are allegedly still being held. Chukunonsonwa Boeze, NTA News.
And now sports update with Bade Adeleye.
All right, let's begin with football, as all is now set for the final group match of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers between Nigeria and Rwanda, billed for Monday evening at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium in New York. The Super Eagles had their final training session Sunday evening, with all 20 players in camp participating, while their opponents, Rwanda's Amavubi, also had the feel of the turf. Earlier, before the training, Coach Austin Eguavoyen and Captain William Troost-Ekong both revealed Monday's game would not be treated like a mere formality, with the AFCON ticket already secured in the bag.
Our boys are 100% professional, and they know what it takes to win games. They know what it takes to perform. So I'm not sure they're going to blink for a minute. The way we approach Rwanda, the same way we approach Brazil, the way we approach Argentina, the same way we approach Rwanda.
We're going to take the game tomorrow very seriously. It's also a way for us to prepare for next year, 2025, everything that's going to be ahead, whether it's the AFCON or the World Cup qualifiers. And we know that we're going to face them again, so it'll be things that we can learn from this game.
Now, all Kanemi Warriors returned to winning ways in the Nigeria Premier Football League on Sunday after recording a slim 1-0 win over Varsity Niger Tornadoes in their match day 12 encounter. Kwara United beat Plateau United 2-0, Rangers with 3-2 winners over Bendel Insurance, while Kano Pillars, who had a packed stadium on their return to Kano, were forced to a 2-2 draw by Heartland. In other results, Sunshine Stars beat Lobby Stars 1-0 in Akure. The battle for the top spot between Remo Stars and Rivers United ended goalless, while Ikorodu City recorded a 2-1 win over Shooting Stars in their first ever Southwest derby. Now, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo has charged Edo Queens to do the country proud by becoming the first Nigerian side to win the CAF Women's Champions League. After finishing top of Group B, courtesy of their late comeback win over Mamelodi Sundowns, the Nigerian champions are set to face TP Mazembe at the semi-finals on Tuesday, and the governor, during a video call on Sunday with the technical crew and players of the team, assured them of the needed support to make their dream a reality.
What is here? Hello. How are you? Good afternoon, sir. So I'll be waiting to receive you when you arrive. Okay, sir. Continue your good work. Thank you, sir. And read the topic. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Quite interesting. Let's finish with tennis, as Yannick Sinner became the first Italian to win the ATP Finals title as he earned a commanding straight sets victory over American Taylor Fritz in Turin on Sunday. With number one, Sinner capped a superb year in which he has also won the first two Grand Slam titles of his career with a 6-4, 6-4 win over the 5th-ranked Fritz. With that victory, his 70th in 2024, the 23-year-old became the first player to take the title at the season-ending ATP finals without losing a set since Ivar Lendl in 1986. And that's our beat on sports. Let's now return. But before I go back to Ogo, let me ask you and Elizabeth if you will be watching tomorrow's match between Nigeria and Rwanda.
Of course, I'm definitely going to be watching those matches, and I'm so proud that Edo Queens are making us proud in Morocco. And for the Super Eagles, you know, I'm a big fan. I actually don't really like football, but when my country is involved, I'm loyal.
Beautiful.
All right, thank you, Bade and Elizabeth there. And we'll take a break at this point. Elizabeth will be back with Newsline.
See this baby, why should they do younger like this? As you see me so, I don't become 10x of the woman when I be before. Berekete 10x.
Make you enjoy 10 times your recharge, double data, and other betterment on top, voice calls, IG, TikTok, audio and video streaming, Zoom calls, and other better things them. Dial *301#.
You never finish up. 1,000 naira welcome bonus for voice and data. You mean all this thing for Berekete 10x? Full for the enjoyment.
Is your line blocked? You can get your line unblocked free, fast and easy. Quickly go to any Glow World shop or SIM registration center near you and link your NIN to your Glow line right now. Got no NIN? Visit the nearest NIMC office, get an NIN, and then link it to your Glow line. NIN registration is free, so reconnect with Glow today.
His Royal Highness, the Emir of Gwandu, Major General Muhammadu Ilyasu Bashir, retired, Chairman, Kebbi State Council of Chiefs, cordially invites the general public to the maiden edition of Gwandu Emirate Annual Racing and Cultural Festival, scheduled to hold at Birnin Kebbi, Kebbi State, between 18th and 23rd November 2024. The festival will feature the following activities: horse racing competition, 19th November grand finale, Saturday 23rd November at the racecourse, Birnin Kebbi. Malam Abdullahi Fodio Annual Public Lecture, 23rd November, 9 a.m. Venue, Presidential Banquet Hall, Birnin Kebbi. Agricultural Trade Fair, 18th to 23rd at Haliru Abdu Stadium, Birnin Kebbi, from 10 a.m. Cultural displays on the 22nd of November by 3 p.m. Special guests of honor: Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON. Guests of honor: Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker, House of Representatives, His Highness Alhaji Dr. Yahya Abubakar Etsunupe, Chairman of the occasion, Alhaji Muhammadu Saad Abubakar III, Sultan of Sokoto. Chief Host, Dr. Nasir Idris, Kaurengwandu, Governor of Kebbi State, Alhaji Mustafa Usman Adamu Kauje, Serkim Bargu Kauje, Chief Coordinator, Announcer.
Our food, our health, our tomato paste. There is no tomato paste, the taste of Nigeria. There is no tomato paste, Kiani. Richico tomato pesto, Siwani. 100% natural tomato. Better food now, correct ingredients, they inside. Alelelelele, oh, alelele, ale. Risco tomato paste, the taste of Nigeria. Alelele, oh, alelele, oh, ale. Risco tomato paste, the taste of Nigeria.
Win a brand new car. Make a purchase of 10 million naira or more at any Vento Furniture store and stand a chance to drive home a brand new car.
Vento Furniture, addictive quality.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Let me ask you a question. What's holding you back? Is it the pressure of your job, the demands of your education, or your ability to connect with the world? Is it access to the right information? Are you lost? Is it your location, or where you live, or how far you are away from the opportunity? Maybe it's your language, your culture, or your traditions. Again, I ask you, what's holding you back?
Unlimited data from Airtel 5G Smart Connect. Whoever, wherever you are, stay connected. Stay limitless. Airtel, a reason to imagine. We don't like to eat better. More nutritious meals, more veggies. But we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you. And more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Thanks for staying with us and welcome to Newsline Proper. He first appeared on Newsline 5 years ago due to his high level of patriotism and love for Nigeria. This time around, Tina Toro, who went on a sojourn to build local government area of Borno State, ran into him again and reports that his love for Nigeria keeps waxing stronger in spite of the odds, one might think.
Dibawandali, a native of Biu, was spotted few years back for his unique choice of colors, green, white, green, which symbolizes the Nigerian flag. It was a surprise to discover that everything about him carries the national colors, from his house to his cars, just about everything, as his place of business is not also spared, which paints him as one of the most patriotic Nigerians, and that has not changed.
The motivation is almost all over the place. The green land of Nigeria, the good people of the country, and a lot of other things.
His family has also been infected by the level of patriotism. What seemed strange at the beginning has now become a part of them.
For me, I think I feel excited. I feel excited. For us, it's an honor to grow up and see a dad that is being patriotic. It's really an honor.
Speaking on the state of the nation, Dibawandali believes in the future of the country, saying that Nigeria is going to be great again, but insists that the desired change must come first from every individual, describing the nation's growth and recovery as a collective responsibility.
Everybody has a role, quite all right. But when the people at the top refuse to do the right thing, the people at the bottom will not do the right thing.
Federal government's initiative on the new Charter for National Values he describes as a move in the right direction.
We should enact laws. I was watching your NTA program, was it yesterday, on live television in Katsina, one convocation of a school. Nigerian anthem was being sung, and people were busy going around in their paraphernalia, their graduation gown. And this is a Nigerian who was just graduating from university. And Nigerian anthem is being sung, and you are going around to look for a chair to sit down. Is that the orientation? If somebody is going to be sanctioned by this type of arrogancy, then people will sit up.
The neighbors have also been infected by his patriotic spirit and share in his sentiments. Though their houses are not painted in Nigeria's colors, their hearts are.
He inspires and motivates us greatly. I am a farmer. I farm maize. The green represents the vegetation, and the white represents the maize. He is a promoter of peaceful coexistence and always encourages the youth to be productive.
There is need for women to get up and empower themselves and be self-reliant. For the desired change to be achieved, every Nigerian must put in the work, for indeed change begins with us. However, yours truly could not resist taking a ride in one of the cars painted in national colors. Indeed, Nigeria is moving forward.
Thank you, Tina. He's a true Nigerian, and I call this true love, and we must all be intentional. Nigeria, a nation known for its diversity and resilience, stands tall amidst daunting challenges. As government at all levels strive to build a sustainable economy, a critical question emerges. How patriotic are Nigerians in the quest for national development? Tessie Umeri will tell us.
Patriotic to a one's nation is to believe absolutely in the success of that nation.
Fundamentally, let us be intentional about loving this country. Intentionality is key, and that is where true spirit of patriotism comes.
Why they carry 500 naira? Somebody say, in get 250. Please, I should help him. When they say, please, I help him because I'm the I'm the citizen of the country, of Nigeria. So I assist him so that make it not stranded.
Try to find out to know what our neighbors are doing. If you think they're not doing what they should do, you alert police. That way we can be patriotic.
These are a cross-section of Nigerian populace with their individual views on what patriotism means to them. Right or wrong, it is imperative that the task of nation building is a collective one that requires input of every citizen. Obedience to law and order, payment of taxes, respect to constituted authority and national symbols, as well as community efforts to complement government in service delivery are some of the indices one can measure level of citizens' patriotism to his or her country.
The level of patriotism in our people is actually very low, and that's because of the distrust. There has been this lack of trust for a very long time.
Nigerians to be patient, to be more patriotic, to look at government institutions or government infrastructure as Nigerian infrastructure, not just for government. It belongs to you and me.
We have obligations as Nigerians collectively from all walks of life to remember that we need to protect our environment.
Stakeholders also say there is need for more education on the proper usage of national symbols and cherished monuments.
They are singing national anthem. You should respect the anthem of your country. The national flag, sometimes when we're asked to put flags in our houses, some people leave the flags torn and worn out. That doesn't show that you really dignify the country.
Observers are saying that whatever the case is, patriotism to our country will bring out the best in the Nigerian project.
Tessie, the truth is we only have one country. Our loyalty is key always, and that's because Nigeria is our own dear native land. To another issue of concern, the new media is an all-comers affair without regulations, with shades of content providers flooding the space. Rich contents, no doubt, attract traffic. In this report, Chinyere Fesi Okoye sought to know how unethical journalism can be checked, especially trending contents of falsehood cooked up by content providers for financial gains.
Analysts say there are limits to everything, and to them, a lot of content creators and skit makers are going beyond limits of common sense and confines of morality. And sadly, some of these pranks and content they add are no longer fun for the people.
There are what we call jokes gone too far. And they have legal, they have social and economic implications as well. For a fact that people want to go viral, they are seeking attention. Some of them need actual psychiatric evaluations for the kind of pranks that they create. They are not okay.
The original idea of creating content is to attain originality. But because of the money attached to it, people now go outside the region of that originality to create rubbish just for a clickbait, to attract clicks, to make money. That's just, for me, it's madness.
The aim of content creation seems to be defeated, as some of the content in recent times fall short of entertaining, informing, and educating the public. Rather, they are expensive, traumatic, and raises anxiety in the society.
What we are seeing today in Nigeria is something we cannot explain, where people fake a lot of things, where people create false content just to deceive people. I don't know what they want to achieve by that. Where you try to put a child in a bag, first, it's a form of abuse. So these are legal implications. Child abuse is involved. There's a criminal element of it.
I think a time will come where journalism has to be more regulated. I think it's also criminal. The law should also step in. If somebody does that kind of thing, you raise anxiety, you raise fear, then you say it's a prank. The person should be arrested and punished accordingly.
The general view remains that pranks and skits should go within the limits of common sense and moral values. They should be able to teach good lessons, hence the need for relevant authorities to regulate what goes on social media space, especially in Nigeria.
Well, I strongly agree with some of the respondents. There should be regulation because some posts are really deceptive. Sometimes it's about the likes and subscriptions. Some content providers go as far as posting food recipes that the taste buds can't even, identify the flavors, not to talk of products or misleading information. So let's be careful, verify before liking, sharing, or subscribing. Our next story is on Hassana Mohammed Bono, a determined young woman who, despite living with physical disability, has demonstrated that limitations do not define one's potential. Hassana is currently pursuing a degree in biochemistry at the University of Maiduguri, proving that with resilience and determination, one can overcome any challenge. So, Ijakbari Joseph, what more do we need to know?
Born in 1998 alongside her twin brother, Hassana Mohammed Bono entered the world physically fit, full of life and hope. However, life took an unexpected turn just a year later when a sudden illness robbed her of her ability to walk. As she grew, the wheelchair became her constant companion with an unbroken spirit amidst the limitation imposed by her physical condition. Hailed from Goza in southern part of Borno and raised in city of Maiduguri, Hassana's life could have easily been defined by her challenges. Instead, she chose to carve out a path of success and resilience, determined to pursue her education, and today a Part 4 student of biochemistry at the University of Maiduguri. Academics alone did not define Hassana as she discovered a passion of makeup artistry, a skill that became both a creative outlet and a source of income for her, a field dominated by individuals without physical disabilities, mastering it with precision and care.
Not only in studying, but you have to achieve some skills that will help us in life. As I was trained and I'm become a makeup artist, during the weekends, I used to attend my dad's customers that I do makeup for them so that I will get more skills and also something that I can also help my life with.
Her unique skill set earned her a client from all walks of life, including government and non-governmental organizations who now engage her services to train others in makeup artistry. Though faced with daily challenges navigating the campus, attending lectures and managing her business, Hassana's determination never wavered, using her talent to support herself financially through university, offering specialized outdoor makeup services.
Even though my lecture hall is upstairs, I manage, and because I don't want to give up, I continue doing it like this, because sometimes my colleagues too are also helping me navigate the stairs, and that's how they are carrying me. Sometimes if I'm late, I will just stay without attending the lecture because of the building infrastructure, it is upstairs. I'll just wait. If they are done, they will come and brief me, but I prefer attending the lecture myself.
Our struggles in this very academic is beyond what I was expecting. Like, her physical inability do not discourage her from doing well in her academics.
More than a makeup artist, Hassana is a role model, proven that physical limitations do not define one's abilities, just as strength is not measured by physical ability, but by the determination to rise above challenges, both in biochemistry and in the world of beauty.
Disability is not inability.
All right, that's a very good story. And from her story, it means you do not have an excuse. Go after that goal, achieve it, and make an impact. Some people are just born with special talents that make them stand out. And Fatima Abdulhamid is one of them. At 23, this young lady from Maiduguri speaks 10 foreign languages and dialects fluently. And she's not stopping there. Fatima hopes to use her gift to build a career that will benefit both her state and Nigeria. Abubakar Musa brings us the story of this amazing young woman who is turning her talent into a path for success.
To be here at the NTA channel today, je vais honorer ici pour le journal NTA as French. Auparavant de transformer en tapoglia atomula etone espagnol Nigerian hiho chongi Nigerian mo jide ajide jin on bien jide liapi en jide sans jide là évidemment entier chongi and that's Chinese oyalela hola Daniel Mukitamosia, Oceana Master, for the second is a department NTA, and as Portuguese.
23-year-old Fatima Abdulhamid speaking and interpreting 5 different foreign languages and dialects, a feat she describes as simple as ABC, an indigene of Jere local government area of Borno State and Shua Arab by tribe. Fatima took Newsline crew down memory lane.
I learned this from my dad. I grew up in Dubai with my dad, so he's actually a linguistic person. And I was actually kind of having a passion about learning the languages. And before you know it, it became an inspiration for me to, okay, let me just start learning languages to have fun. But by the time I knew it, it actually became a passion of mine.
As a graduate of Abuja University, Ms. Fatima challenged other fellow graduates like her, especially those who are unemployed, to explore their inborn skills and talents for self-reliance.
I've never got a limit of saying, I think this is too much for me. I always try to be consistent towards anything that I hear. I'm too intrusive that I want to learn anything that is good or not. I just want to learn what they are saying.
She was categorical about braving the series of challenges encountered outside Nigeria while learning the dialects and languages.
I faced a lot of challenges from people who did not want me to learn the languages, feeling like I'm an African person, to be precise, a Nigerian person who wouldn't go that far. I faced tribalism, which is called that way. I faced a lot of discriminations also. It even gave me the consistency to always find it through and try to learn it, whether they want it or not. I think this is my own dream to be who I want to be.
A strong message to youths generally resonated from the promising and innovative young lady, which of course is for them to always believe in themselves and endeavor to carve a niche in life despite all odds.
I feel like not everybody would understand that it's their passion to learn what they want to learn. You're gonna be a doctor, a lawyer, or anything. You just have to pursue it. You should not let people downgrade you or not trying to be who you are. And I think every woman or any lady should always say and do what she feels like is the right thing, as long as it is the right thing.
She has a great talent. And for those of you who still find it very difficult to speak your local dialect, Fatima has thrown the challenge. So what better way to speak a language? Of course you know. Let's pay some bills.
Who are these people who seem to have an unmatched ambition? What makes these people so unique?
Who are these people?
are these people who seem to always be ahead of the game? Who are these people? What tools do they have? Who are these people? Well, I'll tell you. See, big ambition demands a big network. A network provider as relentless as you, so you can do the impossible. Power your relentless ambition with ultra-high-speed data. Glow Unlimited.
Every Nigerian mom knows everything is so expensive. Every naira needs to work harder. That's why I always go back to So Clean. New So Clean with Snow Powder Tech. The powder is finer, so it dissolves easier, foams faster, and cleans better. Every grain works for you. Nothing's wasted. New So Clean detergent with Snow Powder Tech. Every grain works for you.
More nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Milo! Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stir? Dishes come alive with so much taste. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up.
I'm in love. Oh, with you, of course, my darling.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
The family of Miss Komsenlong Nkwap of Doka Tofa is deeply saddened to announce the sudden passing away of Honorable Justice Chrysanthus Paul Nandwet Senlong. He passed away on Sunday, 10th November 2024 at the age of 70. A wake-keep mass will be held at St. Monica's Catholic Church, Rayfield, Jos on Tuesday, 19th November 2024 at 5 p.m. The body will depart Air Force Base Mortuary, Jos at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, 20th November 2024 and proceed to St. Monica's Catholic Church for a requiem mass at 8 a.m. Following the service, his remains will be taken to Dokantofa, Shendam local government area of Plateau State for final interment. He is survived by his wife, 6 children, 3 grandchildren, siblings, and numerous relatives who mourn his loss deeply. Announcer Senmial Senlong, son for the family.
Glad to know you're still there. The New Covenant Gospel Church has held its week-long Bible Alive Believers International Convention, popularly called BABIC, at the Peniel International Convention Center in Benin. Anwuli Okoli says the event, which comes up annually at the instance of Reverend Felix Omobude, helps members reflect and recharge their spiritual lives.
BABIC 2024. With the theme, the incredible God. I declare it open.
All branches of the church marched across the hall, showcasing various tribes in the country. Special rendition by the wife of the General Overseer, Pastor Abiola Mobdi, and several guest artists set the convention aglow.
church leaders from different denominations were present, including the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, who preached on the theme of the convention, the incredible God doing wonders without numbers.
Before you leave this place, you'll be shouting for joy.
Begin to thank him in advance. As long as you are alive, there is something good ahead of you.
Hear me well. The devil can rock your boat, but he cannot sink your boat. Righteousness is a belief in God that what he has said, he's able to do it.
The General Overseer of the New Covenant Gospel Church, Reverend Felix Omobude, advised believers to walk before God in perfection to enjoy his incredible covenant blessings.
You must learn to hold the promise of God for your life. Because when you live here, the world has not changed. And you must learn to stand upon his incredible promises.
Some members expressed fulfillment with their participation in the convention.
It's an overwhelming program.
We are going home in the power of his might. Very, very great and wonderful.
30 undergraduates drawn from across tertiary institutions in Nigeria were beneficiaries of the church's annual scholarship awards. It is believed that the spiritual rejuvenation here will spur members to greater heights as they round off the year into a new year 2025.
You will be better than you are now. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy.
I'm sure they had a swell time amidst life-changing messages. Now, shareholders of First Bank of Nigeria, FBN Holdings PLC, have unanimously approved a total of 14.4 billion naira as dividends for the financial year ended December 31, 2023. The shareholders gave their approval at the company's 12th annual general meeting held virtually in Lagos. The bank also shaped its leadership structure with the endorsement of Adebowale Oyedeji as the new group managing director of FBN Holdings PLC. Diana Ajale reports.
We'll now proceed to read out
highlighting
the
the
meeting
importance of the
protocol.
12th annual general meeting, Chairman, First Bank of Nigeria, FBN Holdings PLC, Femi Otedola represented, prescribed a smooth transition in leadership as a significant milestone. For the board of directors, it is to ensure continuity and drive sustainable growth for the organization and shareholders.
Going forward, the outlook is that it's very encouraging, and we expect that synergy within the group will bring further results that will be to the satisfaction of all shareholders.
The incoming group managing director was described by the shareholders as a professional with a track record in the financial sector. For them, it is time to steer the company towards achieving its long-term objectives while upholding its commitment to delivering value through them.
Interestingly, I'm coming at a time where we're about to embark on our new strategic planning program, and our aspirations is to retain our leadership #1 position in the Nigerian banking space. That's a journey we're embarking on. We're also embarking on a journey to get ourselves more in the face of our customers using our digital platforms, our branch network, and all of that. So the market should be ready for First Bank.
Other elected directors presented at the 12th AGM were Abiodun Fatade, non-executive director, Kofoworola Dosekun, independent non-executive director, Alimi Abdurazak, independent non-executive director, Peter Aliogo, independent non-executive director.
Regulator came out with the fact that banks need to raise more capital. And it's an opportunity for us to secure the approval of the AGM to allow First Holdco to raise funds, for the subsidiaries.
And all the resolutions were carried. And we look forward to a new name that will be First Holdco, First Cap, First Insurance, First Insurance Broker, First Asset. So this will ensure that we align with our legacy of 130 years and over to show that we do not lose our identity of first. That is the whole idea.
Other issues deliberated upon at the 12th AGM include the decision to raise 350 billion naira through financial instruments and opportunities, such as public offerings, private placement, and rights issue in both local and international capital markets. In addition to the current 150 billion naira, as well as prudent use of the combined funds to strengthen the bank's financial position to better serve its customers and the society.
And from the banking sector, we move to the gaming industry. Regulators, operators, and key stakeholders in the gaming industry were engaged in brainstorming sessions to sanitize the industry to meet international best practices, provide sustainable solutions that can drive growth, and ensure protection of operators. And it is no longer business as usual for quacks to operate freely. Adeola Komiakere reports that these sessions, among other activities, were part of the 2024 All Gaming Stakeholders Forum in Lagos, organized by the National Lottery Regulatory Commission as part of efforts to restructure the industry and improve its revenue generation for the country.
While declaring open the conference, the Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Zephaniah Gisalu, urged operators to act as catalysts for revenue boost for the present administration.
Also to see how the charges on those people that are operating, and also to control the services, to control the engagement.
As a regulatory agency, the Director General, Larry Gbajabiamila, said the conference is a testament of the agency's commitment to transparency, accountability, and stakeholders' engagement, and that now is the time for all to get a better understanding of the gaming industry, make it more credible, address the challenges for regulators and operators to have a safe operating environment, and most especially improve revenue generation.
But until we have a proper data to access and know what comes in and what's going on in terms of numbers, then we can safely say the industry is worth so. But until then, we cannot. And the only way we can do that is to what I've been conveying for, is to have our central monitoring system in place. The central monitoring system helps us to have all the operators connect to the platform, to the system, and we're able to see real-time online transactions. We're able to regulate responsible gaming. We're even able to see the revenues from remote gaming operators that are outside the shores of Nigeria.
For those hiding behind the cloak of the industry to engage in shady deals, hear the Director General.
There's no hiding place for that. And then we also have a volatile monitoring and enforcement department at the Lottery Commission.
Discussions centered around advertising, cybersecurity, frame-up, money laundering, and counter-terrorism financing, as well as the Lottery Trust Fund.
The gaming operator operates within the space of advertising. They need advertising to push out their communication and messages.
With the cooperation of the stakeholders gathered here, by making sure that the remittances that is due to government is paid as at when due, so that we can do more for the good people of this country.
The National Lottery Regulatory Commission was established by the National Lottery Act of 2005.
Thank you, Adeola. It was a historic and joyful moment for the sets of 1994 to 2003 graduates of the College of Education, Zing, in Taraba State, following their combined convocation held 20 years after graduation. Godwin Inailegu reports that the convocation held at the institution's Convocation Square and attended by the State Governor Agbu Kefes, friends and well-wishers from across the country to witness the celebration for the set of 1994 to 2023.
This was the procession by graduates and academic board led by Student Affairs and Academic Secretary to the Convocation Square, the College of Education, formerly known as Advanced Teachers College, Jalingo, by Decree Number 3 of 1978, empowers the college to grant Nigeria certificate in education through the Constitution of the Assembly as convocation.
I hereby call the following things to present their graduates for the award of
NCE certificate.
19,700 graduates found worthy both in character and learning for the award of Nigeria's Certificate in Education, NCE. In a valedictory address on behalf of the graduates, the Taraba State Chairman of the Nigeria Union of Journalists thanked God for making the event possible.
It summarily ended with NCE certificates in our hands and big dreams in our hearts. It is not just about the NCE certificates we obtain, but the others' journey taken to reach the event.
The provost of the college, Professor Ejika Sambu, commended Governor Agbukefas for his steadfastness by ensuring that the programs are accredited and for granting the college a center for training of teachers.
We have the manpower. We have over 110 master's holders. And then we have less than 70 that have PhD. So with this, we are qualified to teach, we are qualified to produce quality teachers.
Governor Agbukefas, who was the visitor to the college, congratulated the graduates for their hard work and resilience and affirmed his commitment to continued quality education.
As you step forward, I urge you to carry with you a spirit of service. Remember, the essence of true success lies not only in personal achievement, but in the positive impact that you make on the life of others.
He also granted approval for all tertiary institutions in the state to hold their convocation yearly and the college as the center to train teachers. The governor later commissioned some projects executed by the college, one of which has been named after him, as well as former governors of the state, Reverend Joli Nyame, Baba Sunte, amongst others. A convocation lecture by Professor Saleh Omar of the Federal University of Kashiri, Gombe State, preceded the combined convocation ceremony of the 1994 to 2024 sets of graduates of the college.
Congratulations to the graduates. Now let's take another break, and when we return, a wedding beyond political lines at Kano Palace. Stay with us.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Dear Nigerians, we need you to join us in sanitizing the Nigerian advertising space. The spate of advertisement on the online media space is not only worrisome, but have negative effects on our health, culture, religion, values, and life as Nigerians. This has been due to unverified claims, misinformation, disinformation, superlative advertisement, etc. Many people have lost their hard-earned income due to fraudulent advertisements. Many are suffering medical medical and critical health issues. Some advertisements have abused our religion, cultural beliefs, and some have used pornography in advertisements against the Nigerian Code of Advertising, among other challenges. We cannot continue to allow this to impact our lives, values, and our economy negatively. ARCON is the Federal Government Regulatory Council of Nigeria, set up to regulate the Nigerian advertising industry. We need your support to promote responsible and ethical advertising.
Ahmed! Ahmed! Are you here? Huh? The tap is left on. Why did you leave the tap running all this time?
Well, I was brushing my teeth and then I went to pick my towel.
Ahmed, you need to become more eco-friendly. Next time, use a cup. That way, you only use the water you need.
Oh, I didn't think about that. You're right, Samiwa. I should know better.
Exactly. Remember, one small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Thank you, Tomiwa.
If we all do our part, we can help protect our planet and create a better future.
You're still watching Newsline. Clocking age 90, strong and healthy, not an easy feat, especially when the average life expectancy of a Nigerian is put around 53. This is why friends, family and colleagues rolled out the drums to celebrate a worthy civil servant and dedicated woman of God, Mama Sarah Alabi, who just turned 90. Curious to find out how she was celebrated, Diana Ajala witnessed it all for Newsline and now reports.
Gorgeously dressed, full of smiles, and ready for the day's event, Mama Sarah Omolola Alabi, fondly called Queen, left nothing to chance to make her day memorable. Indeed, 90 years is worth celebrating. Looking young and healthy, what is the secret behind Mama's look and energy?
Only the grace of God can make you old or make you young.
Can you tell us some of the food that keep you this?
I eat eba. I eat lafu. I eat amala bado, amala dudu. I eat all sorts of food and vegetables. That's all.
In-laws and former colleagues of the celebrant from the Ministry of Labour could not hide their joy.
God will continue to give you good. And you see your children's children grandchildren.
And it's good to be good. I never knew we would meet after leaving this army. I call her my queen. She is a very lucky woman.
Director General, Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Salihu Abdulhamid Dembos, represented, has these kind birthday wishes for the celebrant.
More good health, more life, and I'm sure all of us will gather here to celebrate her at 100 by God's grace.
The birthday girl, flounced by children, grandchildren, and more.
I'm overwhelmed. I thank God Almighty to having a mother like this. I wouldn't be who I am today if not for my mom.
We are so grateful to God that my mother held 90th birthday in good health, and also without walking stick. That is what you call grace.
Listen to more.
90 and very young. I'm very surprised. She's lived a good life, and the good life is a testament that she has good children.
I wish her many happy returns of the day in good health in Jesus' name.
The live band, on top of their game, added more spice to the celebration. Known for being an industrious woman, prayer warrior, this dance step by the celebrant shows her appreciation to God for her success story and the gift of life.
Congratulations to Mama Sarah. May her days be long in good health. In a display of unity and political solidarity, Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima joined politicians from across the country at the Kano Palace for the wedding of the son of a renowned business mogul, Dahiru Magal, and daughter of the 2023 presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Aminu Umar reports that the Vice President, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and other esteemed guests from various walks of life underscored the significance of the moment, emphasizing the need to build bridges across political and social divides.
Emir Muhammad Sunusi II came to the palace on this August Saturday, not for usual court sitting, but to signal the commencement of an engagement at the palace. At the airport, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf of Kano State, alongside other government functionaries, received Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima and led him to the palace for the wedding Fatiha. Joined by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former and serving governors, senators, royal fathers and members of the business community, the Vice President sought the marriage of Aisha Rabiu Kwankwaso on behalf of Fahad Dahiru Mangal from her guardian, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, after payment of 1 million naira as dowry, officiated by the Chief Imam of Kano, Professor Sani Zaharaddin. The guests were treated to a reception that served as an avenue for political plus and minuses and solidarity, as former President Olusegun Obasanjo and many governors of 1999 political class alongside former and serving ministers and legislators were all in attendance.
A bit sad when you marry out your daughter. It's happiness, same time you believe that, oh, you are also losing someone to another person, but we give thanks.
This has not been a wedding, it has been a carnival, because people have been trooping around, dancing and jollificating.
We are excited. We've seen a lot of friends we've not seen in a long time.
We want to seize this opportunity to appreciate all of you and to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you abundantly.
I thank you for coming, and I appreciate each and every one of you, because I know how difficult it is to travel today in this country.
Earlier, the guests were hosted to a banquet which served as a reunion of political gladiators that were or are still in the corridors of power, and had in attendance former governors of Bauchi, Kwara and Benue, Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and members of his cabinet, religious leaders and diplomats that came to share in the journey of the couple's family, which ushered them into a new phase of life.
First of all, I want to congratulate the grooms for having Dr. Aisha as his wife.
Okay, I wish them a happy, everlasting marriage. I wish them a wonderful and everlasting marriage life.
There should be patience, tolerance, trust, and love beyond all circumstances.
The couple appreciated God and those who attended for making their union unique.
I will treat her according to Islamic rights. That's all I can say.
Indeed, the weddings of 2024 will not be complete without mentioning the grand celebration of Fahad Mangal and Aisha Kwankwaso that brought the ancient city of Kano to a standstill.
Love is a beautiful thing. Congratulations to the couple. We wish them a blissful marriage. Now let's take our last break.
Watch as the Super Eagles of Nigeria face off against Rwanda's Amavubi in an epic matchup at the Godswill Fabio Stadium in Uyo. Follow the action live on November 18th at 5 p.m. West African time. Don't miss out. Afro Sport, your freedom of sport.
There's a new group emerging in Nigeria as the Northwest coming under siege with escalating deadly attacks. Lakurawa. Who are the members of this group? Where are they coming from? What are their operating capabilities? Find out on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 19th November 2024. NTA Tuesday Live on checkmate and resurgence of terrorism in the Northwest. It promises to be inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
Hey Nigeria, ready to breathe cleaner air and save money? Let's talk about gas. Drive with CNG, the smart, cost-effective choice. Fill up for less and travel further. Save money, save the planet. Switch to LPG for cooking. It's cleaner, healthier, and better for environment. Say goodbye to smoke and eye problems. Do you know Nigeria is a gas nation ranked 9th globally with over 209 trillion cubic feet of gas reserve? Gas isn't just for cooking and driving. It powers industries too. Cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient. And the best part, conversion centers are popping up everywhere. It's never been easier to switch to gas. Join the cleaner energy revolution. Choose LPG for cooking and CNG for your vehicles. Clean energy for brighter future. This message is brought to you by the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA.
In a nation where voices unite to shape the future, comes a groundbreaking television series that delves into the heart of democracy. Get ready for Reshaping Democracy. Hello, Nigeria. Are you ready to take charge of your democracy? I'm Ayodeji Makede, and I'm thrilled to introduce to you a dynamic television program airing exclusively on the Nigerian Television Authority. Join us as we embark on a journey to explore the pillars of democracy and its impact on everyday life. From discussions with political experts to grassroots movements making waves, Reshaping Democracy is your guide to understanding and participating in the democratic process.
I never know my voice will make a change until I started watching Reshaping Democracy.
This program has opened my eyes to the power of civic engagement. Now I feel empowered to create change.
We invite you to be part of the conversation every Tuesday at 10 in the evening as we navigate the complexities of our democracy and, of course, see how we can contribute to make our country a better one. Don't miss Reshaping Democracy, exclusively on Nigerian Television Authority.
And we'll draw the curtain tonight. It's a date next week. Keep the flag flying. Be patriotic. Be nice. Life is fun. And remember, the Hamatan is here. I'm Elizabeth Omori. Stay warm.
Depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Joshua, Lucy, Pius,
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria.
Nigeria continues in mourning with flags being flown at half-staff nationwide in honor of a Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, who passed on. The demise, described by many as a huge loss to the nation, really shaped the outgone week. And how did the Federal Executive Council honor him? That's coming of a program. Hello and welcome to the Executive Recap on the network service of the NTA. I am Muspa and Wahab. Early in the outgone week, Nigeria got a boost in its international relations as it has now agreed with the United Kingdom, UK, to establish a strategic partnerships in 6 key areas. This is part of the outcomes as President Bola Tinubu received the United Kingdom Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, David Lammy, in the State House this week. UK Member of Parliament and Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, David Lammy, is visiting Africa in this capacity for the first time. The largest economy on the continent and most populous black nation globally feeds his first peak. President Bola Tinubu too was elated to receive him. And for this, the president said Nigeria is fully committed to actualizing renewed agreements with the United Kingdom in areas that directly impact on the livelihood of citizens, such as arts, culture, trade and security. He noted that bilateral relations with the United Kingdom remain strategic for the country and the government would support partnership for growth. And so, President Tinubu urged the United Kingdom to strengthen relations with Africa by showing more interest in some of the conflicts affecting countries like Republic of Sudan, particularly the humanitarian issues. And after the meeting behind closed doors, Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugga and the guest announced a milestone agreement between the two countries.
I am pleased to announce today the establishment of a strategic partnership between our two countries, which will facilitate greater collaboration through 6 key pillars: growth and jobs, enhanced national security cooperation, ensuring the safety, security and dignity of our citizens, strengthening our international cooperation, a modernized development partnership, and sustained people-to-people links.
And in a volatile world, I believe that we will cement our historic friendship with Nigeria that enables us to pursue shared goals together. Nigeria is the first country I've visited in Africa as Foreign Secretary because of the importance I place on our relationship. This includes, of course, the people-to-people, many people. I've grown up with many Nigerians in the North London constituency of Tottenham that I represent, but the potential also to increase our trade over time and our shared Commonwealth membership and our cooperation on international security issues.
This new decision is in addition to an agreement on trade and investments signed earlier in the year by the two countries. Vice President Kashim Shettima has handed over 119 minors and adults after the presidential directive on the unconditional release of the alleged protesters of August 2024 nationwide protest. Let's hear details from the State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila. Let me take it.
These are the 119 minors and other alleged August 2024 protesters that were pardoned by President Bola Tinubu on humanitarian grounds.
Regardless, the President has used his position as the father of the nation to give these young men another chance at becoming responsible citizens who will make a positive impact in the drive for a better Nigeria. I would like to admonish you, young men, not to allow yourself to be used in perpetrating violence and destroying public and private property. Over 300 billion naira was lost in the protest, consisting mainly private property through looting and loss of business. I will urge you, I will advise you are our children, to use the opportunity of the President's magnanimous gesture in ensuring that we go back home and become responsible citizens who will contribute to the growth of the society.
The released protesters who were earlier arraigned by the Nigerian police force and discharged by the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja. Here at the State House, Vice President Kashim Shettima officially hands them over to the governors of Kaduna and Kano states.
Will continue to be in our minds. The President has shown his compassion. He has shown his humility. And he has shown that you are also his children.
Of course, what I'm impressed about, they're all in high spirit, all of them. You can see that they have promised me, as their governor, that they will be of good character. And of course, they also agree with me that they would not participate again in anything similar to what happened in the past.
The released defendants are expected to undergo medical checks before they will be handed over to their families.
As Nigeria had its fair share in the economic challenges that ravaged the world post-COVID-19 era, President Bola Tinubu is assuring that economic recovery is now on the horizon for the country. The president said this at the swearing-in ceremony of 7 new ministers into his administration. Seven new ministers chosen and deemed fit to reinvigorate the renewed hope administration in some sectors in the quest to further energize the economy of the country. Idi Mukhtar Meha is coming to pioneer the newly established Ministry of Livestock Development. Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, Minister of State Foreign Affairs. Suwaiba Saeed, Minister of State Education. Yusuf Abdullahi Atta, Minister of State Housing and Urban Development. Jumoke Oduwole, Trade and Investments. Nentawe Yilwatda, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, and Muhammadu Megiri Dingyadi, Labour and Employment. They are coming in as the administration strives to surmount multiple social and economic challenges and President Bola Tinubu believes in their capabilities to join his team in the turnaround mission.
And you are called upon to join the team to rescue this country. For us, it was a challenge when a nation was servicing its debt with 97% of its revenue. It's nothing but end of the cliff. But today I can report to you that we brought that one down and it's at 65%. We have never defaulted in paying our obligations. We meet all obligations, both foreign and domestic.
But despite the current challenges, the president is certain that the much-awaited better days are much nearer.
Economic recovery is on the horizon. We have taken the bull by the horn. We stopped the scavengers. We are going to stop completely the profiteers and smugglers of our resources across the country. We are not going to run away from our responsibility. We are going to face it, and we've been facing it headlong.
We are very confident that the new persons who have been added to this team will go along with us to ensure that we move in a very meaningful and purposeful manner.
And, they've been fixed in ministries that actually almost tailored to their experiences, both professionally and in life generally.
I'm bundling that sector to ensure, one, sufficient and adequate food and nutrition for the country, safe operating environment for all the stakeholders in the country, as well as making the sector very, very attractive for foreign direct investment.
We need productive jobs. And what that means is that we don't just want any jobs. We're looking for jobs that deliver value for Nigerians. In the area of services, we're competitive. Nigerian youth are extremely competitive in the tech sector. In outsourcing, you would know Outsource Global and the initiative with the Office of the Vice President. Those are the kinds of interventions that will continue to further to deliver a vibrant economy.
It's a full team again for the administration, and the renewed hope rekindled. The assignment is as huge as the hope of Nigerians. During the week, leaders from Bayelsa State commended President Bola Tinubu for what qualifies for fair treatment of the Ijaw nation, including the appointment of one of their own, Esther Watson-Jack, as the head of the civil service of the Federation. The delegation, led by Governor Doyin Diri, came on a thank-you visit to the President of the State House. Didi Esther Watson-Jack rose through the ranks and became the #1 civil servant in Nigeria in August 2024. The 21st head of civil service of the Federation and 5th woman to get to this pinnacle is from Bayelsa State. Her position is one of the strategic ones being held by members of the Ijaw nation. Certainly, her people are not taking this for granted, going by the roll call of Ijaw leaders here.
We say thank you.
Bayelsa is also one of the benefiting states of the 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Superhighway and other federal infrastructure projects, including the Brass Natural Gas, East-West Road, among others. But then, the state is still hoping for more support and partnership of the federal government on infrastructure development.
Since you came on board, you have been very proactive to ensure that those who are affected by flood are immediately attended to. And in fact, as a state government, we received large sums of money from this government to help us in ameliorating the flood. I have a report here that has been tagged environmental genocide, counting the human and environmental costs of oil exploration and exploitation in Bayelsa State. We will, sir, ask for your support in ensuring that the recommendations of this commission are all implemented.
Well, if you say thank you, I take it.
Appreciation accepted. But while he promises a more rewarding partnership with the state, the president assures Nigerians that he is not losing focus on the re-engineering of the economy for a more prosperous nation.
We are going through economic twist and turn. We just have to collaborate and, put hands together to do just infrastructures that are necessary to encourage the economic development and prosperity of our various sections of this country. And that is what we're doing. I'm glad you noticed the effort on the coastal road. The economic importance and the future of this country on that coastal line will surpass you and I. But we just have to invest and invest aggressively.
President Bola Tinubu also commended Governor Diri for his commitment to good governance in Bayelsa State. And as the government continues to tackle the multi-dimensional security issues in the country, President Bola Tinubu has assured the military that his administration would always listen to their advice and keep the country on the path of peace and prosperity. President Bola Tinubu made the commitment as he decorated the acting Chief of Army Staff, Olufemi Oluyede, to a new rank of Lieutenant General. In the absence of the indisposed Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tarit Lagbaja, Olufemi Oluyede is the man in charge. He came in a Major General, but then his present position requires an elevation. As approved by the Commander-in-Chief and Chairman Defense Council, the acting Chief of Army Staff is now a Lieutenant General. This was an opportunity for President Bola Tinubu once more to commend the military for the success so far, unwavering courage, dedication, patriotism and synergy amongst the forces in maintaining the nation's security.
And we need that stability to assure the citizen that prosperity is not far away from them.
The president assured the military of continuous government support as they continue to take the fight to the enemies of state.
We have no other country but this, and we owe a responsibility to our children and great children to come to hand over a nation that is a banner without stain. We are committed to that. I do everything possible to encourage your men and women in the service.
The onslaught against all forms of insecurity is still on in part of the country as the officers in charge steps in. But having been part of several operations, the acting Chief of Army Staff assures of commitment to the cause of safeguarding the nation.
So what I intend to do is to continue with the philosophy of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.L. Lagbaja, and give my very best to make sure that I support, in collaboration with other security agencies and sisters agencies, to bring all forms of criminality to barest minimum, and to warn all the criminals out there that nobody has monopoly of violence besides those of us in uniform, and they should be ready to have that.
Lieutenant General Olufemi Olatunbosun Oluyede from Ekiti State was granted regular combatant mission as second lieutenant as a member of a 39 regular course 1992 with seniority in the same rank effective from September 1987. He participated in several operations, including the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, ECOMOG Mission in Liberia, Operation Harmony 4 in Bakassi, and Operation Hadinkai in the northeast. Meanwhile, members of the Federal Executive Council under the chairmanship of President Bola Tinubu midweek honored the late Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, by postponing the council meeting earlier scheduled for this week Wednesday. Let's see the mood of the presidential villa following the announcement of the death of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja. It came a tale of a refreshing moment ending in heartbreaking mode. The newly appointed ministers who came for their first attendance arrived into the welcoming hands of the old ones. And council members were set for another round of a brainstorming session. But then, the interesting moment was soon short-lived. Vice President Kashim Shettima announced the decision of the council as directed by the chairman, President Bola Tinubu.
We have suspended the council meeting in honor of the dead Chief of Army Staff. May his soul rest in happiness. Let's observe 1 minute silence in his honor.
The nation is in mourning. The president and the entire government is in mourning. He was indeed a very resourceful officer who has put in best to fight insurgency in this country, and for the many achievements he has succeeded while serving this great nation.
He was a gallant officer, very, very hardworking. He was indeed a warrior. He has served in so many theaters and have done commendably well. It's a very sad loss for the country. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to receive him and to bless him.
We send in our condolences to the family of the deceased and Mr. President, because it's a great loss to this nation.
Major General Taoreed Lagbaja.
Late Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, appointed in June 2023 as the 27th Chief of Army Staff, passed away Tuesday night. Second to die in this capacity in 4 years after late Lieutenant General Ibrahim Atahiru, who died in a plane crash near Kaduna International Airport in 2021. The acting Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, visited the President for situation reports.
Very passionate about Nigeria, and he led the Nigerian Army very well. He was courageous. He was known to be thorough and a professional to the core. So it's a big loss to us. For someone that I've given all to Nigeria, is all to Nigeria, we need to celebrate him. So in that, I think I want Nigerians to actually celebrate him for the good job he did while alive. We want to thank Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his wife, because his wife was in touch with us all too, and for the entire Nigerians who, one way or the other, got in touch with us to know how he was faring. We thank everyone, and I'll conclude by praying that his soul should rest in peace.
Sure, Nigeria would definitely miss the late Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja. And that's it on the program this week. Executive Recap will return your way next week. Join us again. God bless Nigeria.
confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Nigeria will only work based on collaboration. We need to start with a mindset shift. There needs to be a shift, in our mindsets to say we need to all see what we can do collaboratively to move Nigeria forward. Now, what am I saying? Without a doubt, this country is replete with talent. We've seen it across board. We've seen that Nigerians will find a way to try and make things work. How about we now bring that and we look to how we can scale it up? We need enabling environment from the government to be able to scale a lot of those things up. From the private sector, we need a private sector that's willing to unleash their own size, what they know how to do best, and collaborate with the government. Let's take access to finance. What are the limiting factors, and what do we need to be able to do to ensure that access to finance is not just at the top of the pyramid, but really trickles all the way down? Without a doubt, SMEs are the engine of any economy. A population of 200 plus million people. We need to find people who will be job creators, not everybody looking to apply for jobs. Some people must create the jobs. I'm particularly enthused at what I see as the young talent in Nigeria, of which there's so many of them. I'm enthused at what I see them doing. They get up and they decide, we will create the jobs. They're creating new markets. They're creating new sectors for us. Now, what does the federal government need to do? Simply enable that, and then give them room to run. Applaud when it's working. There are times perhaps when we must look at concessions to say, well, this is the intent. This is what we're trying to achieve. What do we need to put in place to help them? We will need to buy some time, without a doubt, to be able to see the reforms, bear fruit. And I'm very optimistic about Nigeria. I remain extremely optimistic about Nigeria. People talk about the Japa syndrome. Well, I Japa'd and I Japadad. No, I didn't actually Japa, but I worked abroad and I came back. There are many stories that abound of people who worked abroad and, who were doing really well, but we felt we had to come back to contribute. I believe that we must allow the innovation and the talent in this country come to the fore. If you look for the silver lining, you will find it. And therefore, what I think that Nigerians can do individually is this. Rather than us, sit in our different armchairs in our different living rooms across the country complaining, look at where you can plug in. There's a dearth of, whether it be volunteers or voices that both critique and proffer solutions. We need to redress that balance and look for a lot more who are willing to proffer solutions. I believe that there are many platforms by which people can contribute. It starts with us deciding, this is my country. I should have a say. I have something to add, I have something to contribute, and everybody does. The countries that are doing better than us across Africa, they don't have better people, they don't necessarily have better resources, they don't necessarily have better management. Perhaps they have a better followership, where the laws have been laid down and people abide by it. Where, for example, you have decided collectively as a whole that we will be a nation that will be devoid of certain things, and people actually do deliver to that. I think that's what people should ask themselves. In their own corners where we cannot see them, are they doing those things that they're trying to hold government or private sector or CSO accountable?
This is the network service of the NTA.
This is The Edge, celebrating entrepreneurs and a hub for exploration and innovation. My name is Patience Saba, and today our focus is on real estate development, solutions, and sustainability. We have a very special guest, and he is Dr. Olushola Owomoyela, an entrepreneur per excellence, who will share with us an insight into the dynamic world of real estate. Owomoyela is currently the MD CEO of Nest Gear Properties. Dr. Owomoyela's entrepreneurial journey is captivating, inspiring, and motivating. Indeed, it was an honor spending time with him.
I have a mentor who is, his name is King Fed.
Okay.
He's also my in-law. So all through the years, I'd seen the way he handled real estate. He was a straightforward man, and I wanted to follow someone, that will at least be able to measure where he started from. His challenges and everything. I was able to see everything. So, and he became successful. So I liked it. Coupled with the fact that my father loved real estate. All right. Then the last person that impacted me was my lecturer, Professor Fabumi now. I was in my second year land law class when he made a statement that will never leave me. He said that you can never have rent problem if you are a land lawyer, like a property lawyer. Wow. So I was like, wow. And real estate is one of the biggest things, on earth. It's one of the things that at least it can do and undo for a family person, and the landlord is coming to this. So with that mentality, I was like, okay, fine. I think I would like to. Then I think I could remember while I was in a law school squatting with Femi, I also came up with a vision then that in real estate, most times the agents get 5% commission. So I told myself, I said, why can't I be the person that gives people that commission? Mean that I wanted to be a developer. I wanted to be the person. I'd always been like that. Anywhere I am, I always want to be the person to give. So the first journey, my first year, no sale. I needed to start marketing for other people. I would send SMSs and all that, no sale, nothing. I didn't have any skill in sales. I didn't have, so I was just trying to, okay, you know what, this is what I'm doing now. So nothing happened. So I was always broke.
How exactly, what was that moment and how exactly did that happen? Because it's an intriguing story. How did you find it?
Yes, like I said, I started marketing for other people. So, but while I was marketing, it gave me exposure to the system, like how they got their land. In some cases, some of the owners of such lands would just give them, maybe after raising the initial capital. In some cases, they just say, market this thing for me. Can you give it to me at this price so that I will just be remitting the money for you over a period of time? So, if you are not a careless person or a spendthrift, you should be able to save up some money and all that. So basically, it was the ability for us to negotiate, the goodwill, being straightforward. I could remember there was a day I was standing under the Jabi Bridge for over almost 3 hours, waiting for this investor. And he would not come. And I called him. I said, you know what? I'm here. I've been waiting. You said I should meet you under this bridge by 10 o'clock. This is about 1 o'clock. What is happening? He said, he has not even left Kubwa. So that day I wept. Then I was dating my wife at that time. So I called her. I said, look, I'm tired. Now, what is it? I'm the brain behind this business. I know everything. It's for you to just bring your money. And, you keep wasting my time. I cried that day. I decided, water was just, I said, what is this thing? You know, my wife just said, you know what, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Eh? If he doesn't come, you can go back home. I said, okay, fine. I think he ended up not coming anyway, and it didn't work. So while we were doing that, like I said, I'd found a land. I just needed for him to bring the money. So I now told my brother, I have a brother, a older brother that had some of those lands in such areas. And I said, I'm about to enter a partnership with somebody and all. I now said, but I have a land somewhere, although I've not paid for that land, but the family can actually, so from your sale, you can. So I think that was the first land we had. We called it Palm Springs Estate. And then from there, I started investing in other places, Karishi and so on. That was how I started. And then, of course, we started gathering people, you know, because you can't do it alone. That period, I was the CEO. I will put, in fact, there was a day I went to Guruku, it was a dusty road. Those days, they were borrowed vehicles. I could remember the Sienna did not have AC. And you know, if you know Sienna now, if you don't have AC in Sienna, you suffer. So, you know, I was in suit. I used to like suits. I would wear suit that period. So, but that day, we needed to go and put our signboard on the ground.
Yes.
CEO. I went there with one younger man. As they were digging, they were not digging well. I just removed my suit. I dug. You know, by the time I was coming back, I just felt that, look, why wear this suit? So it was singlet. Yeah. Why singlet? I can't forget that day. Oh my goodness. You know, and then by the time I got to Guruku Road, that dusty road, I was, you know what they call a lubo?
Yes.
You know, the dust. I was full of, as in, people were like, who are you? What are you doing here? I said, I'm so. It's not true. You are not the person. I said, I am the person. I said, okay, no problem, you know. Some people do not recognize me.
Welcome back if you're just joining us. Today's package is all about real estate development, solutions and sustainability with Dr. Olushola Owomoyela, an experienced real estate entrepreneur with a proven track record of numerous accomplishments in the field. Okay, right now, we will take a break from our conversation to bring you a short documentary that will further tell our story.
The real estate industry in Nigeria is thriving with rapid urbanization and population growth, driving the demand for housing and commercial spaces. However, alongside this growth are various challenges in terms of development solutions and sustainability. Developers face the daunting task of finding innovative ways to meet the increasing demand while ensuring environmental sustainability, quality assurance, customer satisfaction, and providing lasting solutions to the housing deficit. In the midst of these challenges, Olushola Ilesami Owumoyela, an accomplished individual with diverse range of expertise in law, real estate development, humanitarian work, fueled by an entrepreneurial spirit, ventured into the real estate development scene in 2014. He founded the Next Gear Homes with a team of visionary real estate professionals determined to revolutionize the industry. Next Gear Homes has grown into a prominent real estate firm recognized for its integrity, dedication to quality, innovation, and customer satisfaction. The company has established a strong presence across Nigeria, with headquarters and branch offices in Abuja and additional branches in Lagos and Ibadan. Next Gear Homes' portfolio extends beyond these core locations with a huge subscriber base spanning its reach within and outside Nigeria. As their projects gained recognition for their innovative design and best practices, the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, chose Olushola as the legal advisor of the association, having come from a legal background and for being a catalyst for change in the Nigeria real estate world. Today, the real estate landscape in Nigeria is undergoing a transformation. Developers are committed to providing affordable, sustainable, and inclusive housing solutions that meet the needs of the growing population while minimizing the impact on the environment. The journey towards sustainable development continues, guided by the vision and dedication of those who believe in creating a brighter and equitable future for Nigeria.
Indeed, Dr. Olushola Owomoyela has built many estates and has also been a key player in the real estate sector for so many years. His innovative approach consistently sets new standards in the industry. Let's continue with our conversation.
The first time I noticed that let me say that God was just intentional about me was 2016. Yeah. Because the rate at which people were bringing properties to me was alarming. In fact, at that time, I was saying, no, I don't need this. I don't need this. So it was that period I realized that there were certain things that started happening intentionally. Before, the life I lived, campus, pre-campus, campus, and a few years after campus, you find out that what some people call delay, I may have experienced it very much. So now getting to 2016, when I now started seeing that, it's like things have changed, things are working fast. I said, I could remember I made a presentation at NDDC some years later, and one of my old friends followed me for that presentation. And immediately after I finished, everybody started clapping. I said, why are you? I said, Shola, I said, I've seen the grace of God upon you. I said, what is it? He said, in 2014, you were passing in front of my house and you said, I said, you are beating your chest like this. I'm tired. I want a change. I want a change. I want to go into real estate development. I'm tired of everything. I just want a change. He said, everything I said I wanted to become, the number of cars, the number of estates, everything, that I've seen you accomplish it. That, man, there's something about it. So that's when I started thinking that, maybe God is actually intentional, about me.
What strategies did you employ? Innovation? How are you coping? There are so many real estate developers. So what stands you out?
Talking about the terrain in real estate is up and down. Everybody that lives in the FCT knows real estate is one of the things that have actually either made people poor or poorer or richer. First of all, I entered into this area in 2014. So you can imagine starting something when the economy was getting a bit tougher. So I have seen a mixture of it. But one thing I've seen is that we became better in periods where things are down south. During COVID, we made more money. Each time there was economic chaos, we made more money. If you want to last for a long time, your business, your real estate business, must be like this. Number two, innovation. What is innovation? Doing the same thing differently. Looking for a new way of doing things. I learned in the early part of my journey that you must be able to sell. In any economy, you must sell. So the most important thing for anybody, not just in real estate, in any business whatsoever, is your ability to sell. How do you convince somebody to buy when he has been scammed before? You have to be able to reveal, let the person see your hand. You understand? And then you have to be able to protect. The persons that write my receipts, I choose them properly. You don't just write my receipts. Not everybody that writes my receipts for my customers. Yes, you can't just write receipts. You understand? And then you scam somebody in the name of the company. You can't do that. Then, one of the things we've done in Next Gear Group is that if you bought 500 square meters, it's 500 square meters. If you bought a 4-bedroom, is this? It is. If you negotiated corner piece, it is. Even if there is inflation, whatever we sign with you, I maintain one mantra. I'd rather be cheated than cheat another person. You know, I get blessed for that. So we have put in innovation. For example, we're the first indigenous company that used drone, even before drones started flying in everywhere in Nigeria, to cover some of our properties. We're also the first company that said we run a paperless company. What is a paperless company? Now, in some companies, you will see right on their walls, you will see map, Abuja map, everywhere map. I said, I want everything digitized. If you want to see anything, it's either you are watching the TV or you are watching somewhere on the screen. I don't want paper everywhere hanging around. You understand? We've written articles as well. We push for a whole lot of things. So that innovation that we injected into the industry have actually helped us. Of course, in terms of sales, we are one of the few companies who actually introduced buy 5, take 1. Oh. You understand? You know, I haven't worked for some clients who felt betrayed or who felt cheated or scammed. As a younger lawyer, I realized that as a developer, I needed to start a company where those who are not empowered or who are not within the city buy property and rest. So that's what we call Watch My Property Concept Limited. So that wherever they put their money, they find it, the value. So that's one of the things that we did that stands as a revolutionary vision for the real estate market.
Welcome back. Yet again, we'll take another break. But this time, we'll be speaking with members of staff of Nesgear Properties, or should I say, Dr. Owomoyele's winning team. They will further inspire us and tell us more about the man. Our conversation will continue after this.
Working with Dr. Shola has been an adventure because it has been from one level of growth to another. He makes working like very easy, and he's somebody you can approach and tell things. He listens. You can bring your suggestion about what you think about work and all of that. So he's just open to listening to you. He's not like a dictator that says, okay, it must be like this, it must be like this.
My boss, that's Dr. Olushola Omoyela. He's a phenomenal leader. I see him as a mentor. He practically leads you by the way into a lot of things. He's selfless when it comes to leading people. I mean, he wants to pour himself out to you if you can contain. He's a man of depth.
The work environment is conducive. It's rewarding, upgrading, because I look at it from when the staffs come in, the progress they make over time, the people they have become, and the people or the persons they are on their way to become. The difference is always clear. That means it's all about improving talents and improving lives.
Each time there's a building collapse, there's a blame game where people now begin to blame, oh, it is this, oh, because professionals were not involved. So what do we do to sanitize the housing sector?
One of the causes is, one, poor monitoring. Poor monitoring means that the land register or the land department, for example, in Abuja, you have the development control. All right. Wherever they are in all the states in the federation, I think we need to have a stronger department. In some cases, the problem is the department. Because they may have collected some bribes, kickbacks, and all that, and then whatever they were not supposed to, approve, they approved. In some cases, they just allow whatever it is. In some cases, it is the developer's fault. How? There are some developers in the bid to make more money and then to reduce costs. They buy substandard products. Yes, yeah, you know. And then in some cases, it is not the developer. I've seen cases where we wanted TNT iron. That's the best in the market. But by the time the supplier supplied another totally different iron. So in some cases, it is the engineer on site. Some of them claim to have current, but the current was bought. So in some cases, we don't follow the building code. People build on canals, people build on public infrastructure.
Yes.
It will give way.
No soil test.
Yes.
Developers will sell you a house. You practically break it down, rebuild it to make it your own. A whole lot of people have had that experience. You're touching a wall, and this wall is breaking.
Yes.
And you bought the house. So how do you maintain standards in your company?
First of all, we have a quality control department in our company.
Okay.
That looks at everything. There is a report system.
Okay.
We get feedbacks on site. We get evidence of mixing. You understand? So we do that. Then, you know, most of the time when you see poor mixing, you find out that maybe there is an instruction from the developer to the engineer on site or the builder on site that, you know what, no, don't let us use 5 bags, or let's use 3 bags. Do you understand? So you put pressure on that person. We don't do that. At times, it may not be the developer. It may be the person himself. Say, let me quickly sell some bags and make some extra cash in my hand. We have had that happen. But when you have a quality control department and you put checks and balances, there is a staff that is taking stock of all the cement. There is a staff that is, you know, doing the right mixing. There is a supervisor. There is a site officer. You understand? And on my side, for example, I have CCTV cameras. And I have somebody upstairs who actually watches and checks everything as they are working. So make sure that everything that is in accordance to what we have actually planned. Then you don't give a surveyor's job to a planner. You don't give a planner's job to a surveyor. You understand? In our company, we have from the concept stage, that's from me to the architect, from the architect to the structural engineer, from the structural engineer to the builder.
The builder.
From the builder to the interior architect. From the interior architect to the facility manager. We all had them.
That's the building code. You just went through the building code, which I think is amazing. What advice would you give to young people who also want to become entrepreneurs or even come into real estate?
First of all, be honest, have integrity. Like I said, most business will never survive 5 years because of dishonesty. Number 2, you must be consistent. You can imagine, a lot of businesses have come. People will say, come and do oil and gas, come and do this, come and do that. I kept pushing them aside. It is this real estate. Master something. To master a thing or a business, it will take you not less than 5 years and above. If I pick my call today, I know who to call for what. So consistency is very important. You don't do, you are selling rice today, you are doing pepper tomorrow. No. Focus on one thing, master it. It is from when you master that one thing that you start going into other things. Don't forget that I have interior business now. Yeah. It's an offshoot of real estate. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? And when the demand starts coming, you know that you are becoming an expert. And number 3 is learn not to give up. Somebody said something. He said, the reason why you should show up for that job is because of your hatred for failure or your love for success. Someone else said that if hunger does not motivate you, I don't know what will motivate you. So especially for men, you know, I think men should focus, build your career, because a happy home should have some money.
I know that, I mean, from our conversations, I know you're a very busy man, but I do know that everybody has a time where they calm down and relax. So tell us, how do you relax?
I take a stroll.
Okay.
If I want my head to cool down, I take a long stroll. And usually very early in the morning, when it's still a bit dark, or late in the evening when it's still a bit dark.
Okay.
So I take a long stroll. Whether I'm in Abuja, I take a long stroll. In my house in the UK, it's beside the lake. So I walk around the lake 3 times. I sit down, I relax.
We appreciate your time with us.
Thank you very much.
I have personally been inspired, and I know the Nigerians will be inspired.
Thank you very much.
God bless everything
Thank
you do,
you so
sir.
much.
Thank you for staying with us to the end of the program. The real estate sector is critical to the growth of the economy. It contributes significantly to the nation's GDP. Given the importance of housing demand, key players in the real estate sector like Dr. Olushola Owomoyela will continue to be relevant even as he breaks new grounds and consistently sets new standards in the industry. The Edge is celebrating entrepreneurs and bringing you the latest and the most impactful stories of innovation and entrepreneurship. Until next time, keep pushing the boundaries of exploration and innovation. I am your host, Patience, and this is Goodbye.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while exploring everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
Together, no matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. How can we develop when we're always in crisis? Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
This is the network service of the NTA.
You are my way, no doubt your beautiful I see for far away. Find out to show for you, baby shalalala. Show you my way to my money, no they cast. Take me la 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 la. Carry go to the mirror, ask me why, wah wah wah. You go up for me, yeah yeah yeah. You see your back go up for me, oh oh oh. You go up for me.
Yeah. So baby girl, work for me. Ha! Pretty Pretty Rosie, you want to fight my fight? I don't take for the street. Many babes run up. So pretty Rosie. People, I see you far away. Final, you show for me, baby. Sha-la-la-la. Show you my way to my money, no they last. Baby, la 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 la. What do you do, baby? No, ask me why, wah wah wah. Go work for me, work for me. Wow, wow, wow. Go back and go work for me. Oh. Wow, wow, wow. Go work for me. Yeah. Go work for me. Oh.
Then that'll make it spot. Woo! Well done, Don Track.
Thank you.
You made a choice to become what? A musician. At what point did you make this choice?
That was when I was more younger, maybe around 12 years or thereabouts.
And your parents said yes?
No, they never supported. They said go to school.
So you just, how did you manage it? You said no to school, and today you're happy you didn't do that?
Yeah, I mean, going to school was the best, but while in school, I was still doing my music things.
It is your favorite weekend show, Weekend Deal, coming to you from the network service of the NTA. My name is Patience Eloyi Abba. Let me quickly say thank you for yesterday for joining the conversation. And I mean it with all sense of responsibility when I say we are here only because you're there. Let's do it again today. Thelma.
Yes, our viewers made our day yesterday, coming strongly about our content and about what we're communicating to them.
When you hear names like Akiwumi Adesina, the 8th elected president of the African Development Bank, if you hear names like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, these are Nigerians who are on top of their turfs and making us so proud. These Nigerians and their progress simply underscores the importance of making the right career choice. It's no wonder Weekend Deal is dedicating a whole weekend to making sure that Nigerians, that we all, whether you're changing your beginning, make the right choice in your career. Well, we're going to start the conversation proper, and our backgrounder was started, and Uju has put together an amazing pace for us to kickstart the conversation. Let's see it. Making a career choice is very crucial in life, as one's future largely depends on the career path he or she chooses.
Schools, counselors, guardians, mentors play a crucial role in guiding students through choosing a suitable career, placing all indices right.
Making a choice as to which career to follow is a very significant decision that any person could take. And schools are positioned in an advantageous manner to be able to guide this decision, because more often than not, people go to school, teachers are with them all the time, and the school would also most likely have a guidance system in place. So teachers or counselors are the ones who kind of have a first-hand experience with the student, so they know how good they are in relevant subjects. They also know the students' other softer skills. They know if you are an empathic person, they know if you are friendly. So they are quite well positioned to be able to guide students in which decisions to make.
Development of educational curricula which seek to harness skills is very important.
So collaboration is very important, and this is part of the thing that the contemporary, what's called teaching skills encourages, that teachers should learn to implement activities in the class that promote collaboration among learners. Sport is important in creating a healthy environment for children, because when you expose children to lengthy period of learning, and that's why we have break period for them to refresh themselves and relax. So schools and even parents should also encourage sport, like in the house. Let children play Ludo game, play chess at home. In school also, let them be active participants in sport activities.
It actually plays a key role in career development for children, because these soft skills or technical skill as it may be, and once they have it from once they are young, it is either their communication skills are really great, they have leadership skills, they have empathetic listening ear, basic computer literacy, to even woodwork. But because they've grown with this, it becomes a part of them, and it gives them, as they grow older, that confidence and competence in those areas, so that it becomes easy for them to make career choices in that direction. So even without parental influence or even the schools really leading them there, they become a natural at that. So, and they can see that that is where they'll just veer there naturally, and they'll be giving their very best. So maybe in places like us in Africa, we're still like trying our best to go to where the money is and what is current. Maybe in Europe and in the US, you still see people who, as they're growing up and they see that their skill lies in maybe teaching, they actually get up and follow that career. So I think, but it's a combination of many factors. The school being in the forefront there, alongside with the parents actually, helping to make the children have a broader idea of all the options that are available to them, so that when they choose a certain career path, it's not just for the money, it's also for personal fulfillment.
Mentorship, motivation helps shape career paths. Therefore, on Weekend Deal today, it is time to make a career choice.
Our report after a background feature is from Emeka. Emeka has been focused on talking to people about careers of the future. Many young people are gravitating in a certain direction, and Emeka did the work and did the research. Emeka, tell us more.
A lot of us are so used to the past, and holding on to the past, you will not be able to achieve the future because of the technological advancement. When we look at health service or healthcare, for instance, it has gone beyond the traditional job role, as it were. Now it's getting into telehealth, telemedicine, and so on. They'll be able to provide solutions. They'll be able to consult. They'll be able to guide. They'll be able to prescribe, especially the health sector. We have electrical engineers in those days. We have mechanical, we have civil, and so on. But today, we are talking about software designers. We are talking about cloud support staff engineers. as it is now, on the support engineers. What they do is that they can sit at home and resolve issues. When you look at the renewable energy, it's also talking about the provision of service such as the electricity is an alternative, taking advantage of what we have in this part of the world. This is something that we can leverage on and to provide more job opportunity. Content creators, for instance, these are new job positions that have never been in our space before now. Technology has also made it so simple that you can reach a wider audience, which might not be easy to do when it comes to a manual process. We're also looking at AI, for instance. These are robotic activities that is going to be interfacing with humanity in the future. Advancement in technology has made it so easy for us to work from home. And that is the trend, that is where things are going right now. A lot of organizations are even finding it easier in terms of cost effectiveness, in terms of doing things in real time. The robotic world is coming, whereby a lot of things are going to be done through the robots, which are already existing. Vehicles are already being made that you may not even need a driver to drive a vehicle. But it's still human beings that will program these things. So those people that handle such are those who have been trained to do so. The future is so bright. There are a whole lot of opportunities coming up, and one needs to begin to align with the new trend by upskilling. You need to improve on your digital literacy. Very important. Every individual, corporate bodies need to improve on their digital literacy. Their employees need to improve on their digital literacy, because a whole lot of interface is going to happen, which is going to be technologically based interface. So if you don't have the skill set to interface with these things, it becomes difficult to achieve the corporate objective. We need to look at how to manage our work-life balance. You need to look at that because it's very important. You need to develop that work balance skill. If you are not careful, you will see that you work 24/7 without a break, because you can do all these things on the phone, on the go. As you are going, you'll be working and overworking. You need to also develop the time management skill. That is the challenge that is going to come up in this whole new advancement that is coming. You also have to develop an organizational management skill, which is also project management skill. These are skills that you need to begin to work on yourself to have, to enable you to manage the responsibilities. The technology interface with man makes work so flexible, easy to do. And so you will begin to see a whole lot of work coming at the same time. So if you don't have these skills, it will become difficult for you to manage your to-do list because you lack certain skills. You learn from the success of others to also make yourself a successful person.
Welcome back. It is time for us to meet our guests who are eager to start this conversation. My first guest is Alexander Agbaje. He is a multidisciplinary leader and visionary. Let's see his profile.
Thank you.
A multidisciplinary leader and a visionary. Yeah. Well, I want to hear more about that. A visionary is so welcome, and your conversation will be so integral to assisting people in career choices, even those who want to switch. We have another guest. She's quite young, also dynamic in her own way. She's a student of High Grade International School, a senior secondary school student. She's about to exit the secondary school, and of course, she's thinking about her career choice at this time. Her profile is next. Oh, okay. Miss Jude, you're welcome to We Can Tell.
Thank you.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Please, are you okay?
Yes,
Give me 5. Let's start this conversation by 5. I was shake
Nice
it up.
one.
Shake it.
Nice one. Okay. Just stay happy, okay?
Yeah.
This is a happy place, and everything is all just with your aunties, your elder sister, and an uncle, okay? We're family members. Once you come here, you're family. Okay, so let me start with Mr. Alexander. We have Peace with us, and of course, she represents over maybe 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 million young Nigerians who are at this time thinking, what do I want to do in the future? What do I want to be? Earlier, we're talking about where people are gravitating towards. Let's explore more of that. Perhaps let's enter the mind of young people in Nigeria. And of course, adults who are also making career changes at this time.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. And kudos to what you do. Okay. I've enjoyed your program in the last few days in preparation for this outing, actually. So, on the topic, you nailed it when you said young people are actually gravitating towards this direction. This is the end thing. This is what is happening. This is the way to go. It's a digital space now. Practically everything has digital perspective to it. And if you don't have that touch of it, then you can't move forward. Okay, so we are looking at a space where the entire universe is beginning to see that if I don't have a digital cap, I can't survive. So what do? Get the young minds. And the best way to start is go to the cradles, go to the schools, go to where you can find them, the streets, and tell them this is the in thing. And open up, encourage it. Back then we will be told to use slates, right? To write, okay? Now we are using digital devices. So they must get into that space. Sadly, most parents may not want to agree with this, but that's where we are right now. All you need to do is take the responsibility and guide them to be responsible on the use, and also guide them in making that appropriate choice as they enter into this space. But whether you like it or not, this digital space has come to stay. And the best persons who can navigate through it and even help you as adults are these young minds. So what do? Guide them as they make their career choices around this space. Thank you.
Okay, before we even get to Peace, because I can't wait to speak to Peace, but I want to ask a question. For you as an individual, how did you even begin your career to a point where today we are referring to you as a visionary leader and a multidisciplinary visionary leader? How did you get here? What did you read in school?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's this cliche in the society of the Ajepakos and the Ajebos. Am I correct? So classify me as one of those guys that came from the Ajepako end. But in my quest to solving problem, basically, I started pushing, and from my childhood, I have this drive for technology, just to ensure that things are done better than the way they are designed to be, basically. So I push. So in that push, I started making inquiry. And I remember 24 years ago, to be precise, when I told myself, I'm going to own a computer. And good to know, a training came around. I took up that opportunity. It's a Praise Foundation, it's called Praise Foundation training then. So it came through a church organization, and I embraced it. And my journey into tech and the digital space started. So with a 10,000, then I got my first computer, one gigantic monitor.
That covered the whole thing.
Yeah. And I remember that I was being told then by somebody I went for the first time to open an email. He told me the computer is delicate. You don't touch it. You don't do this. I said, oh, is that it? But eventually, as I pushed on with that drive, I got to a space where in the last 24 years, I can tell you there's no day that goes by, even on my sick bed, that I don't touch a digital device. So that's to tell you how far I have come. So for the journey for me, it's been a quest to say there is more. And using the digital space makes my job easier, makes me more smarter.
Okay.
And like we will say, if you are dull and you want to use technology, you are going to be more dull. If you are smart and you want to use technology, you're going to be smarter.
More smart.
So technology makes you smarter. There's no smart technology but it makes you more smarter. So the journey for me has been this far. So from childhood, for me, I didn't transition into tech, but I embraced it as it's coming.
You've been there from a start.
And I've been in that space, and classmates, friends who are testify to.
It's time to testify to all of this. Peace now. Peace, you've been hearing Uncle talk about how he embraced technology way back like 25 years. When you were told you were coming on Weekend Deal to talk about career choice, you must have told your friends, right? And your siblings.
Yes.
Okay. What did they say?
Okay. When I told them that the school picked me to come and talk on Weekend Deal, like they were like only me in the entire whole school. And then I was even surprised because I was imagining myself come here on a Sunday morning to talk. So they were surprised and they said, okay, that I should go and then I should try my best.
And then you're trying your
here
best
now.
and you are
You are
shining.
here now.
You're shining, girl. Okay, so what are you in the sciences or you're in the arts class?
I'm in the arts class.
Okay, why? Why did you choose arts? Why? What do you want to be after all this?
Okay, I want to be a lawyer when I grow up, and I love law, anything that has to do with law. And the reason why I went to the arts class was because I love to read, I love acting, I love anything that has to do with skills. I love art so much. And even though my mom wanted me to be in the science class, but I wanted to go for art. I really love art. Right from my junior.
What did your dad say? Your mom loves science. Did your dad support? Is your dad supporting you right now in your arts class?
Yes, he's supporting me very well.
Okay.
You heard them, Uncle Alex, talking about the digital space and information technology. Are you and your classmates interested in the digital space, in technology, in the using of computers?
Yeah, I and my classmates, in our school, we are trying to go digital. Like we are using the electronic board to now cheat. We no longer use the white marker board. We now use the electronic board. So we are trying to go digital. Yeah, and if we can get an opportunity where we can be taking, all these electronic devices, iPad to school and using it, it will be good. We're even planning to create a group, where we can be sending questions, exams, even assignments, even notes. We can just send it through maybe WhatsApp, and then we get connected.
You revise together.
Okay, please, everybody stop. Let me cry, and I'm going to cry because I remember how the blackboard traumatized me. We have to paint in black so that the white chalk can show. Yeah. If you're on this table, be crying at home, let's just cry together. She's talking digital. They send notes through WhatsApp. We clean our board with black chalk. So that
by that time, that was also the learning process. And it simulated well.
It wasn't easy.
Everything at the time. I loved it too.
I didn't like it.
I loved it. Once they put anything on that board, from the board is entry.
I'm talking about smartness. I'm talking about the process.
I said I love that process. That's why many of us found it difficult to get into the digital space. But good thing you have your amazing children. They've been grounding you now.
Yeah, I'm a digital mom today, but I'm just saying what we went through with chalks. How do you keep those chalks, and if one gets missing,
I get. And if you need to be, if you need to be punished, then they will tell you bring charcoal from the house, grind it in school, and then it's your turn on a Friday to make sure the board is well enough. So you clean the white stuff and then lay the. So I am my joy is that I come from a generation that could bridge these two gaps.
Yes, that's the beauty.
And I'm happy because then growing up I would hear 1990. So now I can talk about year 2000. And then you're looking at some student like, where is this man from? Because I still work in the classroom space. So when they ask you, if I ask them where were you 20 years ago, some of them will say, what? You must be very old. I said no. But the truth is, we can blend now and then know that,
Interesting.
like you said, that's the beauty of it.
That's the
that
beauty of
you're
it.
coming from that because technology evolves.
Let us own it. That's our respect for
Yeah.
that board.
Yeah.
I wasn't referring to smartness per se, Patience. I was saying that I found it very challenging to read school books. I love novels, but once it's on the blackboard, that blackboard, it's just be ingrained.
Wow.
Once the teacher starts to say, I want to teach, everything enters. But once I take that note home and say, I want to start reading, another dimension entirely. Everything fades to the north. But you're working with young children, young people, people like Peace.
Yeah.
What are they telling you? What's the feedback? What are they thinking?
So, and key question, what are they thinking? And that's where, as adults, we need to take that journey deliberately. You have to be intentional to get to their mind to know how they think. They don't think the way we think. They don't solve the problems you solve in your days like they want to solve it now. Take, for instance, you said you find it difficult reading. For them now, they don't read at all. They have technology read to them.
Yes.
And that is their learning space. And that's where we are at now. The ability for them to leverage on this technology and be better. So talking with them, I get to understand that they want to solve their problem, but they want to see it in a digital way.
Peace, you want to be a lawyer,
Yes,
right? And that's because you love to read and all that. But have you thought about what you want to achieve when you eventually become a lawyer? What are the things that, okay, I want to be a lawyer because of this and this.
Do you have any role model?
And do you have any role models that you're looking at and saying, even if you don't have, what do you want to achieve when tomorrow Peace becomes a lawyer? Lawyer Peace, what will you do?
Okay, each time I tell my, my siblings that I want to become a lawyer, they'll be like, okay, when I see them in court, that like I'm gonna pull them through, and I say, okay, one of the reasons why I want to become a lawyer is this: I just like judging cases. Even in my class, when something happens, I would like to put myself there. What happened? And then they'll keep explaining, and I'll say, oh, you did this. You're right. You're wrong. I just love dodging.
Judging
mediator by nature.
Well, what if the case is between your best friend and somebody you don't like? What will you do? Just tell us now.
Okay, between my best friend,
your best friend,
and then
somebody you really don't like, how will you judge that case?
Supposing my best friend is wrong, I'm going to, and in the face of where everybody is, I'm going to try to shield her. And then when
loyalty.
Yes, and then when everybody has gone, I'll be like, don't do this. It's not right. Don't do this. I'll tell her.
Okay.
But as you aspire to become a lawyer, there'll be facts of the matter.
Yes.
And I sense that you will be an uncompromising lawyer. You're already doing this mediating at the level that you are. If your friend is wrong and you are in court, of course, she's going to come to you. Please be my lawyer. What are those facts you'll be taking into consideration? You need to do your research to ensure that, because your aim will be for her to win.
Okay. Okay. When she comes to me that I should help her in her case, okay, and I'm about to talk about my client, her being my client. I'll try to shield her. Yes, that's just.
But shield her with the facts.
Yeah.
What if she's wrong?
Okay, if she's wrong, I'll point out the wrong fact, but I'll try to make it look like it's not really bad.
I mean, everybody's innocent until proven wrong. So let's do this thing. That's why they are lawyers. Give me 5 girl. Give me 5 girl.
So we met Madam Doris yesterday in construction. A field that hitherto was reserved for men.
Right.
In every sphere of construction. But women are dealing now.
Yeah.
From taxi driving, mechanics.
Think about it. Practically every space.
Everything.
Yeah.
Let's go to Enugu now. This is a very good time to touch base. As you have mentioned, skill more than once. Enugu, you looked into skills development. What did you find? Please share.
Moving 5, moving 3, return 3, return 5, moving 4, return 2, return 1, return 1. What's your answer? Yeah! That's correct.
Children develop and learn at a rapid pace. In their early years, and through qualitative education, they gain the tools to build and sustain a better world. With constant education, which involves various methods of learning, children can develop necessary traits skills, and characters that will help them in the future.
We do what we call mental math. Mostly we use abacus. We teach them how to be critical thinkers. You know, when you teach them abacus, it has a lot to do with putting in and out numbers and what have you. This has really helped our learners to be critical thinkers who can know how to manage every situation they find themselves in.
Amazing! Wonderful mathematicians!
I want to be a teacher when I grow up. I love mathematics because it helps me with all kinds of problems. And the abacus makes mathematics easier.
We have other extracurricular activities, like at the nursery, when we have a circle time, we are able to carry along both the learners that are not, if you're not word smart, we got you. You're not number smart, oh, we got you. Is it kinesthetic learners? We have all of these mapped out.
They're not good enough.
That's not true.
They're just too young.
That's not true.
Why? Because
I can do anything I put my mind.
One of the importance of this is for them to build themselves up, to create and know exactly their mindset, what they are doing. In soft skills, it will help the child to at least to learn how to communicate with people, to learn how to adapt to situations. Sometimes you find a child in debate club or in the drama club, all these things. You see them, from there they're already building, they know already what they want. From there they start creating something.
Children are hyperactive, and giving them hands-on activity, things to work with their hands, helps in keeping them calm and giving them direction and focus. Most of them find it difficult to read their notes. But if it's a skill or maybe a craft, when they are done with it in the school or on their free period, you see them still doing it. The child might not be as in good in mathematics or in English language, but when you expose them to skill or extracurricular activities, you find out that somebody that is not good in reading can do marvelously well in maybe craft, painting, drawings, and all that. And all this help in preparing them for the future.
I want to be a musician and a scientist when I grow up. First, I want to be a musician because I like music and I want to sing very well. I can play the piano or the dish. And I like science because it is fun. I like the mechanical stuff and I like math.
This is a unique beadwork, and I can frame it and place it in my home to beautify my house. Why I learned this is so that I can be able to teach my friends, my junior ones, and so that my parents will have to go out and buy beadwork. I can as well do it myself and sell it out to make money.
The involvement of parents and teachers are very important in nurturing children's growth and development. Harnessing and developing skills at an early stage will have positive influence on their academic success and also equip them with the ability to sustain themselves irrespective of their career choices.
Okay, look at me watching and forgetting myself. Peace, you're watching that. And I was going to ask you, apart from school books and all that, is there any skill you're learning? Is it, are you interested in learning any skills? Sewing, cooking, whatever. Are you interested?
Yes, I'm interested in learning catering.
Oh, you're going to start at what point? Or are you going to start during the holidays or when you're finished school?
Yeah, when I'm finished.
Oh,
when you're
so
finished?
right now you're helping your mommy in the kitchen because your mommy say, I'll call her now. She will come here and tell us. Me, I don't. Do you help your mother in the kitchen right now?
Yes, that's so.
She said that I should ask
Do
her.
you cook?
She is
Yes,
confident.
you
Oh,
cook,
mommy,
right?
mommy, I know you are watching. Well done, yeah. Well done. Well done.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Well, some of our messages are asking us several questions. Somebody, first of all, is commending NTA. He says this is a delicious topic that every parent and guardian should be watching because they will learn something. He said, if I use the word, he said, I like the speed and I like the impact. He said, may God keep you going full strength.
Amen.
Abdurrahman from Durham. Earlier, when I was telling you behind the scenes what two of our interactive viewers are talking about. One is asking, he says, I wanted to be a medical doctor. My score was high, but the school, my school of choice, is premium in Nigeria, and I was not accepted. Though my score was high, I had to read another science subject. Though my dream was to become a doctor, today I'm in school learning something else, and most times I'm not happy. And the second person talking about being multidimensional. They like the word we used to describe you, multidisciplinary. So he too wants to one day sit on a chair like this and be talking expansively about different areas. So he said, how do I get started? I've already gone to school and graduated, but I want to know a lot about many things.
Okay, so it's not too late. That's where to start with. So it's not too late. You can catch up at any spot. Okay, so the best counsel I will reach out to you is that what is your niche? What's that area you are finding interest to delve into? Okay? So, of course, using your career. If you are a doctor, for instance, I like using Aproko doctor. I'm sure most of you follow that.
Yes, we follow him.
Now, you will see that when he delved into a digital space, he gave a total look to what the medical space is like. And from the shores of his room, he can reach out to audience beyond his widest imagination. So if you are switching or you are transitioning now, I think it's
blending
easier. Or you want to blend. Best bet, do your research. What is going to be that research? In this field I am now, I wouldn't ask you to start something new totally so that you are not starting from scratch. But from what you're already doing, okay, that passion you have for that, there's a way we can bring in technology in there. Yeah.
It is time for a break. We are right here. The conversation is hot and fresh. Don't go away.
Making a career choice is a pivotal decision. We're in agreement about that. So let me talk with Peace briefly. Peace, do you have a guidance counselor in your school?
Yeah, we have a guardian counselor.
Okay. Are many of your classmates going to chat with him or her to learn more about career choices?
Okay, I don't quite know about that.
But did you have to see him or her?
Yes, you have to see her. Yes, it's
I mean,
her.
you personally?
Okay, me, yeah.
Yes.
You have to see how, she has counseled me. She do counsel our students in our school, but I don't actually know about maybe career. But she do counsel people.
She's counseling people.
Yes.
Okay. So students go to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. And that's how we're bringing our next feature coming from Umwa here. Talking about the role of schools. All our children are in school. So how is the school impacting them with a view to assisting, not making it those, not by force, but assisting and guiding them to make career choices with the help of guidance counselors. NTA here did that work, and they'll share with us now what they found.
There are anticipated challenges in the roles of schools and guidance counselors' professional engagement in Nigeria.
Most educationists, they don't know the role of a counselor in the school. And for that reason, they don't recognize counselors at all.
Another responsibility of a guidance and counseling unit of a school is to follow up the students who are not working up to their class levels and advise them adequately. Those of them that are not happy, those of them that are not well, they identify them, advise them, and ensure that they get adequate care or counseling so that they will have a sense of belonging.
In making legitimate career choices for guidance and counseling, it is crucial to work with educational staff, students, and parents in understanding emotional issues that affect elementary, middle, high schools, and tertiary institutions.
There are some students that are very good in skills, but they are not good academic aspect of it. So it's the role of the counselor to guide that child so that the child will not miss out. Because in some of our schools today, most students make wrong choices because of nobody to guide them. I told the teacher that yes, he or she might not be good in academics and be good in skills. What you will do is to encourage him. Let him continue with that skill. If possible, let him go and read engineering as a course. It will not help the child. The students, they are not equal. We are different. So what I will be good at might not be what the other child will be good at. It's the duty of the counselor to help the child. He or she will go in and do that and do it better.
I'm appealing to the government, both the state and the federal, to look into guidance and counseling. Whatever thing their need may be, provide it for them to enable them function as guidance and counselors. They are very, very important.
It's very important for schools to have guidance and counseling, especially to children, to make sure that they find out the area of where they are talented and where they will do better or they will do best if they go into such areas as their career. Everybody has to do his own part. Parents will do their own part. Teachers will do their own part. And guidance and counseling is another essential part that they need to execute in the school to make sure that they find out actually the intention of each child and not to be influenced by their parents or by their parents' ambition to study what they feel interests their mind.
Leading experts and organizations need to resourcefully support the path to understanding the importance and dynamics of sociocultural difference and psychometrics of the educational system as to prefer solutions. As a key focus, evolving landscape of guidance and counseling initiatives and transformation needs to be identified for proper skills and career building strategies.
When I said our conversation is getting hotter and it remains fresh, I know exactly what I'm talking about, because joining the conversation now is someone who is a school art director. He's a director of HH Foundation Schools Life Camp, Hamid Kazim. He's sitting right here and ready to dig into the conversation. Sir, you're welcome to Weekend Deal.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure.
Okay. So you're a school director, administrator, director, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So tell us, I know for you to get to where you are, you started from somewhere. What was your career path like? What did you read in the university?
Initially, I read economics.
Okay.
And, you know, one of the challenges we face now in our school, we need to restructure the way these young learners are guided. Mentorship is very key.
Yeah.
We never had that opportunity. At times, peer pressure, societal pressure, also parent imposition at times, or guidance, however you want to call it. But right from my undergraduate time, I discovered that I tutor my colleagues. As a matter of fact, it became my study strategy. I hardly study on my own. I use that as my own study strategy. And I discovered I found a lot of joy and satisfaction doing that. And I also had the opportunity of volunteering to teach in some schools in my neighborhood during the holidays. And within that period, I discovered that I was actually good doing that. And I'm really satisfied seeing that I'm able to impact on some learners who probably are preparing for SSC or other examination. And I followed that path. And I never knew I would get to this level anyway, but I just followed that passion. And as one of our colleagues said, when you have a kind of interest and passion, you follow it, then the monitoring whatever we eventually come afterward. So, and that's why guidance is very key, especially now we live in a very dynamic, competitive global world now. Having a mere degree and a few years of experience is not enough.
It's not enough.
This underscores the importance of career guidance and counseling. And unfortunately, if you go to most of our schools today, we don't have those structures in place. So these learners are not given the right advice, the right guidance, the right mentorship, which is very key. And there's nothing like a period that's too early for a child to be guided on a career path. Since they're elementary level, they can be engaged in so many exploratory activities that will make them to be able to kind of make decisions, take risks, be able to kind of make informed decisions. To their high school and undergraduate level, continuously they are being guided. We are not criticizing the role or impact of parents in guiding their children, but the children also have their individual personality traits, which they might want to
have
follow.
you had experience of seeing a child, you say, this child will be a good fine artist, and you tell the parents and they say, God forbid, my doctor, you're calling her a fine artist. Have you had this kind of experience where you see a child talented somewhere and you think this child might do A, and the parents say, no, from when I was pregnant, I knew she was going to be a job.
Parents will always they will always have a preference for the career path of their children. On our own part as educators, when we kind of were able to discover a particular potential or talent in a child, we try to nurture it. Not necessarily telling the parents. I think
you don't advise the parents that this child might be good in particular this.
No, you want the child to kind of be convinced that he or she is actually good at that. I think if a child is able to convince himself or herself, the job is easier. At least, the relationship between the child and the parent. There's a way the child will be able to convince the parent eventually
that this is what they want
that
to
this is what
choose.
I actually want, instead of us doing the talking for them.
The child
and good thing we have a child
if the child
here.
is able to do it, then we can now
Do the
build on that.
do
And,
the final one. Let
encourage
me
the
ask you
parents
something,
to assist
please.
the
You've
child
been
as well.
silent for quite a while. If you were to look, I know that you've chosen law and you're very convinced, and we already begin to see you in the courts. You'll be a great lawyer from what we have seen so far. What do you think, what qualities do you think a lawyer should have? We won't say good. From what we see, there's no good, bad lawyer as far as you are winning cases. So what qualities do you think a lawyer should have? One that is prepared to win cases for, already you're using the word client.
Okay, a lawyer should be able to back up his clients in different kind of cases, and a lawyer should be, firm in what he's saying. Like now, if you want to talk for your client, you should be firm, even if maybe some even tell lies. Yes, to cover up their clients. So you should be confident to say that, and most especially, lawyers should be neat and smart.
How old are you?
Neat and smart.
15 years.
15 years old. Again, under 5. You're going to give me 5.
I'm seeing a senior advocate of Nigeria in the making.
Are you telling me?
Well done, peace.
Thank you.
Well done, peace. Can I take a few messages?
Yes,
because
please.
Nigerians are watching and making their own contribution. Okay, someone says, good morning. Career talks should be given to children by parents on a regular basis so that children can build self-confidence in themselves. Let me take one more. And say career choice is important and the school has a pivotal role. Yes, the parents should, but the children are spending more time in school every day. With the way education is going, our kids are more in school than they are at home. So says Bashir Hassan Bruno, from Bruno State. Someone says, good Lord, peace, keep shining bright. We're proud of you. But you didn't tell us where you're reaching us from and who you are, but peace has got your message.
Okay, it's time for us. I'm happy that both of you mentioned I'm happy that both of you mentioned mentorship, because it's obvious that the place of mentorship in choosing or making a career decision is big. Mentorship is big. And so we are going to hear from NTA Mina that focused on the place of mentorship.
Career choices shape our lives, defining not just our profession, but our purpose and potential. For many young Nigerians, the path to a fulfilling career isn't always clear, and that's where mentorship becomes invaluable. A mentor offers more than just advice. They share their experiences, open doors, and provide real-world insight that help shape the career journeys of their mentees.
I never knew engineering could be for me until I met Engineer Abdullahi Suleiman Jimeta, who works with FCDA in the Department of Survey and Evaluation. He let me saw the light in engineering. He didn't just teach me engineering, but also made me understood how it could make positive impact in the society and save life. And I did not regret doing that because I enjoy being in the field of engineering.
Mohammed's story is one of many. Through the guidance of a mentor, he overcame doubts and discovered a path aligned with his passion.
Going to NTA to do programs also, and when I left Mina here back to Lagos, I was on NTA channel 5 every week to talk about social issues. So those are the inroad. So I went back to think of radio as alternative to television. It's a passion from childhood. I don't have much mentor, but I have people that share my dream. General Babangida shared my dream, he supported me. General Absalam shared my dream, supported me. Wale Ibrahim Aliu shared my dream and supported me.
Mentorship can reveal hidden passions and talents, helping young people set goals and make decisions that aligns with their unique strength and aspirations.
I was uncertain about reading medicine because of the long time of study. But my mentor, Dr. Ade, was always there to encourage me. He shared stories of his own journey, and that is what kept me going, even when it got tough.
Mentors like Dr. Ade not only guide but also motivate their mentees to push past challenges, creating a ripple effect of inspiration. As Nigeria moves forward, mentorship will continue to be a key factor in empowering our youth to make informed career choices. A career guided by mentorship is more than a job. It's a calling, a purpose, and a path to success.
And very important, really, very critical. Mentorship is integral to growth and development for everyone. And we're talking earlier that if you cannot access a mentor or a role model physically, you can link up with them on various social media platforms. I want to assure you that if you are thinking of him or her, they are out there somewhere. People have already known them on media platforms. So you go there and link up. And I think they're always willing to assist us. Let's just hear a word from you on mentorship.
I think mentorship is very key. There are so many young people doing who have talent, who want to contribute their quota to national development, and they are trying to kind of bridge a gap in terms of creating services. But oftentimes they are unable to kind of make it that far because of absence of mentorship. Because, as I said, the industry is very, very competitive. And for you to be able to make headway, you have to kind of create a niche for yourself. And irrespective of your skills or your talent, you need a guide. You need people who have been there, people who have experienced the turbulence of that field, who have made a lot of mistakes. For you to avoid similar mistakes that we've made, you need their guidance so that they can put you through what you need to do to make it in that field, irrespective of the field, whether it's a formal or informal setting, because we have a huge number of our youth that belong to the informal sector, and they are creating a lot of breakthrough, many activities, whether it's in the digital world, whether it's in the IT world, whether it's in the artisans who make a little whatever. Mentorship is very, very key. And for our learners, it's even more important that we get them young from the schools. They get mentorship on their career path based on the talent they've exhibited in school or their interests, their hobbies, their personality traits. The guidance counseling unit can use that to guide them and mentor them on the career path for them and what they need to do to get whatever career path they've chosen.
And it's good to hear from Peace too.
Yeah.
Peace, do you have a mentor? I asked you about a role model earlier. Role model, mentor, anybody you're looking up to?
Any lawyer you love?
Or anybody you are in contact with who is encouraging you in your chosen career field?
Okay, one of my mentors is Funke Akindele.
Wow.
Yeah, she's a practitioner lawyer. Yeah, but she also based in acting. But she's also a practitioner
multi-talented.
Yes. And I also want to follow the way she does. I also want to be an actress. I love to act. And then I love the way she's she's in law and then she's acting. So she's getting money from the both sides.
You see what I mean? A lot of multi things are happening on this today.
Nice one, Peace. Meanwhile, Peace, 5 more messages have come in for you.
Wow.
Everybody's sending accolades. They say you are inspiring them. They are going to ask their children to reference all what you have said today. Someone says never give up on your dreams. That they know, you know that terrain is not easy, but you should never give up. It's Weekend Deal, your weekend breakfast show that you cannot, should never miss. Just like today, when all your messages are coming in. Everyone is saying, great topic, great job. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question, a very quick one to you, Mr. Gbaji. Are there some careers that will disappear with the coming of AI? They say some careers will not be relevant in the near future. Some careers will disappear because maybe sitting here will be an AI patient telling you, you're welcome to Weekend Deal, today on Weekend Deal. Will that happen?
Well, that's true. I'm telling you 100%.
How much is crying now?
Those days before you could send messages, you send little children knock on doors and drop messages. Yeah. And when the phones came, what happened? Those jobs were extinct. So the thing is, as they are being going into extinction, new ones, in fact, 1 million jobs
will be created.
Have been created. Okay?
So I shouldn't worry.
There are AI that can detect the early stage of cancer as we speak.
Wow. Indeed.
So are you telling me now you will wait for somebody who will tell you in 6 months what's the condition of the patient?
Okay, they say we need to go. We need to go because Ondo is still deciding.
No, they have decided.
Yes, okay, finally.
Yes, they're collecting results.
They're collecting the results. So thank you for coming on Weekend Deal, Peace. It's been great hearing from you. And if you are an epitome of what Nigerian youths are, Nigeria is doing great. Yeah. Amazing. Thank you, our director and administrator of HHH, okay, our economist.
Thank you very much.
It's been great talking with you, Mr. Alexander.
Thank you.
I will say thank you to all our mommies watching us, our mommy who shaped our careers. My mommy, Thelma's mommy, Uju's mommy, we love you. We love all the mommies.
Lina's mommy, and Julieta's mommy too.
Julieta's mommy, oh yeah. And then Don Trev.
Just like other kin, Abuja capitalized on this and managed to take over much of Aksam's territory.
Taking home a new baby is one of the happiest times in a woman's life, but it also comes with both physical and emotional challenges. From emotional roller coaster of adjusting to their new role to coping with sleep deprivation and exhaustion, there are numerous hurdles new mothers must navigate that can leave them feeling overwhelmed and uncertain. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Siman Sheikh Oye and I'm joined by my co-hosts Orian Itangishaka and Ginny Niwa. Today we will discuss about the different body changes after birth and why it's important for mothers to have postpartum care. So there are, week by week information out there about pregnancy, the journey to pregnancy, but I feel like what happens after delivery is often overlooked. For example, in my case, I thought, breastfeeding is something natural. You have a baby and then you breastfeed. I didn't know having a baby latch can be such a difficult job. Or, we hear about no sleep, but I didn't know how bad that can be. But for me, I think constantly crying about, that beautiful thing of having a baby can be something I will experience until I went through it, about the mood swings, and then I hear about baby blues. So as mothers, what is that one thing you wish you knew before you had a baby that you struggled with?
I think people minimize some things in life that women go through. We take it so lightly, and maybe sometimes we say, oh, you're whining. Oh, these are very serious situations. I mean, I remember thinking that, oh, postpartum depression was, for just some people. I'm not going to go through that. I have self-esteem and all of that. No, these are psychological, emotional things that happen without you even being aware. So postpartum depression was something that I took lightly when it happened to me, when I was actually sad and I wouldn't say depression, but I was sad and I was not happy, and I'm breastfeeding my child. I just had a baby, but I think it was my second or third child.
You had that mood swing.
I had those mood swings, and then I was like, oh my God, this actually happened to me. So a lot of women really need to realize that it's actually can be happening to you if you just had a baby. So don't take it lightly. Just take it, one day at a time, and know that it's something called postpartum depression. And what's scary about it is that the severe part of it is what's called a postpartum psychosis. And I hope maybe we can touch on that, because when I was reading more about it, the postpartum psychosis comes to different levels: hallucination, delusion, paranoia, behavior changes to a point where you can actually harm your child. And I think you have a testimony about that, where you can actually really do something that you don't mean to do because of that state of mind.
Yeah, I know a woman who hit her baby, 6-month-old baby, because she was frustrated. At that moment, she was shocked. After hitting the baby, she was so shocked that she had to call someone and ask, please take this baby, I can't do this anymore. Yeah. And she was able to get help after. And now she's a good mother. And, but it happens to a lot of mothers and without us realizing it.
Yeah.
Did you have that experience?
As far as my mood, I feel like my mood was fine, but it's the taking care of yourself and even things that I wasn't aware.
You forgot about yourself.
Yes, it's like your out-of-body experience, like you just on automatic. You feed your baby, you wake up, you barely sleep. And shower, I did not know what it was.
There's no time for it.
There's no time for it.
Even the way we handle the baby, we do the house chores, and we don't realize like our back is still, it needs time to heal. Yeah. There are so many changes in our body that needs time to heal.
So I can definitely see how it can lead to depression, because there's so much pressure. You have a partner, that partner have needs, but you're not
ready to fulfill
You are so not ready to fulfill those needs, and you can feel the pressure. All you focus is on your baby. Your body is changing. It hurts. Breastfeeding hurts, something that I didn't know. Moving hurts, during those 6 to 8.
Especially if you go through C-section, it's also an additional pain.
Yes, going to the bathroom hurts. So you do not feel, you're not living your best life as far as, yourself.
Yeah.
So I can totally see how all of those, feelings can lead.
You're going through all of those feelings with pain in your body. I remember taking... I forgot the name of the medication, but that medication, once it wears off after 4 hours, I was just in excruciating pain everywhere. And I was like, oh my God, give me them pills. And it's not good.
Well, we'll be discussing more about this. Postpartum or postnatal refers to the period after birth and lasts 6 to 8 weeks, or until the mother's body returns to its pre-pregnancy state. While this is a moment filled with sweet baby snuggles and heart-melting moments, it's also a period major body and life changes happen for new mothers. This includes breast engorgement, vaginal discharge, hemorrhoids, hair loss, or emotional change such as anxiety and depression. According to the World Health Organization, more than 3 in 10 women and babies worldwide do not receive postnatal care in their first days after birth, which affects health development of the baby as well as mother's overall mental and physical recovery. The National Institute of Health, for example, says 1 in 7 women experience postpartum depression after birth, and yet up to 50% of cases remain undiagnosed due to patients' reluctance to disclose symptoms in fear of stigma. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will discuss significant changes in the postpartum period and why postpartum care is important for mothers. We will also have experts to discuss ways that help shape positive postnatal experience for women, babies, and families.
Postpartum depression, or PPD, is a moderate to severe form of depression that can affect women after childbirth, lasting anywhere from weeks to months. While this condition remains a significant mental health issue worldwide, data on PPD is sparse in Africa, and experts say it is rarely discussed and often misdiagnosed. VOA Sergio Nambi brings us a story from the Bernicia Banze, a 28-year-old mother in Mozambique whose postpartum depression was misinterpreted by some as spiritual manifestation. Let's take a look.
At first, it seemed like a simple case of depression, but it began to intensify. Her son's simple cry bothered her, and time seemed to be frozen. There were signs that this might be something else. The World Health Organization reports that about 1 in 5 women can develop postpartum depression. It is a psychological disorder that affects women during pregnancy or within a year of delivery.
I wasn't interested in the baby. I didn't care if he cried or not. I was tired all day. But I slept and still didn't feel rested. The baby cried so much, and it all made me feel overwhelmed and exhausted.
Her family sensed that something was wrong with her and that she needed help. However, they say they were divided on what exactly to do.
My mother took me to the doctor, but other people in my family said that I should go to healers, that kind of thing. My mother took me back to the hospital. That's where they noticed that I needed medical attention, and I started doing therapy there, and I got better.
While the direct cause of postpartum depression is unknown, some of the reported symptoms of this problem can be melancholy, deep anguish, and sadness. The expert adds that the history of depression in women and social pressure can also contribute to this problem.
Also, the partner relationship. Sometimes the partners have not been properly supportive during the gestation period. They do not accompany them to prenatal appointments, and sometimes there are dynamics that can happen in the relationship between the two. There can be latent conflicts that arise during this period, for example. These elements and the added stress could also contribute to an alternate mood.
And the problem compounded further when you add to this formula the deficient health system.
Usually when she goes to the hospital for the child's weight, for the child's evaluation, the hospital does not always evaluate the feelings or the concerns of the mother. They just take care of the baby, and that's the end of it. Maternal and child health nurses, and also gynecologists or obstetricians, not all of them are sufficiently prepared to identify signs that the mother might be experiencing postpartum depression.
Dr. Hachimo says this problem can be treated using medication and psychotherapy, depending on each case. Support from the family, friends, and religion can also play a big role in improving a woman's psychological state. During the crisis, Benicia's son was also affected as she was unable to give him the attention he needed. She says she followed the medical recommendations to the letter and overcame this difficult phase of her life.
Well, postpartum care is important to promote women's physical healing, emotional well-being, and for a smooth transition to motherhood. This motivated our guest, Dr. Findile Erika Chowa, to write the book, What to Expect Next, a postpartum guide that assists a mother plan a healthy postpartum journey. As an emergency medicine physician who also runs her own medical practice, Dr. Chowa has seen firsthand the challenges moms face after arriving home. Now she's joining us via Zoom to explain why it's critical to take good care of mother's health right after birth. Dr. Chowa, it's really good to have you from Georgia. Welcome to Our Voices.
Thank you so much. Joining from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely. So once a baby, arrives, mother and also all family members will be celebrating this new bundle of joy. But you say that it's critical to also take good care of the mother's health too. So let's first start talking about your personal experience. What was your struggle like after having your baby that you didn't know?
Wow. So, I felt very prepared for pregnancy. I felt very prepared for childbirth. But what happened after was pretty shocking, the lack of preparation for myself. And so when I had my child, she ended up in the intensive care unit. And as a result, my breast milk was delayed. And so I spent countless time pumping, trying to get my breast milk to come in. I was not sleeping. I was having a really difficult time coping with the challenges that happened after I gave birth to my child. And once I got home, I realized that I still wasn't able to produce milk. So I started getting really down about my inability to produce milk. It was directed really at myself, and it felt like a failure. I'd seen countless moms and relatives who were able to breastfeed their children naturally. And so for me, this was a really difficult part and really led to what I felt was
You saw it as a failure.
I saw it as a failure. It's supposed to be natural, I think someone said on the show, but I think for me as a physician, it felt like, what is going on with me, right? And so I did everything I could to try to get the milk going. I pumped day in and day out. I did not sleep. So there was a sleep deprivation. There was the guilt. I had family, my in-laws visiting with me, and they also didn't understand that not everybody can't breastfeed. And so there was a blame. And I don't think they meant it in a harmful way, but they were like, what is going on? What is wrong with your breast? You're not eating right. You're not sleeping. You're not doing the right things to produce breast milk. And so really that led to a lot of intense feelings, a lot of down feelings, anxiety. It got to such a place where I didn't know how to handle it or cope with everything else that was going on.
Right. And that also happens sometimes when you can produce milk, but not enough. Because I remember only doing it for 6 months, and I felt like, I thought I was going to do it for at least a year. And so I think that, we have so many different experiences. But what do you think, or what do you advise for families to do in order to prepare an environment for mothers? Talk to the families, and what advice do you give them? Because I think, like you just spoke, the in-laws, the friend, everybody who comes around, what should they be aware of, and what should they say, not do?
That's a great question, because I feel like before the baby comes, conversations need to happen, right? Conversations, who is going to be in the home? Who is going to be doing what in the home? Let's talk about the challenges that I could experience and what to look out for. So what to do if I'm unable to breastfeed, how to speak to me, what could be going on. So I think a lot of times there's an educational gap. A lot of people, family, community members don't understand the things and the changes that may happen to a woman postpartum. So I think key is educating the family, the community about things to look out for. What is normal vaginal bleeding? What to do if my mood is off? What to do if I'm sleeping excessively or I have abnormal behaviors? How to speak to me. And then, the partners really have to have a conversation, mom and dad. They need to have a conversation and say, who is going to be in our environment who is supportive, right? Because we all have that family member who may not be the supportive person when you're postpartum. So you want to have somebody who is compassionate, who is understanding, willing to learn and understand that there's sometimes things beyond a woman that happen with her body. There's hormonal things, there's physical changes, and they have to be careful not to put the blame on mom, because that can further worsen her mood, further worsen her depression, and can isolate her when problems arise.
Definitely.
So education really is key.
Dr. Choma, these are definitely great points and great conversation to have, and we'll get back to that. It is now time for a quick break. Thank you so much. When we come back, we will continue to discuss why postpartum care matters for mothers and the essential needed for recovery. Before we go, we also would like you to share with us your personal journey as a new mother and why you think postpartum care matters. Share your thoughts on our social media platform. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, and our handle is at VOA Africa. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You are with Our Voices and welcome back. Today we are discussing postpartum care and why it's important for the well-being of mother, their babies and the whole family. And with us is Dr. Choa. She published a book, What to Expect Next. This is a guide for mothers when they get home. And it commonly includes short-term mood swings, crying, difficulty sleeping, or anxiety. But some other mothers also experience a more severe form of depression, which may interfere with mother's ability to care for the baby or to handle other daily tasks. So let me come back to you, Dr. Choa. Can you tell us first the difference between severe postpartum depression and what we call baby blue? What are the symptoms and how do we identify those early signs?
Yeah, so the main difference really is the time frame. So baby blues happens very early, and it really happens because of the emotional changes that are happening with mom. So there's a little bit irritability, there's the feeling overwhelmed, the lack of sleep. But if the symptoms last for longer of time and are more severe, so excessive crying, not sleeping, sleeping too much, having thoughts about not wanting to be around anymore, having thoughts about hurting yourself, those can be more severe. And really, we really worry about a woman hurting herself or her child. And so postpartum depression can last up to a year after a woman gives birth.
And we also know that, the diaspora and the continent has, different contexts sometimes, and we're going to get to that. Now it's time for our Your Voice segment where we go to Kano, Nigeria, where we hear from Adama Yunusa, Fatima Musa Aliyu, Franzi Ahmad, and Mubarak Daha about how to support new mothers who are experiencing postpartum symptoms after giving birth. Let's take a look.
So when they are having this sadness, how the society and the family members can help? By bringing them, they can only help them by bringing them close to them, making them happy, so that they will not be sad, bringing them, staying with them so that they will not be alone.
I remember after giving birth to her how I felt. I remember not wanting to have anything to do with her, and sometimes I just look at her and I start crying for no reason. So initially I thought it was nothing. I never thought there was a name to it, but after my research I got to find out that there's actually a name for it and that other people also go through the same.
I've seen people a lot who have experienced it. Personally, I usually cry a lot after I give birth, for no reason actually. And then I know the way the society and the family can support someone with postpartum is supporting them, helping them out with the child, and then generally making them happy.
They don't want to associate with the children or something, the child that you give birth to. And on my own view, the way the society could be able to support this woman is to create an inclusive space for them in which they will be able to support them, to show them this is a normal thing in which they are not alone.
So, Dr. Choa, they mention a lot how many African countries loneliness isn't an issue for new mothers because, they have constant visitation and, help from friends, family. However, I remember when I had my baby, it was almost an annoyance to have people around because you want to attend and, in the diaspora, you don't have sisters or people living at your house. Is there a good way to visit people?
Yeah, I think moms need to plan ahead of time who can come in. And then if there are people or family members who want to go visit mom, they should really be thinking about what can I do to help this person. The reason that a lot of times these individuals are an annoyance is because when they do come, they're coming, they want to hold baby, they're coming to meet baby, and then you're thinking about everything else that's going on in the house, the cleaning the house, the cooking the house. And so I think if people think, how can I help mom? How can I lessen the load on mom? Mom is going to be more able to create some mind space for those individuals. So when anyone is thinking, I want to go visit a friend or a family member, they should be thinking, how can I lessen her load? How can I help her? The attention should go to her, not to the baby, which is what happens now. Everybody wants to help the baby. They want to take the baby, feed the baby, but oftentimes that's not what mom needs.
Right, and I think as an African, you would understand that too much can be too much. Like, stop bringing a flood of people in my house. And I think mothers should get to a point where they say, I'm going to bed, okay? You guys can stay and hang out, but I'm going to bed. But I think culturally speaking, we feel like, we're letting people down. But I think mothers should really set boundaries, right? And say, you know what, I need to go sleep and not feel bad about it. But also another experience that I had was that people can come visit you, but they don't bring anything with them. Like, I remember getting upset about somebody, a whole flood of friends came to visit me, and I had to cook for them. I just had a baby 2 weeks ago, so set boundaries, I think, right?
Yeah. So, Dr. Chua, let me take you back to the postpartum depression we mentioned in the earlier. Sometimes women tend to ignore those signs and feelings, and they fear the stigma. They don't want to be. There is also a stigma of, saying it's a possession or some mental crisis. So, how, what kind of help can women get, and what happens if a woman does not get treated for this depression?
Yeah, this is a very important topic. You know, I remember telling my own mom that, Mom, I'm feeling depressed. And my mom is like, what is this? I've had a child as well, right? Like, I had to do it. We all did it. You're fine. You're not depressed. And I remember driving and thinking, you know, I want to drive off the road, and what would it be if I wasn't here, right? And so for me, I had to take that into my own hands and say, this is not normal. I need to get the help that I need, and I need to tell medical professionals. So sometimes, you know, when you're really scared, you're thinking about, you know, the stigma. What is my mom going to think? What is this person going to think? We really have to, as Africans, we need to overcome this, because it is detrimental. It can lead to suicide among mom. It could lead to mom hurting her child. Just now, the other day, someone in Niagara Falls jumped into the falls with her 8-month child.
Wow.
And people are thinking to themselves, yes, there's a story recently, and everyone is thinking, Mom, that's irresponsible of Mom. How could she do that? The first thing that came to my head was untreated postpartum depression. That child was 8 months old, right? But what led her to the point where she felt like she had nobody, no one to talk to? And so as moms, we have to have these conversations. And I always encourage young people, because I think our younger generation, they're more open to therapy, they're more open to conversation, support group, community, and addressing these issues. So as a community, we have to have these conversations with our religious leaders, our politicians. It's lovely we're having this conversation here, because we have to understand that it's not always spiritual, right? It's not always laziness or mom just not wanting to be responsible for a child. It's sometimes hormonal. And oftentimes, you know, love and care may not do it. Sometimes moms need medication. They need the help.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Dr. Choa, for sharing your personal as well as your professional experience. And it's really great having you on Our Voices.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, this is where we end our show. Our special thanks goes to our guest, postpartum survivor and advocate, Dr. Pindile Erika Choa, a physician who authored What to Expect Next. It was a great pleasure having you on Our Voices. And be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. Last but not least, we thank our editorial and production team. We'll see you next time.
Just like all was the end of the 7th century,
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. My name is Justin Bemi. First, let's look at the headlines. Nigeria and India sign agreement on several areas of cooperation as Prime Minister Narendra Modi backs national honors. President Tinubu to participate in G20 Leaders Summit in Brazil. An APC candidate Lucky Aiyedatiwa wins the Ondo governorship election. Nigeria and India have signed a memorandum of understanding on new areas of collaboration to further strengthen the bilateral ties between both countries. This was a major outcome of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Nigeria on the invitation of President Bola Tinubu. State House correspondent Muspadan Wahab reports that the president conferred on his guests a national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger.
Again, the meeting of two willing partners. A partnership fast transforming from just bilateral relationship into a cordial friendship. This is a reverse order of their earlier meeting in New Delhi barely a year ago. President Tinubu's attendance of the 18th G20 Leaders Summit as a special guest and his meeting with Prime Minister Modi September last year culminated in some agreements that were poised to double the trade volume between the two countries that had at the time got close to $15 billion. Now, the relationship is becoming as cordial as it could ever get, with Prime Minister Modi visiting Nigeria, first by any Indian leader in 17 years. There are long-standing cooperations on education, energy, health, technology, and culture, among others. That partnerships are now growing wider, with agreements signed on survey cooperation, culture and exchange program, as well as customs cooperation.
Nigeria values its excellent relationship with India, and we work to broaden the same for mutual benefit of our two friendly countries. You stood side by side with Nigeria on many fronts for many decades. I'm confident that our discussions will enhance Nigerian-Indian relations on the basis of mutual respect and shared mission.
Today will add a new chapter in our relations, and together we will also continue to highlight at a global level the priorities of the Global South. And thanks to our joint efforts, we will achieve success as well in this.
And not just as fair weather friends, both parties are also willing to face their challenges together.
I'd like to express condolences for the loss of lives caused by the floods. To support your relief efforts, India is sending 20 tons of humanitarian aid to Nigeria. Excellency.
The state visit dovetailed into a special launch where President Bola Tinubu decorated his guest with the second highest national honor in the land, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, GCON. Again, it's ending in a warm handshake that will further shape the relations in years to come. From the State House, Muspal and Wahab, NTA News.
India and Nigeria have shown their support and commitment to strengthening the already existing relationship with the two countries following a two-day visit to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Nigeria. India's Secretary on Economic Relations Damu Ravi made this known during a press briefing in Abuja, and Francis Udojo has the details.
Damu Ravi at the press briefing described the visit of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi as unprecedented, with bilateral cooperation focusing in the field of trade and investment, security, education and health.
As you all are aware, the India-Nigerian relationship is very strong, underpinned by a strong economic cooperation and trade and investments. There are about 200 Indian companies who have invested about $27 billion in this country, and the two leaders have discussed ways to further expand this economic partnership for the mutual benefit of the two countries.
The high delegation level talks, Damu Ravi said, will also enhance strategic partnership in agriculture, railway transportation, as well as job creation, scholarships, and partnership in digital education program.
Both leaders have also discussed global and regional issues, and in that context, they have reiterated their commitment to further deepen their commitment to the Global South and how to take forward the agenda of the Global South in the global discourse.
Damu Ravi also emphasized that President Bola Tinubu, in keeping India-Nigeria relationship, conferred a national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger on Modi for his contributions to India-Nigeria ties. An honor, he said, India as a country deeply appreciates. This makes Mr. Modi the first foreign leader to be conferred with such national award in Nigeria since 1969. In Abuja, Francis Udojo, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu will leave Abuja for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, to attend the 19th meeting of the G20 Leaders Summit taking place in the South American country. A statement by the Presidential Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, implies that the Nigerian leaders' participation is at the instance of the Brazilian president and current president of the group, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The summit, holding from Monday, November 18th to Tuesday, 19th, will bring together leaders from the world's top 20 economies, including the European Union, the African Union, and multilateral financial institutions, among others. President Tinubu is expected to hold bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit in advancement of Nigeria's socio-economic reforms. And our heads of state and government from 19 member countries are convening in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro from the 19th, a group of 20 G20 summit. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Chile's President Gabriel Boric, and Indonesia's President Prabowo Subianto have landed in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro ahead of the G20 summit. The Leaders Summit is the climax of the G20 process and the work carried out over the year through ministerial meetings, working groups, and engagement groups. The G20 adopts a leaders' declaration at the conclusion of the summit that states leaders' commitment towards the priorities discussed and agreed upon during the ministerial and working group meetings. The 2024 summit's theme is Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet. The summit will be attended by 19 member countries plus the African Union and the European Union. Senegal on Sunday voted in the parliamentary elections, with the country's new leadership aiming for resounding majority to see through the promise of ambitious reforms that swept them to power 8 months ago. And collation results commence in Gabon's referendum polls. Chokunonso Abueze reports.
The polls, which opened 8 a.m. and closed 6 p.m. local time, saw more than 7 million registered voters cast their ballots for candidates of their choice in the 165-seat assembly for the next 5 years. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, who was among the early electors to vote, sued for calm. Top priorities for voters are jobs and the economy, which President Diomaye Faye pledged to transform with the needed majority in the parliament. Analysts say Senegalese voters have historically confirmed their presidential choice during parliamentary elections, and the ruling PASTEF party is the favorite to win. Former President Macky Sall is leading an opposition grouping from abroad, breaking with the political restraint normally adopted by former leaders in the West African nation. Reliable projections of the new parliament's composition is expected by Monday. In a related development, collation of results is ongoing in Gabon's referendum on whether to approve a new constitution for the country that would allow presidential candidates to be exclusively Gabonese, amongst other amendments. Reports put the voters' turnout at over 70%. Chukunonso Abueze, NTA News.
Venezuelan authorities have freed 225 people detained in protests against the disputed re-election of President Nicolas Maduro in July 2024. Chukunozo Wabweze has details.
Venezuelan prosecutor's office said the releases were granted and executed for people tried for the post-July 28 election violence following a large-scale review of their cases. Human rights group Follow Penel had independently confirmed the release of 107 people by Saturday evening. over 2,400 people were arrested during the unrest that followed the re-election of Nicolas Maduro, which the opposition alleged was fraudulent. The violence left at least 28 dead and nearly 200 people injured, according to prosecutors. The detainees are said to include 164 minors, 69 of whom are allegedly still being held. Hundreds of relatives had been protesting to demand the release of their loved ones, saying they had no part in the protests. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado had praised the efforts of human rights groups in securing the release of detainees. Chukunon Sonwa-Boeze, NTA News.
Survey has shown Africa's transport sector accounts for almost one-third of its total energy-related carbon emissions, with rapid urbanization and increasing transportation demands expected to lead to a rise in greenhouse gases. However, forecast from side engagements in Baku is that these emissions could be reduced by 130% by 2050 if Nigeria and Africa fully go the way of CNG and electric vehicles development. Charles Alpha reports.
The transportation sector is vital in the process of globalizing products and services. However, the rise in air pollution from substantial energy consumption from non-renewable fossil resources is having adverse effects, specifically on the bulk of African nations. There is growing acknowledgement that greenhouse gases are responsible for climate change, and the combined utilization of fossil fuels across several industries account for more than 70% of the overall greenhouse gas emission on a global scale. Conversations here are on the huge potential Nigeria has and how can Africa revolutionize its energy sectors through investment in electric vehicles and renewable energy development.
If you look at it, for example, the largest polluting sector is the transportation sector, and we're 200 million people. In less than 30 years, we're projected to be about 500 million people. So imagine the number of cars. Therefore, Nigeria must, at this stage, begin to look at alternatives, and the best alternative is electric vehicles.
Although the Nigerian government has long begun the procurement of CNG buses and conversion of combustive to electric cars, affordability, establishment of more conversion and charging centers to cater for the need of many developing countries, delegates here believe are gaps that must be closed.
That is why we are here. We've done the pilot to prove that it's workable and it's doable. And that's why we are here looking for partnerships and funding from different private and the national government for that transition.
The government has set up an enabling environment that you can do this business by reducing the tax so that you're able to import all those components, so that you're able to assemble it in Nigeria.
Decarbonizing the transportation sector in Africa, starting with Nigeria, some say requires a huge investment and collaboration from the government and private sector for it to happen. In Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
The concept of the Nigeria circular economy, which hinges on a sustainable development strategy, aims to minimize waste and maximize resources. Charles Alpha reports that on the sideline of COP29, a focus is on Nigeria's greening initiative and the circular economy, with Niger State among those exploring opportunities to transit.
Niger, like other states in Nigeria, is endowed with a diverse range of natural resources that form the foundation for its economic potential and development. Its abundant agricultural lands spanning about 76,000 square kilometers with mineral deposits, renewable energy sources, and valuable water bodies set it on a path of sustainable future. Its drive to harness green assets is the reason for this side event at the Nigerian Pavilion, where it is wooing investors.
We are truly ready to go, and like you know, agri is our mainstay in Niger State and Nigeria at large, and we are leveraging on that to make sure we truly drive the benefits of the green.
As far as anything green is concerned, be it afforestation, reforestation, be it waste management, be it solar, renewable energies, we want to be there.
For the Minister of Environment, Niger has abundant natural resources and great economic potential, but it faces many significant environmental, economic, and social challenges that must be addressed to move to a circular economy as a viable solution.
What I think is the environmental problem in Niger will not be the same as in Bayelsa. The more we green, the more we plant trees, the more we green the environment, the more we try to fence ourselves from the encroachment of the desert.
The Niger State Green Economy pillars stand on environmental conservation and management of carbon sink assets, renewable energy, and private sector-led job creation. In Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Egypt is the Arab world's top renewable energy producer, generating as much as 3.5 gigawatts of power through solar and wind energy in 2022 alone, according to US-based Global Energy Monitor. The country is set on becoming a leading green energy producer in the region and beyond.
Located in the heart of the Egyptian northwestern desert, the Beit El Wadi Hotel does not have access to many public services, including electricity supply. To power their resort, the hotel's operators had for years solely relied on diesel generators to meet their energy needs. But this was expensive and not environmentally friendly. The management, however, soon tapped into a renewable energy source that is widely available in the country. They were among the first to start relying on Egypt's scorching sun to power their daily operations. By 2022, 70% of their daily energy came from solar panels.
Turning to renewables for us was of great benefit because we used a lot of diesel. That was very expensive. Now we rely on solar energy until the sun sets. One of the downsides is that we don't have batteries, so we don't have stored energy for night time. In Egypt, there are a lot of solar energy companies, so the services and maintenance we get makes renewable sources practical to use.
With this setup, the hotel says it has cut its fuel's consumption by 50%. That is why the Egyptian government says it is speeding up its shift to renewables. The Electricity and Renewable Energy Ministry says it is adding 30 gigawatts of future projects, which could save Egypt some $4 billion in its uses annually to import fossil fuels. Most of that expansion will be achieved through the use of solar energy.
We are in the middle, central of high regions in the world. We have a highest regions in the world, actually like some peak hours here in Egypt, like 4.8 hours per day. That's a very, very high regions. So the benefits for the solar energy, it's better than the wind energy.
According to Fitch Ratings, Egypt is the third in the Middle East and North Africa in electricity market capacity and production. The country's daily consumption is estimated at around 37.5 gigawatts. Egypt's renewable energy growth from 2017 to 2022 was nearly 275%, the fastest in North Africa and quite close to Gulf countries, which averaged at 300%.
China is an integral part of this future plan. Many of the electricity grid expansion projects will be implemented by Chinese firms. This week, the Minister of Electricity met with China Energy, which is leading the grid connectivity between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. He also met with Huawei to discuss localizing the production of electric grid equipment and communication tools.
This is the news on NTA International. It's time to take a short break. More news when we return. Please stay with us.
Imagine a world where your potential isn't limited by your bank account, where your financial dreams can become reality. That world is here with the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation scheme, Credico. Credico is one of President Tinubu's initiatives designed to put the power of consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.credico.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
Now, farmers in South Africa say they are seeing the benefits of using smarter solutions in their day-to-day businesses. It comes as agricultural authorities continue to push for more investment in what are called Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies.
Climate change as well as food and nutrition insecurity are among the greatest development challenges in Africa. That's according to the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. However, the Council also believes these challenges can be beaten through modern solutions. The transformative technologies are meant to help farmers, particularly on climate change and related issues. A new initiative, a joint venture between the CSIR and Agricultural Research Council, is aimed at using technologies such as AI and big data analytics to not only mitigate the impact of climate change, but also to help farmers increase their output during normal cycles. For instance, they say precision agriculture information systems can provide farmers with the kind of real-time information they need for effective decision-making.
We're using different remote sensing technologies to collect data on the farm. We have satellite sensor in space that regularly collects data. Satellite sensor, for instance, like Sentinel-2, they collect images on Earth every 5th day. And we can also deploy drones.
Madonsela says the use of drones in agriculture is becoming increasingly common as these unmanned gadgets are proving to be a valuable tool using precision farming, a technique involving the analysis and consideration of several factors to determine the correct inputs for the best possible outcome.
The drone data can be used for monitoring the crop condition, the soil condition on the farm. And so we're able to collect high-resolution images with a drone that can show us in details the condition of the crop, and we are able to see areas where the crop could be suffering from nutrient stress or disease stress or water stress.
One of the beneficiaries of the project is Amos Njoro, a maize and soya farmer based in the Johannesburg area.
Modern farming is all about technology, understanding, getting more information of what is happening, especially within your lands and on time. The system that they are using, the drone, they can look at your lands from their office and send you an email to say, Amos, look at this point, this is what we can see. We need that as farmers so that we can react on time, which soils in your land portions. They can pick a spot right in the middle of the land and show you exactly what is happening there. Shortage of application of nitrogen or this element. You pick it up in time and then you are able to act on time.
Njoro says since the intervention of farming technology, he can see major positive differences in his agricultural output. Agricultural authorities hope many more will soon see the benefits and make a similar investment.
We now go to Zambia, where that country's Ministry of Health has raised concerns of the high rate of premature births. Permanent Secretary for Technical Services, Kennedy Lishimpi, gave the ministry's stance at the launch of the World Premature Day in Lusaka.
They have officially launched the World Prematurity Day, and stakeholders have gathered to shine light on the problem of premature babies. The meeting includes presentation on statistics of premature births and updates on medical research and neonatal care. Health Permanent Secretary in charge of Technical Services, Kennedy Lishimpi, has been represented by Senior Medical Superintendent, Mother and Newborn Hospital, Belinda Munalula.
Continues to record high preventable maternal deaths, stillbirths, and newborn deaths. Every year, it is estimated that out of 800,000 recorded pregnancies, we lose on average about 890 mothers, 9,700 stillbirths, and 16,000 newborn deaths.
And UNICEF Deputy Representative of Programs has highlighted works done to support premature babies.
We are working to establish centers of excellence, as you have seen in the previous presentations, for maternal and newborn care across the country, including supporting 8 hospitals, such as the Women and Newborn Hospital and Children's Hospital in Lusaka, on their journey to becoming centers of excellence.
Meanwhile, Clinton Health Access Initiative and Catholic Relief Services are keen to ensure every child survives, lives a healthy and fulfilling life.
To make our interventions more aligned with the country's strategies, more aligned with aspirations of the people of Zambia, and more importantly, sustainable.
Our contribution to newborn survival is that we're implementing an integrated program called Mai and Mwana, even in the name, recognizing that we really can't separate the mother and the baby.
The 2024 World Prematurity Day will be celebrated on 17th November under the theme, Over 13 million babies born too soon every year, access to quality care everywhere.
Our chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri-Erewa, has congratulated Nigeria's Chidinma Adechina for emerging second at Miss Universe 2024, describing it as a reward for her doggedness and resilience. In a congratulatory statement issued by Abdul Rahman Balogun, Director of Media, Public Relations and Protocols of the Commission, the NIDCOM boss said that despite all odds, Chidinma remained focused and attained her goals. She said, though Chidinma Adechina, as Nigeria's representative, she finished as the first runner-up at the 73rd Miss Universe competition held in Mexico. Her courage, determination, and support from Nigeria eventually paid off, as she was also named Miss Africa and Oceania 2024. While in Nigeria, accompanied by President Silverbird Group, Mr. Guy More Bruce, Chidinma was warmly received at the NIDCOM Lagos office and thereafter hosted to a grand reception at Idris Olorunibe's The Temple, Victoria Island, with music legend D'banj in attendance. Describing her as brilliant, focused, and determined, she urged others to emulate the spirit of Nigerians in Chidinma by being proud of the country and not running it down under whatever guise. The competition, described as one of the most thrilling in recent years, celebrated the talents, intelligence, and elegance of women from around the globe. Nigeria came second behind Miss Denmark, Victoria Kjaer Thelvik, who won the keenly contested crown from Miss Universe 2023, Shainiz Palacios of Nicaragua. It will be recalled that Chidinma was rejected by South Africa, who expressed worries and questioned her nationality. Now, the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared APC candidate Lucky Aiyedatiwa as winner of the Ondo governorship election after collation of results from the 18 local government areas. The APC candidate pulled 366,781 votes to defeat his closest rival, Ajayi Agbola of the PDP, who scored 117,845 votes.
That Aiyedatiwa Lucky Orimisan of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner.
Returning officer for the governorship election in Ondo State and Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Lokoja, Professor Layemi Akinwumi, announced the final results after collating all the results from the 18 local government areas of the state. Professor Akinwumi said Lucky Ayedatiwa polled 366,781 votes to defeat the candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Agbola Ajayi, who scored 117,845 votes.
Ayedatiwa Lucky Orimisan of APC 366781. That's Ayedatiwa Lucky Orimisan of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Representatives of political parties admit that the result represents the will of the people.
The people love him, and the people of this state is happy that he has returned as governor-elect. The party will come up with what to do at the appropriate time. I will report back to the party.
Reacting, the winner promised to run an all-inclusive government, while the PDP candidate was unavailable to react.
They have made a choice and given me a renewed mandate to continue as their governor beyond 2025.
With the final result, Lucky Ayedatiwa won in all the 18 local government areas of the state. In Akure, Toyin Batire, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu felicitates with the winner of Saturday's Ondo State governorship election, Mr. Lucky Ayedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress, while also commending the peaceful conduct of the process. The president congratulates Ayedatiwa and other candidates of the 17 political parties for the maturity and sense of purpose demonstrated during the campaigns and the election, attributing the success of the polls to the civility in the state. He enjoins the political actors to allow their orderly conduct to permeate the post-election activities and processes. The president also commends INEC for the efficiency of uploading more than 90% of results on the same day of the elections. Now, attempts by drug syndicates to export large consignments of illicit drugs through the two Nigerian international airports of Abuja and Lagos to the United Kingdom, Italy, Turkey and Qatar have been thwarted by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, and arrested the masterminds. Salwa Khalil Ibrahim reports on these and other NDLEA operations.
A total of 13 parcels of cocaine weighing 4.40 kilograms going to the United Kingdom were intercepted by NDLEA officers at the export shed of the Lagos airport on 5th November 2024, while a businessman linked to the consignment was tracked and arrested on 8th November 2024. Similarly, the bid by another businessman to export 7,800 pills of tramadol, 180 tablets of rofinol, and 60 bottles of codeine to Italy was also fueled at the departure hall of the Lagos airport on Monday, 11th November. He was arrested after recovering the opioids concealed in food and other items while attempting to board a flight to Italy. Following credible intelligence, NDLEA officers on Friday, 15th November, raided a hotel room in an estate in Abuja, where they arrested two suspects. Recovered from them was 1.8 kilogram of methamphetamine, which they were preparing to travel with to Qatar. In another intelligence-led operation, some task force foiled an attempt by a trans-border trafficker to smuggle 50,000 pills of tramadol from Ghana into Lagos. The pills were concealed in the body compartment of a bus belonging to a transport company. Edo, Imo, Kano, Oyo, Kaduna and Kwara State were some of the hotspots during the week under review. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
The weather pattern changes from the heavy rain with flooding to harmattan season in the northeastern and western regions. The southeastern and southern regions now grapples with heavy rain and flooding. To this effect, the National Emergency Management Agency NEMA has immediately deployed personnel and relief materials to the region to give the affected persons a sense of belonging. Ilyasu Yakubu reports that flood victims in the affected areas benefited from the relief distribution.
Among the 5 states in the eastern region, Anambra State ranks highest with cases of flood devastation year in, year out, with alarming number of casualties and property worth millions of naira destroyed. The 2024 climate predictions and flood outlook positioned Anambra State with high probable risks of flooding. Just as most states of the Federation, especially in the northern region, are focusing on the new pattern of harmattan season, Anambra State is still focusing on the welfare of victims of recent flood devastation in the state. Director General National Emergency Management Agency NEMA Zubaida Umar in a message said, the agency has mobilized resources to Anambra State to cushion the effects of the devastation. Items delivered to the state include bags of rice, gari, condiments, clothing materials, and other toiletries.
This intervention is to help them to make life a little bit easier in the camp.
Executive Secretary, Anambra State Emergency Management Agency, Paul Odinobo, who received the relief items on behalf of the state government, thanked NEMA for the swift reaction to the plight of the victims and promised judicious distribution of the items.
So that's why we are here, to say sorry for them, to thank them, and to encourage them to be patient with the federal government and the state government, that they will be taken good care of.
Our investigation revealed that flooded waters in the affected areas of the state is gradually receding. From Omoaba Anam, community in Anambra is local government area of Anambra State. Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. Time for another short break. Do stay with us.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
The northern Nigeria, with its expansive land, abundant resources and population of over 100 million people, holds vast economic potential. As an area rich in natural resources, agrarian landscapes and vibrant cultures, the region has long been seen as a strategic hub for economic growth and development. This, the book written by Philip Akpen, Modernizing Northern Nigeria, Infrastructure, Rural Facilities and Urban Amenities, 1960 to 1999, explores the level of growth over this period, and Haman Jabane reports.
The 8-chapter, 334-page book demonstrates the infrastructural development change in urban and rural landscape in northern Nigeria in the post-colonial era. It discusses and analyzes defense and security infrastructure used in defending the territorial integrity of a nation, with economic development fashioned along with development plan, with each chapter dealing with separate issues but closely related, touching different aspects of infrastructure and rural facilities. The authors say the book investigates the dynamics and consequences of modernization in post-colonial northern Nigeria while identifying the economic and political crisis that hampered government effort to build infrastructure.
My thought is to make people to understand that Nigeria is a great place, and our leaders took time to build infrastructure capacity in Nigeria, and our people should know, so that we can learn from their mistakes and also move this country forward. Ideas are hidden in books. Development comes from reading. If you cannot read, you will not understand, so you must have to read.
Speakers say the author was able to examine the true picture of the states of infrastructure in northern Nigeria, explores ongoing initiatives, address challenges with highlights of future opportunities in the region.
The various movements and activities towards the creation and execution of infrastructures have created new scenarios and imperatives requiring a scientific study. This is exactly what this piece has done.
The book is believed to have provided a clear picture of modernization in northern Nigeria and given an example of multidisciplinary history. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
The federal government has reiterated commitment to ending open defecation across Nigeria, calling for intensified efforts from all stakeholders to achieve this goal. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Joseph Utsev, stated this at a media briefing in Abuja ahead of the forthcoming 5th anniversary of the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet. Usman Zubero has details.
This briefing is holding ahead of the campaign's 5th anniversary and the launch of the Clean Nigeria Campaign Strategic Plan, which coincide with World Toilet Day on 19 November 2024. Currently, 135 local government areas and over 30,000 communities had achieved the open defecation-free status since inception of the Clean Nigeria Use Toilet campaign in 2019. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Yusuf, highlighted severe public health and environmental impacts of open defecation, emphasizing its role in contaminating water source, spreading diseases, and disproportionately affecting women, girls, and vulnerable populations.
The 2024 World Toilet Day theme, Sanitation for Peace, highlights toilets as a place of peace, protection, and progress, essential for public and environmental health.
Despite the progress made, the minister acknowledged the challenges in meeting the 2025 targets and emphasized the need to re-strategize critical aspects of the campaign, including advocacy, awareness, and stakeholders' engagement. He outlined several initiatives taken by the federal government, which include the declaration of a state of emergency in the water, sanitation, and hygiene wash sector. He described the Clean Nigeria Campaign Strategic Plan as a comprehensive roadmap for achieving universal access to sanitation by 2030. However, he says this requires strong collaboration from state and local governments, international organizations, private sector partners, civil society organizations, the media, and the general public.
To ensure the needed political and high-level commitment that is required to drive the campaign, the states, local government areas, and other stakeholders will have to be actively involved.
During the media briefing, activities lined up for this year's World Toilet Day with the theme Sanitation for Peace were highlighted, also include the launch of the strategic plan by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Osman Zubero, NTA News.
In a move to uplift local talent and nurture small businesses, Senator Ireti Kingibe, senator representing the Federal Capital Territory, has, under the Federal College of Horticulture in Dadinkowa, empowered over 1,200 artisans in Abuja. This initiative, in partnership with Aponex Nigeria Limited, Feslom Consultant and Engineering Limited, and Icent Construction Co. Limited, aims to provide artisans with the financial support and business knowledge needed to thrive in today's economy.
It was a moment of celebration and new beginnings for not less than 1,200 artisans in the Federal Capital Territory as they gathered in Abuja for an empowerment program spearheaded by Senator Ireti Kingibe. The program, which marks a significant leap forward for small-scale enterprises in the region, is a collaboration with top industry players, Aponex Nigeria Limited, Felslum Consultant and Engineering Limited, and Isend Construction Co. Limited. Together, they are investing in the hands and minds of these artisans, giving them not only grants, but also the critical skills needed to turn their businesses into sustainable, thriving ventures. Senator Ireti Kingibe, in her message presented by her senior legislative aide, highlighted the importance of empowering local talent and fostering economic growth from the grassroots level.
Nothing is too small to start a business. Depends on what you want to start. You know, if you are at that level, even if you already have an existing business or something doing, you know, you can add it to it, you know, to improve. For example, you are buying and selling clothes now. You can add it to it to increase the volume you purchase for resale. So it's mainly geared towards, you know, augmenting whatever you already have or whatever you're already doing.
Before the grants were handed out, the artisans received comprehensive training on how to navigate the complexities of running small businesses, from tackling the challenges of starting up to mastering the art of financial management. The training sessions covered essential topics like business strategy, problem solving, and how to grow their enterprises despite the economic hurdles of today's world.
How do you succeed? Number one, be intentional. Number two, see the business as being different from you.
You don't just venture into a business because they say come and collect. No. And like the first speaker said, it's not all about prayer. Prayer is good, but you don't just pray and say, I've prayed already, so give me the money. You go in and start buying and selling. No.
And the response from the artisans? Pure joy. Many praise Senator Kingibe for her timely support, which they believe will transform their livelihoods and help them scale their businesses.
So even we people with disability, he had tried with us and he done well, and we were praying for her to make her have the process to go to his life.
I want to say we are very happy for what our beloved mother did, Hajia Eniti, Heba Kingibe. There are a lot of people that they want to road jam, but they don't have money. So she helped us, and we want to use this opportunity and thank her on behalf of my people.
For many of the artisans, this empowerment is more than just a financial boost. It is a pathway to greater independence and success. With the backing of these key organizations and the Senator's leadership, they now have the resources to turn their dreams into reality and make a lasting impact in the local economy. Justin Bemu.
We'll now take our last break. We'll be back shortly.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel, and to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Now, the book Excellence in Education has been described as one solution that tackles the challenges that undermine the education system in the country. Wife of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and member of the House of Representatives, Regina Akume, says the book will come handy for all sectors of education. Deborah Balagbobo reports that the wife of the SGF was represented at the event.
Dora Amako, at her age, would relax and unwind with her children
grandchildren, but on the contrary, she has presented a book titled Excellence in Education, a piece she describes as a legacy.
I have been in education all my life. It's my pet. I like it. So this thing I put down is a compact knowledge. That is why I wrote the book.
I'm so overwhelmed that my mother could sit together and put this thing together.
And everything, she broke it down and explained it. So I feel like everybody who's in education should have a copy and go through it.
She's always doing one project or the other. It's either her school. One thing, if you go to her house, you will know that this woman is a determined woman.
The book, published in 2022, touched on the definition of education and role of teachers, significance of history to education, among other areas. The book reviewer, while recommending the 200-page book with 12 chapters to the education sector, says it is an answer to most challenges faced in education.
It is simply the most important book for everybody to have. The world is racing merely between education and disaster.
The book will go places, it will touch people, it will be impactful to both the youth and the ones unborn.
She's chosen to share her thoughts, her experience, her knowledge with the world.
The author hopes that the book will receive the attention it deserves in local, national, and international arena. In Abuja, Deborah Balagugu, NTA News.
Engineers from over 80 branches of the Nigerian Society of Engineers converged in Abuja for the 2024 National Engineering Games, where they competed for honors in several games. Calvin Oyonoye reports that the annual event, designed to foster unity among engineers and keep them physically fit, took off from the national headquarters of the NSC with marathon.
Than they were before we started, and then we're also expecting some people will get prizes, or there will be prizes, there will be awards that will be given to members, and then most importantly, they would have achieved a broader network amongst our members.
Other activities, including indoor and outdoor games, followed, such as football, tennis, volleyball, basketball, and others. President of the NSC, Margaret Oguntala, who commended the level of turnout, expressed confidence that the objectives of the games were met.
Winning is a tradition in Abuja branch. Abuja branch is the best branch among all the branches of Nigerian Society of Engineers worldwide. And so in everything, we are known for winning. In group dynamics, we are known for winning. In football competitions, we are known for winning. In every competition we participate.
Prizes and trophies were presented to winners and the ceremony witnessed by members and guests. Before we go, a quick look at Monday's weather forecast for Nigeria and other parts of the world. That ends the news on NTA International. Thank you so much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemu. You do have a wonderful night rest.
Just like other kingdoms and aim for war and combat. The inhabitant of the kingdoms
This is the network service of the NTA.
Akpo is the ancestral home of the Akpo people, which comprises 10 communities in the kingdom. The clan is blessed with human and material resources, rich with distinctive cultural heritage, one of which is the New Yam Festival. The Akpo New Yam Festival is an age-long annual ritual of the Akpo people in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. The one-week ceremony is used to celebrate and appreciate gods and ancestors of the land for the blessings of bountiful harvest. The rich cultural festival usually begins with the Egelige, otherwise known as a wrestling contest. The Akpo people are great wrestlers, and the New Yam Festival avails them the opportunity to display their bravery and wrestling skills. The warriors adorn themselves in their wrestling costumes as they dance to the rhythm of the drummers, creating the ambience typical of the festival. The calisthenics display is a show of bravery, courage, strength, and dexterity amongst folks of different age grades. This year's wrestling contest is between the warriors of Akpo Kingdom and their counterparts from Orowuruku in Rebise Kingdom in Rivers State.
Is the first to open the New Year Festival. That's why we are here. Yes, that is the culture that our forefathers have given to us. Being the Rokani that is govern the Akpo Kingdom, bringing peace and unity. That this New Year Festival is celebration of come, let him eat with his children and to show them the love and the unity and peace in the kingdom.
This is commonly wrestling accompanied with the New Year Festival. That's why we are invited here from Orowuruku. This is an age-long practice. We normally call it egelege, and in English we call it wrestling. It's where youths come to show their skills and strength in the name of traditional wrestling. And we take delight in it because our forefathers did it, our fathers did it, and we are doing it. It's our tradition, and it still remains in our town.
In the culture, wrestling is the main priority in our culture. So whenever we are having our New Year Festival, we must wrestle first to open it before any other thing commences.
The celebration of the New Yam Festival is one practice that the people of Akpo have continued to cherish and hold in high esteem. To them, it will continue from one generation to generations unborn. On the day of the opening ceremony, the Akpo people are seen colorfully dressed in traditional attire. The women adorn themselves in their blouses and George wrappers, while the men adorn themselves in their don or itiwo and George wrappers.
This is what makes the Abo people special. The 10 communities that makes up Abo comes together to celebrate, to enjoy, and to also thank God, inclusively their ancestors, for how they have thus far led the entire community.
We inherited it from our forefathers, and it is continuing to go from hand to hand to keep our culture. This is a period to show love. This is a period of reunion. This is a period of reconciliation. If you are not in good terms with one another, this is a period to come together, forgive one another. This is a period where we do exchange of gifts, yam, different kinds of food, drinks, and name it. It is this time that we try to recover ourselves. So it's not only to the indigenes of Abo, even non-indigenes, we also extend love. Within this period of festivity, by our tradition, nobody dies.
The monarch and his council of traditional rulers of the 10 communities are received and greeted with a sounding of the drum. And according to their tradition, they will take turn to greet and welcome the people of Akbo Kingdom and everyone who has come to celebrate the new yam. This is symbolically done using 2 bottles of drinks and some kola nuts.
You go to the farm, you plant, you water, you weed, and you go for your harvest, and you see what God has done in your life. We are celebrating the goodness of life in Abo. This is our foundation. We cannot leave our roots. People of Abo Kingdom, River State, Nigeria, they should go back home and celebrate with their people. Make peace with your brothers and sisters, because you have one people.
Probably say we just come out now.
start to do this. Now so they keep up every year. That's how they do our New Year festival. You know, say without peace, no unity is to bring more people together.
I have my friends that came from Lagos and all of that. They are here to celebrate this festival. So it cultivates unity, brings about unity for everybody to be united.
You have the time to feed the gods every year as a New Year festival. Because if it not do these things, you cannot eat New Yam.
The festival usually attracts sons and daughters of the kingdom from far and wide to witness, celebrate and identify with their unique cultural heritage, with the event running into night.
We can stay here till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. In as much as it's something that is taking place here today, every person in Akwa Kingdom is partaking in this festival today. And we are showcasing to the world that yes, for those of us who wishes to invest in Akwa Kingdom, the soil is fertile. Of course, everywhere is conducive for you to come and enjoy.
The climax of the celebration is the harvesting of the new yam and other farm produce. According to the custom of the Akpo people, the Inyenwele, who is the king and custodian of the tradition, will lead his people to harvest the proceeds from the farm. Upon his arrival, the monarch will offer prayers of thanksgiving to the gods and ancestors of the land for their protection and blessings, and this is done in the language of the people.
Yeah. Yeah. River State government Mekao. Yeah. Nigeria Mekao. Yeah. Eleni Yama. I'm a very hard time. Around Obumeji, Obuhanka Mame, and become a mag attacker. Sacrificing an akoma. Meme, and Patama. And because Ochimeji Libya, Eluso Mason, the other charge, because they are married of Manore. Bamani Ulama, Bamani. Okay. Ye got a hogger open no man. Ye got a kojo or ham was in River State and America. Yeah. And then you couldn't dumb. Okay. I was working to a ball. I wouldn't say my car. And my hair, but I love me.
The monarch thereafter will return with a basket full of freshly harvested crops, including the new yam, and in the company of his wife and other members of the kingdom. Being the eyes and voice of the gods, the king will consult and perform the necessary traditional rites, after which he will symbolically feed the gods of the land with the farm produce. These activities is greeted with the sounding of the cannon, signifying acceptance and the freedom of Akpo citizens to commence the consumption of the new yam.
Today is ushering every Akpo citizens to commence the consumption of a new yam, which we started with wrestling, which is one of the physical calisthenics that tends to foster on unity and love in Akpo Kingdom.
Our culture should not be erased because of Christianity. Christianity has its own role to play. Tradition has its own role to play. And if you look at the both, I think they work together because the Bible still acknowledges the ancestors. He is serving the ancestors and God Almighty. So today is very, very, very significant in our life.
As culture demands and as tradition also demands, he went to a farm, did what he was supposed to do, and he did it rightly, came back. I think most of us had two gunshots. What that means is that the king has eaten the new yam. Culture is what we keep, and then we cannot live without our culture. And for those that have come to grace our occasion, I believe that they have learned the way, the culture, and the tradition of the Akpo Kingdom.
Akpo people maintain their culture, unlike other parts of Ikwere, otherwise the world. We try to maintain our culture to an extent. Some other communities in Ikwere come to learn cultures from us. For instance, we just don't make the N1 by election as is done in other communities in Ikwere. N1, that's the primary ruler or the king, as the case may be. Otherwise, N1, like N1, it is selected traditionally.
The festival also features a variety of cultural activities and display from within the clan and other neighboring ethnic groups in the state. unique thing about the whole festival is the symbol of love and unity that binds the process. New Yam Festival is an embodiment of the people's belief in their supreme deity. Despite westernization, the cultural practices of the Akpo people have continued to be a reference point, as it is believed that the uniqueness of the kingdom lies in the rich culture and tradition of the people. The New Yam Festival is one celebration that has come to stay.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging
There are more than 350 tribes in Nigeria. It is worth mentioning that they usually function in harmony with each other, but at the same time, all of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area. It's another episode of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure with I, Saratu Said Churi. Today on the program, we shall be showcasing those people in Nigeria who believe that it takes an entire village to raise a bride. Is undoubtedly one of the ancient kingdoms in pre-colonial Nigeria. And as usual of the program, I have with me a self-taught chef on set, and she will be at the helm of this gastronomic adventure we're about to take. How about first glancing at her profile? Okay, so Chef, can you tell us the ingredients we're going to be using to prepare your signature Greek salad?
So for the Greek salad we're making today, we're using tomatoes. I prefer to use cherry tomatoes, but it's not in season right now, so we'll make do with this. Then we have the olives. We're using two different types of olives. These olives are already pitted, the black and the green olives. Then I love infusing fruits in my Greek salad, so we're using the dried mixed fruit. Then we're using the seedless grapes. Then we're using
red grapes.
Seedless red grapes.
Yes.
Then we're using the red apples. A Greek salad should have cheese, so this is feta cheese. So we're using baby cucumbers, and we're using cleaned carrots. Then we're using two different types of greens. We're using the lettuce and we're using the Chinese cabbage. Everything is locally grown here in Nigeria.
So don't be deceived by Chinese cabbage. It's grown in greenhouses here in Nigeria. Yes.
And what do we have here? Then for the dressing, we have our signature cream dressing and our vinaigrette dressing.
Beautiful. So first things first.
First things first. When I'm doing my salad, I like to use my hands. So my hands are properly washed. Everything here is washed, it's ready to eat. So we start by, I like using you can create your salad yourself. Yeah. You can mix anything you want to, as long as it's green, as long as it's alive, as long as it's fresh. The next thing is our tomatoes, which we will deseed. I've deseeded my tomatoes now, so I'm just going to spread it evenly in the salad bowl. After the tomatoes is the baby cucumber. I'm going to cut it round.
Okay, the colors are beginning to pop.
Yes. So I'm going to grate my carrot. I like colors and I like textures. That's why I'm using the various shapes and sizes.
Okay.
Yes. So now we're ready for our apples.
Toppings. Oh, okay.
Our apples, yes. Like I said, I love to use fruits in my salad.
You like to mix fruits and veggies?
Yes, fruits and veggies. When you cut apples, they change color. So that's why I'm going to use the vinaigrette dressing to
keep its color?
Yes, keep its color.
Oh, really?
You can use so many things. You can use vinegar. You can use, your vinaigrette dressing has vinegar. It has lemon. You can use it to keep its color. So I'm going to sprinkle the vinaigrette on top for it to keep its color. So we're ready for the final toppings.
The red grapes?
Yeah, the red grapes.
Oh.
The dried fruits. Mixed fruits. Yes, dried mixed fruits. This bowl can serve 2 people comfortably. Then your olives.
Green and black.
Green and black olives. And finally, your
feta cheese.
Feta cheese is optional, like I said. We have our Greek salad ready.
When is the cream coming?
When you're eating.
Oh, wow. At the point of eating.
At the point.
Okay, well done, chef.
Some people use the vinaigrette dressing. Some people like the cream dressing. So we used a bit of the vinaigrette dressing for the apples, not to change. You can see its
color. Exactly.
Yes, it has still kept its color.
If it works for apples, it means it will work for bananas too.
I doubt it for bananas. I've never tried it on bananas, but I doubt it.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to just plate the cream dressing
into the ramekin.
Into the ramekin. Like I said, it's our secret recipe.
Ta-da!
Yes, so we're ready to go.
Salad is ready. Greek salad on point. Welcome back. Any ikan fufuru, that is catfish stew served normally with rice, readily comes to mind when you speak about Nupe people. But today on the program, we're going to tweak it differently. Interestingly, Chef Lami is Nupe. So how do we say, let's start cooking in your language?
Igan chengi chiji.
Igan chengi chiji. Did I say chengi chiji? Igan chengi chiji. Let the cooking begin.
Yes. So we have the beans already washed and peeled.
Soaked and peeled.
We have the onions. We have the local dadawa. We have some grinded crayfish. We have the palm oil. We have the scotch bonnet. Then I love to use a bit of yellow pepper. It gives it a distinctive taste. Then we have seasoning. Then it's optional. It depends on the person. You can either have it with fish. So I have dried fish to go with it. Then you have your seasoning, salt for seasoning. Then for the tuwon shinkafa, you have your rice. You have to boil and
well done, chef.
To start with the bean soup, which is the emizoa,
yes,
we boil our beans for 45 minutes. I usually use the pressure cooker because it's quicker.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So Come over here. We add the beans. We add the beans on the fire. Add some water into it. We'll make sure that the water covers the beans a bit.
And like you said, we let it cook for 45 minutes.
Yes, but as we're using the pressure pot, it won't be up to 45 minutes. Yes.
It might be faster.
It will be faster.
Okay.
Yes. While the beans is cooking, yes, we'll now wash our rice and put on the fire for the tuwon shinkafa.
Okay.
So we're ready for you have to wash it very well. You know, it's the local rice.
Yes, it is.
So there are some of the rice that has not been properly, the back has not been properly removed. So you have to take time to wash it well and remove the ones that the back haven't been removed properly. So it's all clean now. We'll take it to the pot now. You have to put a lot of water because it swells a lot.
Okay.
So we'll leave it to be very soft.
Okay.
So the beans is now soft enough. So I want to transfer it to smaller. Okay. If you can help me with the pot.
Okay, are you using this one?
Yes.
All right, sure. Well done. Now that it's back on the fire, you're going to cut your scotch bonnet, is it?
I usually blend it, but some people like it.
Let's cut it.
Our first start will be on it. Okay. It's already washed. So we'll put the onions inside. I love lots of onions. It gives it a very
a really nice aroma. I agree.
You have to put some water into it.
Some more water?
Yes.
Should I cover it?
No. It's time to put the dawa inside.
Okay.
There's like 2 dawa that I blended.
Okay.
After that, we're cutting our scotch bonnet. Since I'm self-taught, like I told you, I don't have the nice
expertise with that. I agree.
I agree. It's all in the taste of it. You're just putting everything basically at the same time for it to cook at once. This crayfish is already picked, hand-picked, no stones, no dirt. No dirt. Put in our red oil.
How many spoons of oil is that?
This is a lot, but I'm putting like, I'm free pouring.
Okay.
I'm putting like 3 to 4 tablespoons.
Okay.
And we'll leave it a bit to boil.
Okay.
We'll leave it for like 5 minutes to boil.
Okay.
This is the rice. I'm checking to see if the water is enough.
Okay.
Yeah. It's almost done. We'll just wait for the water to...
You don't need to add any more water?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just wait for the water to go down a bit.
Okay.
So it's time for us to beat it with the broom. So I need my spoon rest. Let me take my spoon.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Pick up the broom. You can either use the blender, but I like using the broom. Yes. It's not meant to be very fine. You understand?
I really don't like it very fine.
Yes, a lot of people don't like it fine.
But the Yorubas make theirs very fine.
Yes.
Very, very
So in that case, if you like it very fine, that's when you're advised to use the blender because it's smoother. But the Nupes, they like it rough again.
A little bit hot.
Yes. So we'll just add the seasoning right now.
And lower the heat?
And lower the heat.
Okay. When is the fish coming in, Chef?
I like putting my own fish last.
Okay.
Because you can see it, you can feel it. Yeah. I'm using 2
seasoning cubes.
Yes. While that's cooking, we'll turn our tool and sugar.
Good. Shouldn't we just swap positions, Chef?
Yes,
we can, right?
We can. It's time for us to add our fish because it's almost done.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just the way it's meant to be.
The fish is already partially cooked?
Yes. So the rice is ready for us to turn it to.
Okay.
Yes, so I need my and something to hold the pot. So you can see it's soft and mushy. When it gets cold, it gets stronger.
Okay.
So we just need to.
It's better to cook it light.
But it depends on individuals. I love my tuwo very light.
Same here. Most Northerners do.
So it's time for. I think it's good.
Yeah, it is. And I think Zoa is ready to.
Yes. So it's time for us to put this up.
To dish.
Into dish.
Yes. You know what time it is now on the program? It's that time when I get to taste what my fantastic guest chef has prepared. We're beginning with the starter. Yes, so chef, our Greek salad is all set.
It's all set.
And we're ready to taste it. Wow. So we dig in. Just like my chef said, the starter is meant to clear your palate. This is really fantastic. It is indeed a signature. Honestly, because the taste is unique. It's a marriage of different flavors. Yes. You all ought to try it. So after tasting the starter, next we'll go for the main course. Don't go away. It's time to taste Zoa and Tuwon Shinkafa.
Yes.
And I'm seeing catfish stew here.
Yes, it's called Any Kung Fu Furu.
Any Kung Fu Furu. Fresh catfish stew.
Yes.
Like I mentioned earlier, this is expected in every Nupe woman's home.
Yes.
So even though we're using Zoa, we're eating Zoa with the Tuwon Shinkafa, you can see that a bit of the Any Kung Fu Furu is showing its face.
You know, because Nupe, we're surrounded by water.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
We always have catfish, red catfish available. So to eat it with the Zoa, and Zoa, it's
really tasty. Anyway, it's in the tasting. Let's find out. Let's find out, Chef. Said the complete name for this meal
is called Eboshi.
That's a new thing.
Yes.
Eboshi.
Yes.
That's the Tuwon Shinkafa and the Zoa soup put together with the Any Kung Fu Furu is called Eboshi. Fantastic. So let's find out.
Our hands are already washed.
Yes, our hands are washed.
I think we should dig in.
This is really nice. Well done, Chef.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've really represented the Nupe people. The taste is distinctive. I must give it to you. Well done, Chef. Nothing brings people together like a generous spread of delicious food. It is the universal unifier. Food serves as a cultural marker. It attends every milestone and celebration and can be dressed up or down. That's the much we can take today. Join me next week for another edition of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. Keep your suggestions, your comments, and your observations coming on our social media handles right there on your screens. Please stay safe. Bye for now.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Okay, so since the topic is more like domestic tourism in Nigeria, and I keep wondering, what would be the best time to visit northern Nigeria? And I have a guy who was born in the north, see him walk in. Now tell me, what would be the best time to visit northern Nigeria?
I'll suggest during the Darba times, and this is usually when the Eid festival, either Eid al-Fitr or Eid al-Kabir or Eid al-Malud is taking place.
Okay. Actually, I've been to some of the Dabas in the north. For me, as a tour operator, I think the Daba is one of the best times to sell your tour packages.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Now, not just do you get to see the camaraderie of the people, the cultures. For me, I love the horsemen.
Yeah, you get to see real horsemanship. I'll tell you what, in Kano Emirate, it's not as if, in no particular order, in Kano Emirate, I like the way the horsemen exhibit this horsemanship.
Yeah.
The way they are dressed, you know, they
look so
kingly.
regal. They look kingly, right? Or princely.
Princely, you know, put it that way.
Yeah.
I really love it.
You just said, now talking about Kano,
Right.
I remember what you said the last time. You said, Kweme Kaka and Kazo Kano and Pika.
Yeah, Kweme Kekeji in Kazo Kano and Pika.
I like the sound of that. What does it mean? Okay.
It's like whatever you do,
Yeah.
whatever you have, if you come to Kano, you have a better.
Oh my
If you are
goodness.
rich, you come to Kano, you have richer people.
Really?
Yes, they are quite rich in Kano, and they're very industrious there too.
In Kano,
Oh,
yeah, I
yes.
think that's why.
Remember when we went to the dye pit in Kano?
Ooh, I love that place. But really, in Kano, is it true that whatever anybody is, when you come to Kano, you got it better? All right.
And of course, saying big hello to the Emir of Zuru, you know, Alhaji, retired Alhaji Sani, Dr. Sani Sani.
Sami, yeah, great guy he is as well.
Right.
And then now you're talking about emirs. Are you going to say hello to the emir of Argungu, the emir of Kano, the emir of Zauzau?
You're not taking it
No,
far.
I'm not taking it far.
Okay. Well, let's ask our viewers to sit back, relax, and enjoy this clips from different Emirates. Enjoy.
Why should they do younger like this? As you see me so, I don't become 10x of the woman when I be before. Berekete 10x.
Make you enjoy 10 times your recharge, double data, and other betterment on top. Voice calls, IG, TikTok, audio and video streaming, Zoom calls, and other better things them. Dial *301#.
You never finish up. 1,000 naira welcome bonus for voice and data. You mean all this thing for Berekete 10x? Full enjoyment.
Is your line blocked? You can get your line unblocked free, fast and easy. Quickly go to any Glow World shop or SIM registration center near you and link your NIN to your Glow line right now. Got no NIN? Visit the nearest NIMC office, get an NIN, and then link it to your Glow line. NIN registration is free, so reconnect with Glow today.
Across Nigeria lies diverse cultural festivities tied to contemporary Christian and Islamic religious holidays. One of such notable festivity celebrated prominently in northern Nigeria is the Durbar ceremony. This annual festivity, which coincides with the religious festivals of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Kabir, is a dazzling display of equestrian heritage, pageantry, history, horsemanship, and craftsmanship. Undoubtedly, the Durbar, which has its origin traced to pre-colonial cavalry times, with its enchanting aesthetics, is the largest tourism event in northern Nigeria, attracting both local and international tourists. Join us on this journey to discover the most glamorous and iconic Durbar you should witness in no particular order. Renowned as a foremost commercial city, Kano is host to the magnificent Grand Kano Durbar. Owing to its reputation in commerce, its Durbar magnets teeming tourists eager to view the colorful regalia on horsemen strutting on exquisitely decorated horses in procession to the Emir's palace. Emir swirling parasol dancing on the air as he rides through the city, accompanied by hypnotic rhythms, is a delightful spectacle to see. The famed Islamic headquarters of Sokoto is another fascinating Durbar destination. The artistic bridles, worn by the many horses on a procession, affirms its position as a leather craft marketplace. It also features a theatrical presentation of weaponry with horse riders showcasing their horsemanship and swordmanship. The Durbar also revolves around the Sultan, whose position wields spiritual and political influence.
Bambancin Sokoto da wasu wurare nan ne cibiyar musulunci da arewa kuma komai al'adar mu na musulmi da hausawa daga nan ne aka koye shi.
Lallai yau ranar Idul Mubarak babbar rana ce a kowane musulmi, saboda haka na farko dai rana ce ta farin ciki ga kowane musulmi da Allah ya nuna mana wannan babbar rana. Kuma sai mu yi fatar Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ya ba mu yawancin ran da za mu sake ganin wannan rana a rayuwarmu.
Yin biyayya ga shugabanni ba mu dukkan bauta masa kuma yadda ba mu ce mu. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
This Durbar is also attended by many who seek not only to witness the event, but also pay a visit to many historical and religious tourism sites. Ilori, which borders western and northern Nigeria, features prominently as one of the pre-eminent Durbar destinations in contemporary Nigeria.
Here in Ilorin today, we are doing the Durbar. The Durbar is part of our activities of Ilorin once in a year. The Durbar is part of our culture, our heritage that we normally showcase, so that our people from far away, indigenous of Ilorin, the friend of Ilorin, can come together to do this Durbar because of the socio-economic of this time. Because of the cultural heritage of our town, we want people from Kwara, from Nigeria, from abroad to know what is our heritage, what is our culture, what is the value of the culture in Ilorin here.
For us in Ilorin Emirate here, it's an opportunity for us to unite ourselves, have opportunity to congratulate each other on previous achievements in the Emirates. And we also display our culture.
You know, Ilorin itself is a collage, is a mixed culture of the Oyo Empire and the Sokoto Caliphate. So this is a rich culture where we are doing horse riding and a lot of gun salutes and all different kind of tradition is being displayed here today.
Also featuring a long procession along its streets, taking off and back to the Emir's courtyard. The Ilorin Durbar is a harmonious blend of Islamic, Northern and Western cultural influences, giving it a spice of variety. The full songs, jester performances, and the frenetic mock horse racing living in its trail, a dusty arena, makes this Durbar festival a unique celebration of diversity. Zaria, also known as Zazo, the Emirate metropolis lying within 4 local government areas in Kaduna State, is another exciting Durbar destination. Its colorful historic wall offers the perfect photo backdrop for spectators of this time-honored equestrian heritage. More so, the Zaria Durbar features ornately decorated horses, skillful horsemen displaying daring stunts astride their horsebacks.
name is Halima Ahmed. I'm here to help Zaria people celebrate the Hawan Doshe. Hawan Doshe is a traditional activity that is being celebrated every year after the celebration of Eid al-Kabir. That's 3 days after the Salah. I came all the way from Maiduguri, Borno State to grace this occasion. What I like most about this occasion is that Zaria people are displaying their culture. I like the way they ride their horses, and it's really fun. I am watching Goge Africa. Keep watching Goge Africa.
More fascinatingly are the animal charmers performing unimaginable stunts alongside wild animals speculatively tamed by magic. Another fascinating destination for the Daba experience is Bauchi. With its many colors, resplendent cultural attires, the Emir's procession, and the presence of diverse animals, including intricately decorated horses and humpy camels. The Daba can also be said to be a mini safari experience for tourists. Indeed, the Daba Festival is not only a show of the majestic equestrian fame of northern Nigeria, but also a lens through which the culture, arts, crafts, culinary heritage, sights and sounds of northern Nigeria is experienced in an arena of festivity.
On travel tips, we bring you the 5 attractions, or is it 5 must-visit destinations of somebody you should know.
Capfin Village and Resort. That's number 1. Ibon Golf Resorts. I've been there, really nice. Olumo. Ekpe Resort.
All right, so having seen snippets of some of these Durbas, now which of these Durbas would you really want to go Gay Africa? I mean myself, Isaac, and the whole crew. Which of the Durbas do you think we should visit and do a more in-depth study on? If it is the one from here or there, just let us know via our social media, because we'll be waiting to hear from you. From this moment on, you direct the show. You let us know where you want us to go.
And of course, that's not just the Daba alone. You can also let us know which of the festivals your village really holds in high esteem and you want us to visit. Do let us know.
And on that note, mutanin Arua.
Fellow Nigerians, I made a solemn pledge to work for you, how to improve your welfare and living condition. It's of paramount importance to me, and it is the only thing that keeps me up day and night.
Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
Hello, everyone. Proud African Roots presents a fun time for children and teenagers across Nigeria and the globe.
Everything to a shot to open the
I don't need a torch, I just need that.
Hope you learned a thing or two from my
Showing every Saturday by 9:30 a.m. on NTA Network. It is going to be a fun time with Grandma Wura and all the Blue Table Talk with Dave and Jess. Catch you soon!
This is the network service of the NTA.
Well, there's a variety of things. So I think, first of all, we have to go back to
very well known for teaching skills. Your students speak a whole lot about you.
Miss Nigeria competition.
I said, let's pick them up, let's take them back to Nigeria, and let's teach them a different kind of job.
It's a lovely day, isn't it? And welcome to the show, The Woman. My name is Elizabeth. Now, there is a popular quote that I love so much. It's about the woman, and I'll quote it. It's from Osho. It says, "A woman is one of the most beautiful phenomena in the world, not to be compared with anything else. The woman is the masterpiece of God." That is who we are. God created us at a point where he was more relaxed because he needed to put all of his best into the woman. And little wonder that women can actually move around, occupy, and get things done. A real woman, just like every Nigerian woman, has a lot of potentials. My guest today is one of such. She's conquered her world from the banking industry and to other worlds. I'll let you digest that. Take a break. When I come back, I'll be showcasing the guest. I already gave you a little bit of who my guest is. She was a banker. She is a coach. She is so many things put together. She's one person that I call God's masterpiece because she's not just a woman. She is a Nigerian woman making things happen, changing the world around her everywhere she goes. My guest is Dr. Aisha Adeviruku. Nice to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
I started by saying that you worked in the bank, and when I thought I was going to be able to catch up with you on the banking sector, you kept jumping. And I keep asking, why do bankers move? I don't want to use a very bad word, but they're always jumping from one bank to the other. What's the problem?
Okay, so it's not, personally, it's about, contribution for me. Because I worked first with Unity Bank, and then Jai's Bank was a new bank then, and I really wanted to work there because it is a non-interest bank. So I was convinced that my wealth of experience would be valuable in, helping the bank grow, and I delivered. So, one interesting thing was when Sterling Bank was, got their window license for non-interest banking, I saw a message, then my group head, I saw a message he posted on LinkedIn, and I went into his inbox and I said, look, I want to work with your bank. I think I can add value because I love projects. I love starting projects. I love contributing. I love to see them grow. And then, so then the current MD was an ED. He was coming to Abuja, and he said, okay, go have a conversation with him. And I had the conversation, and he was okay with me joining the team, and that was how, I moved from Jai's Bank to Sterling Bank. So this, for me, it's more about contribution and growth, because once you move, you get, if you are qualified, if the bank finds you qualified, they give you the next level. So it's one of the fastest ways to grow in banking.
I was going to ask that, and then for you too, there is something you're picking, because I believe that every step of the way I walk through in a given day, it's a learning curve for me.
Yes, and one of the reasons why I love projects so much is because for a project to grow, you have to ensure that you train the people you're bringing on board. So we are what we call train the trainer. In all the banks, I have worked as a pioneer staff. The training they give to you is to enable you to train others that would come in. So we have this project where we have trained the trainer, they train us on the software, they train us on the products and services. And this was one of the things I was also doing. I was also training others. At Sterling Bank, for instance, I trained the entire staff of the region on non-interest banking products and services. I also trained Bauchi staff. I trained Kaduna on non-interest banking products and services. So for me, I love knowledge. And this, gave me the platform to actually grow my calling and transition into the knowledge industry.
I tried to check if by any means you read banking and finance, but you read English.
Yes.
English language.
Yes.
What got you interested in banking?
Okay, so, when I graduated, my friend went into banking. And then she said, Aisha, why don't you come into banking? It's interesting. And then she submitted my CV. I went for the interview, and I was given the offer, and I went into banking. So for me, it was more about the influence of my friend. And I found out, funny, I don't like maths. Yes.
But you could count money.
Yes, I could count money. Interestingly enough, when I went into banking, if you're a business development manager, you'd have to learn the numbers. You'd have to know the numbers. You have to crunch the numbers. And this was something I found I grew to love. So from an English literature graduate into crunching numbers.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Perhaps the presentation may have made it easier for you. I don't know, because sometimes in the school we lose interest in mathematics because of the method of teaching. I guess when you get a better method, it becomes easier for you.
You're very correct.
Okay.
When you get somebody that breaks it down for you, something that it's concrete, is applicable to real life, you're able to connect better and use, that to grow your interest and your delivery in that particular field. And that was what happened to me with numbers.
That's okay. But loving it the way you did, I know that you still managed to move up, when your version was high, of course. And I'm wondering, how did you get involved in coaching business? What interest led you back to that?
Okay, so, as a behavioral specialist, I found out that the greatest influences on who we are as an adult comes from our significant emotional experiences during what we call the imprint period, which is from age 0 to 8. So take a person and put them in China and, take them through the Chinese culture, they assimilate all of that culture. Take a person, put them in the African system, and they assimilate and all of that. So for me, some of the greatest influences, with taking this path, there were two major ones. When I was young, one of my friends, her mom, was studying guidance and counseling for her NCE, and then she had this script. I could read very early, so I was, I think, about 7 years or thereabouts. She had this script where she wanted to do an intervention for a young person, and she asked, it was during the break period, we went to this school, and then I was reading the script as her client, and she was, reading as the guidance and counselor. And, during that process, I could see the resolution of the client's problem developing. And I picked interest in guidance and counseling, but of course, I didn't understand what it was. Then, there was a time, I was about 10 years, my dad went for an all-women engineering conference, and then he took me along. And I saw these beautiful women dressed gorgeously, speaking very fluent English, speaking about the contribution of women to national development. And I said, wow, that's what I want to do. And these are the influences that have shaped me. So even in banking, my bosses will always call on me to train because they know I love it.
That's interesting.
Yes.
So you began to also take courses, did you?
Yes, I used to take paid courses. I would actually use my leave to go into the classroom and pay for myself to attend those trainings. And the impact was felt on my job. I got a lot of awards, in banking.
Yeah, I'm going
to the glory of God.
Yes, and I know that with all of that, you came out and you formed your own a job. That's the Master Coach, the Coaching and Mentoring Hub. And at the moment, I'd like to know what impact have you been able to make on the very young people? Because it's important, like you said, the formative years are very important.
Yes. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Do you know one of the things we also do is develop specific programs for the young? We have programs that are faith-based. We also have programs like our neuro-linguistic programming training for teenagers. It is to shape their behavior for excellence. And we have been able to train, some individuals in schools. We have been able to train them for some specific skills. We have been able to capture the young ones to start to think about entrepreneurship. How do I contribute? What are my strengths? What are the skills I can leverage to actually start something, no matter how small? And we've been able to do this, with a couple of schools, about 4 schools in Abuja here for entrepreneurship. Then I have another product we developed That one is on moral character. We call it social relationship in Islam. We've been able to, deliver it to some schools. And beyond this, I've been able to speak at some school PTAs to parents on how to develop children's self-confidence and self-esteem.
When you talk here, you mentioned
neuro-linguistic programming.
Linguistic, yes. And I'm wondering, what is it? Because neuro is more like medical to me, and linguistic is academic, and you're jamming them together. What does that mean?
So when we talk about neuro-linguistic programming, is the study of the psychology and physiology of excellence. It was founded by some scholars in the USA, and so far worldwide, we have a lot of individuals who are in the change management work who have studied, this course. There are different levels to it. I am a master practitioner and trainer of neuro-linguistic programming. Is basically to teach people how to think better and do better.
Think better, do better. Is it in terms of economic empowerment or generally social?
Personal and professional.
Oh, I know that in bringing about changes in the society, a whole lot of emphasis is placed on the parenting. While you're teaching the children, what is the reaction from the parents? And this reaction, does it also affect your mentees that you're trying to groom to be better?
Yes, I mentioned PTAs. They're a core focus for me because, the family unit is the smallest unit in any society. Any change you want to see should start from the home. Yes, the school plays a role, but if the school is doing its part and the home is not doing its part, there is going to be a disbalance, which is why we love to speak to PTAs, And for this particular course that I told you about, we have parents who come to it basically to learn skills to become better parents. So it is very, very important to carry the family unit along, because whatever excellence you see in society today or dysfunction you see in society today comes from one home. So the more parents are equipped with skills to do better and be better role models for their own children, the better the society will be.
You do have a point there, and I found out again that it's easier for the young people to open up to the likes of you than even to open up to their parents. And I'm wondering, why you talk with them, what really is that pushing factor that keep making the very young derail? I know peer group influence is there.
The greatest factor is peer influence. Now, again, one of the greatest influences to checkmate peer pressure is the kind of upbringing the child had, because it shapes who the child is. Once we have a parent who is able to influence a child, right, the child will think twice before succumbing to peer pressure. Whatever influences, whatever character we want the children to have, we must first of all be the role model, and then we must monitor the influences around them. And the family units today is such that it's so fragmented. There are the presence of the parent in the home is hardly felt, because almost the mother is out of the house, the father is out of the house, they're chasing money to feed the body of the child, but the soul of the child is suffering. And these are some of the things that come into our therapy room. Some of these complaints that come, my parents don't have time for me, they hardly listen to me, they don't love me, they don't show me they love me, and then these children go to seek it outside the home. Because we are emotional beings.
Yes, I sometimes that argument, it does play out. I think it's just excuse for some of them. It's an excuse to do the wrong thing because they hear people say it. But I'm wondering, how best can the parents really influence a child?
By the education you give the child and by the role you play in the child's life. Make that child love you, and then they will think twice about loving somebody else more than you.
That works.
So that's one of the greatest influence. Then another influence that I have noticed with, how children derail these days is the influence of the media, the kind of programs. For instance, if this kind of awareness program now, for parents, for young people, for youths, if they watch it, it may trigger something in them to maybe do more research in terms of, okay, how can I become a better parent? How can I become a better youth that transforms into a better adult that becomes, a good citizen of Nigeria, rather than, watching somewhere where somebody is smoking and jumping about and doing all sorts of things. So the influence of social media and the media itself is very huge, because the mind just soaks in the environment. There is what we call gestalt. The mind just soaks in the environment. So it's not enough for a parent to be at home. You see, one of the core differences, during when we were growing up and now, is the easy access to social media and social influences. Some parents, they can even be sitting with a child who is watching porn. And they would know.
No.
Because the child has a smartphone. We didn't have access to those kind of things during, when we were growing up. It is that very modeling and, as much as possible, monitoring the environment. The environment consists of the physical space, the other influences, social media, books, and all of that, and the friends that the child moves around with. It is the responsibility of the parent to monitor these three influences.
That works, because growing up, like you mentioned, the mother will be there, maybe doing sewing, cooking, you're helping out one way or the other. You're imbibing that culture, and at the same time, she's watching what you're doing. But I correctly said, a lot of us will sit down and the children will be watching whatever they're watching on the phone. We don't. But let me just ask, I always like to know, at what age should we give a child a smartphone?
Do you know that during the COVID, pandemic, during the lockdown, when learning was moved, into the web space, there were children who started to go into bad spaces just because they had access. So when you say at what point, I would say that as a parent, you should, at whatever point, there is a way you can link your Gmail to their Gmail and ensure that you limit you place an age limit on the kind of things that can even pop up on their own devices. So you get to monitor their device. So if you want to give a child a phone, you shouldn't give the child without monitoring and without ensuring that you have connected it to your own Gmail. You can give a child as early as 7, but you must monitor.
True. So I actually believe that parents should not let children go to their bedrooms with the phone. There should be a time where you stop it. If it's 8 o'clock, you stop it. Just like those days when they monitored how we watched TV. And of course, the only TV we watched was the NTA. Somebody told me that if you want your child to grow up well, you should always make sure that the only free TV you have in your house is NTA, because everything is monitored to ensure that children learn right. But then, let me not drag you too much on your workspace and get to see the other side of you. I know that I just saw little kids, your son, and how attentive you were to him. But I'm wondering, with all your job, I'm not sure I want to be a banker, because I feel it won't give me the chance to be the real mom I want to be to my children. But how did you manage that time, and how are you still coping with now?
May God bless my mom. She has returned to her Lord now. My mom will attend PTA meetings. My mom will do school drop-off and pick-ups. So when I was in banking, she was my rock. She is a great woman. She was there for me. And, one of the reasons why I actually transited was to have more time when she fell ill. I transitioned fully into my own business so that I could be there for her. She was ill, and then she returned to her Lord. Then I had my small baby, and, so combined, I felt it was time to actually transition and have time for her and also the little one. This is what, doing business on my own has afforded me. So banking and combining that with raising a family,
it's tough.
It's tough, very tough. But with good support system, it is possible.
I think that's where I always get proud to say I am a Nigerian, I'm African, because the extended family is a big deal for us.
It takes a village.
Yes. Yes, to raise a child, you know.
My sisters, God bless them, you know, they were there too. I've been blessed with very lovely family members.
Now, again, beyond your family, beyond your job, how do you relax?
Oh, I love to read. And I love to go on adventures. I go on excursions, I do hiking, I go to the park, just sit down with family and relax. I hardly watch movies, but once in a while I watch movies. But just give me a good book. I can read inside the market.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, talking about market, I know that this period has not been particularly easy, but we are doing the Salah all the same. Yes. Whether or not there is money.
We must do Salah. So by the special grace of God.
Yes, Barakah the Salah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but then I know that with this change in, things, cost of things in the market, women, we always have a lot of expectations from our husbands. How do you think we should be able to manage as a woman within this period? Should we tear the man apart, or should we find a way to mitigate, to make sure that the family is happy, Salah is made, and we all move on?
You know, there is this saying that a woman is a miracle. You know, we are miracle workers. We can turn one cup of rice into one full pot.
Oh my God.
So, and as a woman, with a good man who provides, you are the support system he needs in these trying times. And families should work together to ensure that we're able to, thrive in spite of the challenges. And we can do it. Nigerians, we're very resilient people. And, we always find a way. Of recent, I was watching a production where the woman was using cucumbers to make stew.
Yes. And I said, I'm not going to try this. I'm so scared. I'm
willing to try it, but I've not done that yet. But not for Salah. So what can we do, right? Can we do maybe jollof instead of rice and stew? Can we maybe shop as a community and split it? It's easier to. Can we even import maybe from areas where they are cheaper? As a compound, you can come together and find a way to.
We go to the bush markets.
Yes, we even have groups where we do this. Buy in bulk and then share. It's cheaper that we go directly to the source. So these are some of the ways that we can mitigate the current prices of food items in the market, and these are some of the ways that I have been using to do that.
But I know as a coach, I know one of your strong points is emotional intelligence. I also need you to speak to not just women, Nigerians generally, on how to be the bigger person this period.
Yeah, so thank you so much for mentioning that. As a Nigerian, we're very resilient, and we can become more patient during this period. It's only the person that is living that gets to enjoy life. When we encounter difficulty, like you said earlier, it is for us to pick the lessons from those difficulties and then move on. It is very essential that we practice forgiveness, we practice resilience, we practice optimism, and we stay hopeful, because that is the only thing we have. Psychologically, when you're hopeful, you strengthen what we call your neural pathways, so that whatever you focus on begins to expand for you. You begin to see the good in other people, rather than focusing on only, the challenges that they bring to you.
True. When you were talking, you did knock on the door of a quote I like. My father will always tell us that it's the wise man that stays alive to point at the grave of the brave man. Because the brave man will do giddy 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 and they kill you. And then the wise man will run away to come back for another fight later, but then he's always alive. So it's better to be the bigger person, which is the wise man. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and happy Salah.
Thank you.
You have a message for Nigerians this Salah?
Yes. I want to say that you should enjoy the season. It is one of the highlights for us, especially as Muslims, to be happy to share from our ram and also to share food, to share joy in the spirit of the season, to forgive each other for whatever wrongs, we may be harboring, and to pray. Pray and pray and pray. This is one of the greatest seasons that, as Muslims, we believe our prayers are answered. God has promised us to make lots of prayers and build memories with your family.
It's important. It's a season of sacrifice. And as the Lord accepts our sacrifice, we should also ensure that we live good for it. Thank you for coming on the show. It's been a wonderful time with a wonderful woman, a woman who's moved around industries from English language in ABU to the banking sector to coaching, and a lovely mother as well. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting package. My name again is Elizabeth Abai. See you.
Embrace.
Just like other kingdoms, we are subdivided by tribes and clans. These clans were noted.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. My name is Justin Bemwi. First, let's look at the headlines. Nigeria and India sign agreement on several areas of cooperation as Prime Minister Modi bags national honors. President Tinubu arrives at Brazil to participate in G20 Leaders Summit. An APC candidate Lucky Aiyedatiwa wins the Ondo governorship election. Nigeria and India have signed memoranda. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil to attend the 19th meeting of the G20 Leaders Summit taking place in the South American country. The presidential airplane landed at Galeão International Airport, Rio de Janeiro, a few minutes past 11 p.m. local time on Sunday. He was received by Ambassador Breno Costa from the Brazilian Ministry of External Relations. An earlier statement by the presidential advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, implies that the Nigerian leaders' participation is at the instance of the Brazilian president and current president of the group, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The summit, holding from Monday, November 18 to Tuesday, 19, will bring together leaders from the world's top 20 economies, including the European Union, the African Union, and multilateral financial institutions, among others. President Tinubu is also expected to hold bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit in advancement of Nigeria's socio-economic reforms. Now, heads of state and government from 19 member countries are convening in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro for the 19th group of 20 G20 summit. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Chile's President Gabriel Boric, and Indonesia's President Prabowo Subianto have landed in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro ahead of the G20 summit. The Leaders Summit is the climax of the G20 process and the work carried out over the year through ministerial meetings, working groups, and engagement groups. The G20 adopts a leaders' declaration at the conclusion of the summit that states leaders' commitment towards the priorities discussed and agreed upon during the ministerial and working group meetings. The G20 summit's theme is building a just world and a sustainable planet. The summit will be attended by 19 countries, plus the African Union and European Union. Nigeria and India have signed Memorandum of Understanding on new areas of collaboration to further strengthen the bilateral ties between both countries. And this was a major outcome of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Nigeria on the invitation of President Bola Tinubu. Sedas correspondent Musba Damaha reports that the president conferred on his guest a national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger.
Again, the meeting of two willing partners. A partnership fast transforming from just bilateral relationship into a cordial friendship. This is a reverse order of their earlier meeting in New Delhi barely a year ago. President Tinubu's attendance of the 18th G20 Leaders Summit as a special guest and his meeting with Prime Minister Modi September last year culminated in some agreements that were poised to double the trade volume between the two countries that had, at the time, got close to $15 billion. Now, the relationship is becoming as cordial as it could ever get, with Prime Minister Modi visiting Nigeria, first by any Indian leader in 17 years. There are long-standing cooperations on education, energy, health, technology, and culture, among others. The partnerships are now growing wider, with agreements signed on survey cooperation, culture and exchange program, as well as customs cooperation.
Nigeria values its excellent relationship with India, and we work to broaden the same for mutual benefit of our two friendly countries. You stood side by side with Nigeria on many fronts for many decades. I'm confident that our discussions will enhance Nigerian-Indian relations on basis of mutual respect and shared mission.
Today will add a new chapter in our relations, and together we will also continue to highlight at a global level the priorities of the Global South. And thanks to our joint efforts, we will achieve success as well in this.
And not just as fair weather friends, both parties are also willing to face their challenges together.
I'd like to express condolences for the loss of lives caused by the floods. To support your relief efforts, India is sending 20 tons of humanitarian aid to Nigeria. Excellency.
The state visit dovetailed into a special launch where President Bola Tinubu decorated his guest with the second highest national honor in the land, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, GCON. Again, it's ending in a warm handshake that will further shape the relations in years to come. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
India and Nigeria have shown their support and commitment to strengthening the already existing relationship with the two countries following a two-day visit of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Nigeria. India's Secretary on Economic Relations Damu Ravi made this known during a press briefing in Abuja. Francis Odojo has the details.
Damu Ravi at the press briefing described the visit of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi as unprecedented, with bilateral cooperation focusing in the field of trade and investment, security, education and health.
As you all are aware, the India-Nigeria relationship is very strong, underpinned by a strong economic cooperation and trade and investment. There are about 200 Indian companies who have invested about $27 billion in this country, and the two leaders have discussed ways to further expand this economic partnership for the mutual benefit of the two countries.
The high delegation level talks, Damoravi said, will also enhance strategic partnership in agriculture, railway transportation, as well as job creation, scholarships, and partnership in digital education program.
Both leaders have also discussed global and regional issues, and in that context, they have reiterated their commitment to further deepen their commitment to the Global South and how to take forward the agenda of the Global South in the global discourse.
Damoravi also emphasized that President Bola Tinubu, in keeping India-Nigeria relationship, conferred a national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger on Modi for his contributions to India-Nigeria ties. An honor, he said, India as a country deeply appreciates. This makes Mr. Modi the first foreign leader to be conferred with such national award in Nigeria since 1969. In Abuja, Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Senegal on Sunday voted in a parliamentary elections with the country's new leadership aiming for resounding majority to see through the promise of ambitious reforms that swept them to power 8 months ago. And collation of results commenced in Gabon's referendum polls. Chukwunonso Abuja reports.
The polls, which opened 8 a.m. and closed 6 p.m. local time, saw more than 7 million registered voters cast their ballots for candidates of their choice in the 165-seat assembly for the next 5 years. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, who was among the early electors to vote, sued for calm. Top priorities for voters are jobs and the economy, which President Diomaye Faye pledged to transform with the needed majority in the parliament. Analysts say Senegalese voters have historically confirmed their presidential choice during parliamentary elections, and the ruling PASTEF party is the favorite to win. Former President Macky Sall is leading an opposition grouping from abroad, breaking with the political restraints normally adopted by former leaders in the West African nation. Reliable projections of the new parliament's composition is expected by Monday. In a related development, collation of results is ongoing in Gabon's referendum on whether to approve a new constitution for the country that would allow presidential candidates to be exclusively Gabonese, amongst other amendments. Reports put the voters' turnout at over 70%. Chukwunonso Abuja, NTA News.
Venezuelan authorities have freed 225 people detained in protests against the disputed re-election of President Nicolas Maduro in July 2024. Chukwunonso Abuja has details again.
Venezuelan prosecutor's office said the releases were granted and executed for people tried for the post-July 28 election violence following a large-scale review of their cases. Human rights group Follow Penel had independently confirmed the release of 107 people by Saturday evening. Over 2,400 people were arrested during the unrest that followed the re-election of Nicolas Maduro, which the opposition alleged was fraudulent. The violence left at least 28 dead and nearly 200 people injured, according to prosecutors. The detainees are said to include 164 minors, 69 of whom are allegedly still being held. Hundreds of relatives had been protesting to demand the release of their loved ones, saying they had no part in the protests. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado had praised the efforts of human rights groups in securing the release of detainees. Chukwunonso Abuja, NTA News.
Survey has shown Africa's transport sector accounts for almost 1/3 of its total energy-related carbon emissions, with rapid urbanization and increasing transportation demands expected to lead to a rise in greenhouse gases. However, forecast from side engagements in Baku is that these emissions could be reduced by 130% by 2050 if Nigeria and Africa fully go the way of CNG and electric vehicles development. Charles Alpha reports.
The transportation sector is vital in the process of globalizing products and services. However, the rise in air pollution from substantial energy consumption from non-renewable fossil resources is having adverse effects, specifically on the bulk of African nations. There is growing acknowledgement that greenhouse gases are responsible for climate change, and the combined utilization of fossil fuels across several industries account for more than 70% of the overall greenhouse gas emission on a global scale. Conversations here are on the huge potential Nigeria has and how can Africa revolutionize its energy sectors through investment in electric vehicles and renewable energy development.
If you look at it, for example, the largest polluting sector is the transportation sector, and we're 200 million people. In less than 30 years, we're projected to be about 500 million people. So imagine the number of cars. Therefore, Nigeria must, at this stage, begin to look at alternatives, and the best alternative is electric vehicles.
Although the Nigerian government has long begun the procurement of CNG buses and conversion of combustive to electric cars, affordability, establishment of more conversion and charging centers to cater for the need of many developing countries, delegates here believe are gaps that must be closed.
That is why we are here. We've done the pilot to prove that it's workable and it's doable. And that's why we are here looking for partnerships and funding from different private and national government for that transition.
The government has set up an enabling environment that you can do this business by reducing the tax so that you're able to import all those components so that you're able to assemble it in Nigeria.
Decarbonizing the transportation sector in Africa, starting with Nigeria, some say requires a huge investment and collaboration from the government and private sector for it to happen. In Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
The concept of the Nigeria circular economy, which hinges on a sustainable development strategy, aims to minimize waste and maximize resources. Charles Alpha again reports that on the sideline of COP29, focus is on Nigeria's greening initiative and the circular economy, where Niger State among those exploring opportunities to transit.
Niger, like other states in Nigeria, is endowed with a diverse range of natural resources that form the foundation for its economic potential and development. Its abundant agricultural lands spanning about 76,000 square kilometers with mineral deposits, renewable energy sources and valuable water bodies set it on a path of sustainable future. Its drive to harness green assets is the reason for this side event at the Nigerian Pavilion, where it is wooing investors.
We are truly ready to go, and like you know, agri is our mainstay in Niger State and Nigeria at large, and we are leveraging on that to make sure we truly drive the benefits of the green.
As far as anything green is concerned, be it afforestation, reforestation, be it waste management, be it solar, renewable energies, we want to be there.
For the Minister of Environment, Niger has abundant natural resources and great economic potential, but it faces many significant environmental, economic, and social challenges that must be addressed to move to a circular economy as a viable solution.
What I think is the environmental problem in Niger would not be the same as in Bayelsa. The more we green, the more we plant trees, the more we green the environment, the more we try to fence ourselves from the encroachment of the desert.
The Niger State Green Economy pillars stand on environmental conservation and management of carbon sink assets, renewable energy, and private sector-led job creation. In Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha.
Egypt is the Arab world's top renewable energy producer, generating as much as 3.5 gigawatts of power through solar and wind energy in 2022 alone, according to US-based Global Energy Monitor. The country is set to or on becoming a leading green energy producer in the region and beyond.
Located in the heart of the Egyptian northwestern desert, the Beit el-Wadi Hotel does not have access to many public services, including electricity supply. To power their resort, the hotel's operators had for years solely relied on diesel generators to meet their energy needs. But this was expensive and not environmentally friendly. The management, however, soon tapped into a renewable energy source that is widely available in the country. They were among the first to start relying on Egypt's scorching sun to power their daily operations. By 2022, 70% of their daily energy came from solar panels.
هي ميزة جامدة قوي لأن احنا كنا
Turning to renewables for us was of great benefit because we used a lot of diesel. That was very expensive. Now we rely on solar energy until the sun sets. One of the downsides is that we don't have batteries, so we don't have stored energy for night time. In Egypt, there are a lot of solar energy companies, so the services and maintenance we get makes renewable sources practical to use.
With this setup, the hotel says it has cut its fuel's consumption by 50%. That is why the Egyptian government says it is speeding up its shift to renewables. The Electricity and Renewable Energy Ministry says it is adding 30 gigawatts of future projects, which could save Egypt some $4 billion in its uses annually to import fossil fuels. Most of that expansion will be achieved through the use of solar energy.
We are in the middle, central of high radiance in the world. We have a highest radiance in the world, actually like sun peak hours here in Egypt, like 4.8 hours per day. That's a very, very high radiance. So the benefits for the solar energy, it's better than the wind energy.
According to Fitch Ratings, Egypt is the third in the Middle East and North Africa in electricity market capacity and production. The country's daily consumption is estimated at around 37.5 gigawatts. Egypt's renewable energy growth from 2017 to 2022 was nearly 275%, the fastest in North Africa and quite close to Gulf countries, which averaged at 300%.
China is an integral part of this future plan. Many of the electricity grid expansion projects will be implemented by Chinese firms. This week, the Minister of Electricity met with China Energy, which is leading the grid connectivity between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. He also met with Huawei to discuss localizing the production of electric grid equipment and communication tools.
This is the news on NTA International. It's time to take a short break. More news when we return. Please stay with us.
In a world where your potential isn't limited by your bank account, where your financial dreams can become reality, that world is here with the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation scheme, Credico. Credico is one of President Tinubu's initiatives designed to put the power of consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.credico.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
Now, farmers in South Africa say they are seeing the benefits of using smarter solutions in their day-to-day business. It comes to, as agricultural authorities continue to push for more investment in what are called fourth industrial revolution technologies.
Climate change as well as food and nutrition insecurity are among the greatest development challenges in Africa. That's according to the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. However, the Council also believes these challenges can be beaten through modern solutions. The transformative technologies are meant to help farmers, particularly on climate change and related issues. A new initiative, a joint venture between the CSIR and Agricultural Research Council, is aimed at using technologies such as AI and big data analytics to not only mitigate the impact of climate change, but also to help farmers increase their output during normal cycles. For instance, they say precision agriculture information systems can provide farmers with the kind of real-time information they need for effective decision-making.
We're using different remote sensing technologies to collect data on the farm.
We have satellite sensor in space that regularly collects data. Satellite sensor, for instance, like Sentinel-2, they collect images on Earth every 5th day. And we can also deploy drones.
Madonsela says the use of drones in agriculture is becoming increasingly common as these unmanned gadgets are proving to be a valuable tool using precision farming, a technique involving the analysis and consideration of several factors to determine the correct inputs for the best possible outcome.
The drone data can be used for monitoring the crop condition, the soil condition on the farm. And so we are able to collect high-resolution images with a drone that can show us in details the condition of the crop, and we are able to see areas where the crop could be suffering from nutrient stress or disease stress or water stress.
One of the beneficiaries of the project is Amos Njoro, a maize and soya farmer based in the Johannesburg area.
Modern farming is all about technology, understanding, getting more information of what is happening, especially within your lands and on time. The system that they are using, the drone, they can look at your lands from their office and send you an email to say, Amos, look at this point, this is what we can see. We need that as farmers so that we can react on time, which soils in your land, the portions. They can pick a spot right in the middle of the land and show you exactly what is happening there. Shortage of application of nitrogen or this element. You pick it up in time and then you are able to act on time.
Njoro says since the intervention of farming technology, he can see major positive differences in his agricultural output. Agricultural authorities hope many more will soon see the benefits and make a similar investment.
We now go to Zambia, where that country's Ministry of Health has raised concerns at the high rate of premature births. Permanent Secretary for Technical Services Kennedy Lishimpi gave the ministry's stance at the launch of the World Prematurity Day in Lusaka.
They have officially launched the World Prematurity Day, and stakeholders have gathered to shine light on the problem of premature babies. The meeting includes presentation on statistics of premature births and updates on medical research and neonatal care. Health Permanent Secretary in charge of Technical Services, Kennedy Lishimpi, has been represented by Senior Medical Superintendent, Mother and Newborn Hospital, Belinda Munalula.
Continues to record high preventable maternal deaths, stillbirths and newborn deaths. Every year it is estimated that out of 800,000 recorded pregnancies, we lose on average about 890 mothers, 9,700 stillbirths and 16,000 newborn deaths.
And UNICEF Deputy Representative of Programs has highlighted works done to support premature babies.
We are working to establish centers of excellence, as you have seen in the previous presentations, for maternal and newborn care across the country, including supporting 8 hospitals, such as the Women and Newborn Hospital and Children's Hospital in Lusaka, on their journey to becoming centers of excellence.
Meanwhile, Clinton Health Access Initiative and Catholic Relief Services are keen to ensure every child survives, lives a healthy and fulfilling life.
To make our interventions more aligned with the country's strategies, more aligned with aspirations of the people of Zambia, and more importantly, sustainable.
Our contribution to newborn survival is that we're implementing an integrated program called Mai and Mwana, even in the name, recognizing that we really can't separate the mother and the baby.
The 2024 World Prematurity Day will be celebrated on 17th November under the theme, Over 13 million babies born too soon every year, access to quality care everywhere.
Now, Chairman Nigerian in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Erewa, has congratulated Nigeria's Chidinma Adechina for emerging second at Miss Universe 2024, describing it as a reward for her doggedness and resilience. In a congratulatory statement issued by Abdurrahman Balogun, Director of Media, Public Relations and Protocols of the Commission, the NITCOM boss said that despite all odds, Chidima remained focused and attained her goals. She said through Chidima Adechina, as Nigeria's representative, finished as a first runner-up at the 73rd Miss Universe competition held in Mexico. Her courage, determination and support from Nigeria eventually paid off, as she was also named Miss Africa and Oceania 2024. While in Nigeria, accompanied by President Silverbird Group, Guy Mori Bruce, Chidima was warmly received by the NITCOM Lagos office and thereafter hosted to a grand reception at Idris Oloronibe's The Temple, Victoria Island, with music legend D'banj in attendance. Describing her as brilliant, focused and determined, she urged others to emulate the spirit of Nigerianness in Chidima by being proud of the country and not run it down under whatever guise. The competition, described as one of the most thrilling in recent years, celebrated the talents, intelligence and elegance of women from around the globe. Nigeria came second behind Miss Denmark, who won the keenly contested crown from Miss Universe 2023. It will be recalled that Chidima was rejected by South Africa, who expressed worries and questioned her nationality. The Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared APC's candidate Lucky Aiyedatiwa as winner of the Ondo governorship election after collation of results from the 18 local government areas. The declaration was made after Aiyedatiwa secured a total number of 366,781 votes to defeat other contestants. Toyin Batire reports.
The returning officer for the governorship election in Ondo State and Vice-Chancellor of Federal University of Lokoja, Professor Layemi Akinwumi, announced the final results after collating all the results from the 18 local government areas of the state. Professor Akinwumi said Lucky Aiyedatiwa polled 366,781 votes to defeat the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Agbola Ajayi, who scored 117,845 votes.
Aiyedatiwa Lucky, Orimi Son of APC 366781. That's Aiyedatiwa Lucky, Orimi Son of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Representatives of political parties admit that the result represents the will of the people.
The people love him, and the people of this state is happy that he has returned as governor-elect. The party will come up with what to do at the appropriate time. I will report back to the party.
Reacting, the winner promised to run an all-inclusive government, while the PDP candidate was unavailable to react.
They have made a choice and given me a renewed mandate to continue as their governor beyond 2025.
With the final result, Lucky Aiyedatiwa won in all the 18 local government areas of the state. In Akure, Toyin Batire, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu felicitates with the winner of Saturday's Ondo State governorship election, Mr. Lucky Aiyedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress, while also commending the peaceful conduct of the process. The president congratulates Aiyedatiwa and other candidates of the 17 political parties for their maturity and sense of purpose demonstrated during the campaigns and the election, attributing the success of the polls to the civility of the state. He enjoins the political actors to allow their orderly conduct to permeate the post-election activities and processes. The president also commends INEC for the efficiency of uploading more than 98% of results on the same day at the elections. Attempts by drug syndicates to export large consignments of illicit drugs through the two Nigerian international airports of Abuja and Lagos to the United Kingdom, Italy, Turkey and Qatar have been thwarted by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, and arrested the masterminders. Salwa Khalil Ibrahim reports on these and other NDLEA operations.
A total of 13 parcels of cocaine weighing 4.40 kilograms going to the United Kingdom were intercepted by NDLEA officers at the export shed of the Lagos airport on 5th November 2024, while a businessman linked to the consignment was tracked and arrested on 8th November 2024. Similarly, the bid by another businessman to export 7,800 pills of tramadol, 180 tablets of rofinol, and 60 bottles of codeine to Italy was also fueled at the departure hall of the Lagos airport on Monday, 11th November. He was arrested after recovering the opioids concealed in food and other items while attempting to board a flight to Italy. Following credible intelligence, NDLEA officers on Friday, 15th November, raided a hotel room in an estate in Abuja, where they arrested two suspects. Recovered from them was 1.8 kilograms of methamphetamine, which they were preparing to travel with to Qatar. In another intelligence-led operation, some task force foiled an attempt by a trans-border trafficker to smuggle 50,000 pills of tramadol from Ghana into Lagos. The pills were concealed in the body compartment of a bus belonging to a transport company. Edo, Imo, Kano, Oyo, Kaduna and Kwara State were some of the hotspots during the week under review. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
As the weather pattern changes from the heavy rain with flooding to Harmattan season in the northeastern and western regions, the southeastern and southern regions now grapples with heavy rain and flooding. To this effect, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has immediately deployed personnel and relief materials to the region to give the affected persons a sense of belonging. Ilyasu Yakubu reports that flood victims in the affected areas benefited from the relief distribution.
Among the 5 states in the eastern region, Anambra State ranks highest with cases of flood devastation year in, year out, with alarming number of casualties and property worth millions of naira destroyed. The 2024 climate predictions and flood outlook positioned Anambra State with high probable risks of flooding. Just as most states of the Federation, especially in the northern region, are focusing on the new pattern of Harmattan season, Anambra State is still focusing on the welfare of victims of recent flood devastation in the state. Director General National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Zubaida Umar, in a message said, the agency has mobilized resources to Anambra State to cushion the effects of the devastation. Items delivered to the state include bags of rice, gari, condiments, clothing materials, and other toiletries.
This intervention is to help them to make life a little bit easier in the camp.
Executive Secretary, Anambra State Emergency Management Agency, Paul Odinogo, who received the relief items on behalf of the state government, thanked NEMA for the swift reaction to the plight of the victims and promised judicious distribution of the items.
So that's why we are here, to say sorry for them, to thank them, and to encourage them to be patient with the federal government and the state government that they will be taking good care of.
Our investigation revealed that flooded waters in the affected areas of the state is gradually receding. From Omoaba Anam, community in Anambra is local government area of Anambra State. Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. Time for another break. To stay with us.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
The federal government has reiterated commitment to ending open defecation across Nigeria, calling for intensified efforts from all stakeholders to achieve this goal. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Joseph Utev, stated these at a media briefing in Abuja ahead of the forthcoming 5th anniversary of the clean energy use of the toilet. Usman Zubairu has details.
This briefing is holding ahead of the campaign's 5th anniversary and the launch of the Clean Nigeria Campaign Strategic Plan, which coincide with World Toilet Day on 19 November 2024. Currently, 135 local government areas and over 30,000 communities had achieved the open defecation-free status since inception of the Clean Nigeria Youth Toilet Campaign in 2019. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Yusuf, highlighted severe public health and environmental impacts of open defecation, emphasizing its role in contaminating water source, spreading diseases, and disproportionately affecting women, girls, and vulnerable populations.
The 2024 World Toilet Day theme, Sanitation for Peace, highlights toilets as a place of peace, protection, and progress, essential for public and environmental health.
Despite the progress made, the minister acknowledged the challenges in meeting the 2025 targets and emphasized the need to re-strategize critical aspects of the campaign, including advocacy, awareness, and stakeholders' engagement. He outlined several initiatives taken by the federal government, which include declaration of a state of emergency in the water, sanitation, and hygiene wash sector. He described the Clean Nigeria Campaign Strategic Plan as a comprehensive roadmap for achieving universal access to sanitation by 2030. However, he says this requires strong collaboration from state and local governments, international organizations, private sector partners, civil society organizations, the media, and the general public.
To ensure the needed political and high-level commitment that is required to drive the campaign, the states, local government areas, and other stakeholders will have to be actively involved.
During the media briefing, activities lined up for this year's World Toilet Day with the team Sanitation for Peace were highlighted, also include the launch of the strategic plan by Vice President Kashin Shettima. Osman Zubairu, NTA News.
Now, in a move to uplift local talent and nurture small businesses, Senator Ireti Kingibe, Senator representing the Federal Capital Territory, has, under the Federal College of Horticulture in Dadinkowa, empowered over 1,200 artisans in Abuja. The initiative, in partnership with Aponex Nigeria Limited, Felslum Consultant and Engineering Limited, and Isen Construction Co. Limited, aims to provide artisans with the financial support and business knowledge needed to thrive in today's economy.
It was a moment of celebration and new beginnings for not less than 1,200 artisans in the Federal Capital Territory as they gathered in Abuja for an empowerment program spearheaded by Senator Ireti Kingibe. The program, which marks a significant leap forward for small-scale enterprises in the region, is a collaboration with top industry players, Aponex Nigeria Limited, Felslum Consultant and Engineering Limited, and Isend Construction Co. Limited. Together, they are investing in the hands and minds of these artisans, giving them not only grants, but also the critical skills needed to turn their businesses into sustainable, thriving ventures. Senator Ireti Kingibe, in her message presented by her senior legislative aide, highlighted the importance of empowering local talent and fostering economic growth from the grassroots level.
Nothing is too small to start a business. Depends on what you want to start. You know, if you are at that level, even if you already have an existing business or something doing, you know, you can add it to it, you know, to improve. For example, you are buying and selling clothes now. You can add it to it to increase the volume you purchase for resale. So it's mainly geared towards, you know, augmenting whatever you already have or whatever you're already doing.
Before the grants were handed out, the artisans received comprehensive training on how to navigate the complexities of running small businesses, from tackling the challenges of starting up to mastering the art of financial management. The training sessions covered essential topics like business strategy, problem solving, and how to grow their enterprises despite the economic hurdles of today's world.
How do you succeed? Number one, be intentional. Number two, see the business as being different from you.
What, you don't just venture into a business because they say come and collect. No. And like the first speaker said, it's all about prayer. Prayer is good, but you don't just pray and say, I've prayed already, so give me the money. You go in and start buying and selling. No.
And the response from the artisans? Pure joy. Many praise Senator Kingibe for her timely support, which they believe will transform their livelihoods and help them scale their businesses.
So even we, people with disability, he had tried with us and he done well, and we will pray for her to make her have the process to go to his life.
I want to say we are very happy for what our beloved mother did, Hajia Ireti Kingibe. There are a lot of people that they want to road jam, but they don't have money. So she helped us, and we want to use this opportunity and thank her on behalf of my people.
For many of the artisans, this empowerment is more than just a financial boost. It is a pathway to greater independence and success. With the backing of these key organizations and the Senator's leadership, they now have the resources to turn their dreams into reality and make a lasting impact in the local economy.
Let's now take our last break. More news when we return.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel, and to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria, CISON, has held its first annual conference with the theme Mainstreaming Innovative Statistical Approaches to Understanding and Solving Nigeria's Economic Challenges. This is with a view to proffering solutions that will inform policy formulations of government, and it also aims to proffer ways of understanding statistical approaches to solving sectoral challenges, managing security issues such as crime rates, and gathering data in many critical areas such as education and healthcare.
The establishment of the Institute marks a watershed in our quest to professionalize the practice of statistics since 2001. The Institute is poised to play its fundamental role in shaping the future of data and analytics in Nigeria, ensure statistical integrity, and setting standards across multiple sectors.
At the CBN, we see the birth of season as the breeding of a fresh idea to drive what is driving the economy today. This gathering today is particularly pleasant, given the fact that it is the first since the transition of our NSA as an association to a chartered institute.
The fact that you have this institute, the first on the list is how do I collaborate with stakeholders? And your stakeholders are the people in the university, the people in the public sector, the private sector, so many international organizations.
Chartered Institute of Statisticians of Nigeria expresses gratitude to the National Assembly for passing the bill establishing the institute, as well as to President Bola Tinubu for his assent. Now, as part of efforts to alleviate the economic challenges faced by his constituents and support the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Amobi Oga, a federal lawmaker representing Isukwato constituency, has empowered over 500 of his constituents to make them self-reliant. Ifeoma Ndu Okoli reports.
Quality representation through thoughtful policy initiatives, community engagement, and economic development should be the primary focus of every lawmaker. For the people of Isukwato Umunochi Federal Constituency, the recent Economic Empowerment Program, which saw over 500 individuals receive items such as cars, minibuses, tricycles, motorcycles, and other essential resources, will significantly contribute to fostering economic growth and prosperity within local communities.
Because he wants you to be better than the way he met you. That is why he is doing this.
While reaffirming his commitment to continually seek new ways to support his community, the legislator expressed his vision for a future where every individual has access to nutritious food, quality education, and abundant economic opportunities.
People need to be empowered. There is hunger in the land. There is hunger in the land. Governance without empowerment does not make sense.
The empowerment program is set to expand, reaching additional communities across the Isukwato Umunochi Federal Constituency. In Umuahia, Ifeoma Ndu Okoli, NTA News.
Engineers from over 80 branches of the Nigerian Society of Engineers converged on Abuja for the 2024 National Engineering Games, where they competed for honors in several games. Kelvin Onuaye reports that the annual event, designed to foster unity among engineers and keep them fiscally fit, took off from the national headquarters of the NSC with marathon.
Our engineers will be fitter than they were before we started, and then we're also expecting some people will get prizes, or there will be prizes, there will be awards that will be given to members, and then most importantly, they will have achieved a broader network amongst our members.
Other activities including indoor and outdoor games followed, such as football, tennis, volleyball, basketball, and others. President of the NSC, Margaret Oguntala, who commended the level of turnout, expressed confidence that the objectives of the games were met.
Winning is a tradition in Abuja branch. Abuja branch is the best branch among all the branches of Nigeria Society of Engineers worldwide. And so in everything we are known for winning. In group dynamics, we are known for winning. In football competitions, we are known for winning. In every competition we participate.
Prizes and trophies were presented to winners and the ceremony witnessed by members and guests. Let's have a quick check at Monday's weather forecast. And that ends the news on International. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Justin Bemun. You do have a good morning.
The Kingdom of Maravi. Like many pre-colonial African kingdoms and empires across African regions, had independent kingdoms. The kingdoms straddled the current borders of Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia in the 16th century. Maravi was a general name of the peoples of Malawi, Eastern Zambia, and northeastern Mozambique. The Maravi Confederacy was founded by Bantu people immigrating into the valley of the Shire River, flowing out of Lake Inyasa around 1480. It prospered into the late 18th century, extending to reach what is now belonging to Zambia and Mozambique. It was a vibrant society of skilled administrators, ivory traders, healers, surgeons, and metallurgists. It began with the ethnic group of the Banda, Imwali, Nkoma, and Firi, and will eventually include other ethnics. Early history has shown that as early as the 13th century, the first signs of a large-scale migration of related clans entered the region of Lake Malawi. Traditional accounts indicated that these people originated in the Congo Basin to the west of Lake Nweru, in an area that subsequently formed part of the Luba Kingdom. The movement continued during the succeeding 2 or 3 centuries, and by the 16th century, the main body of these people, known collectively as the Maravi, were settled in the Shire River Valley and over a wide area lying generally west and southwest of Lake Malawi, including parts of present-day Zambia and Mozambique. At its greatest extent, the state included territory from the Tonga and Tumbuka peoples areas in the north to the lower Shire in the south, and as far west as the Longwa and Zambezi River valleys. Maravi's rulers belonged to the Mwale Matri clan and held the title Kalonga. They ruled from Manthimba, the secular administrative capital, and were the driving force behind the state establishments. Meanwhile, the patrilineal Banda clan traditionally provided healers, sages, and metallurgists, and took care of religious affairs from their capital, Mankamba, near Intakataka. Maravi Kingdom had a strong economic and active confederation that swept an area from the coast of Mozambique between the Zambezi River and the Bay of Quilimani for several hundred kilometers into the mainland. After contact with the Portuguese, trade intensified. It included such items as beads of the Kami type and Chinese porcelain imported via Portuguese intermediaries. The Portuguese endeavored to take monopoly over the gold and ivory exchange around the 1590s. This attempt was met with outrageous countering by the Maravi of London. They released their Wazimba armed force and sacked the Portuguese trade towns of Tete, Sena, and various other towns.
Hello, we're glad to have you join us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguele. Crimes are part of every society, and these crimes in time past were committed by persons that have attained the age of adult. But in recent decades, there had been an alarming rate of rise in the number of child or juvenile delinquencies across the world, including Nigeria. This juvenile may have come face to face with the law and are unfortunately often treated like adults and mixed with adults in prisons or correctional centers because of the nature of crime committed by this juvenile. The actions naturally puts the parents or guardians in a disturbed mood because the future or dreams of these young ones may be thwarted. Now, some of these crimes associated with juveniles are in different categories. But you ask, is the punishment for a juvenile meant to be the same as an adult who committed a crime? Well, I'm not the legal professional here, but what does the law say? Now, let's paint the picture in the legal aspect. Under the juvenile justice system, it encompasses an exposition of the legal, social, and welfare of the child, both from the government and the citizens, for the interests of the child. The child justice system requires that in dealing with cases involving children, the reason for such action by the child should be the focus and not the offense committed. And treating the delinquency and setting measures to reintegrate the child into society instead of punishment should be the target. Now, coming from the arraignment of minors in a Nigerian court recently, we saw happen, which the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria had to intervene before the case was struck out. But of course, it sprang up a lot of narratives. What are the laws that protect children in a juvenile trial? Are the laws active in Nigeria? We'll get to find out shortly. On platform, our focus is dealing with juvenile cases. And our guest is Echo Ejembi, Echo, SAN. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr.
Yeah, glad to be here. Pleasure is all mine.
Fantastic. You know, we have to let you in more on who our guest is appropriately by reading out his profile. We have a brief one here. Echo holds a Master's of Law degree, diploma in corporate and commercial law, and a postgraduate certificate in international business law from the University of London. And he is presently undertaking his doctorate degree program. Echo is a professionally trained chartered arbitrator. His practice interests include general legal practice, litigation, labor law, human rights law, family law, corporate law, private law, public interest law, and real estate law. As a consummate and versatile lawyer, Echo has a number of unpublished write-ups on contemporary legal issues. He's a member of different professional bodies, the Nigerian Bar Association, the International Bar Association, Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, Chartered Institute of Arbitration, United Kingdom, and many more achievements to his credit. Well done, Mr. Echo.
Thank you.
All right, our panelist is one of our judiciary correspondents here in NTA, Austin Ayinde. Austin, thank you for joining us on platform. It's been a while.
Thank you for having me, Ruth.
Great. Mr. Echo, I don't know if we should start with the case we saw happen not too long. Okay, let's use that as a case study. You know, it brought a lot of narratives. People had their own opinion, but you're the legal practitioner here. It's not the first time we'll see minors commit an offense. But the question is the justice system for juvenile. What does the law say?
No, practically, if you're speaking to the criminal justice sector as it regards juveniles, you have to make reference to the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and the Child Rights Act.
Yes.
In summation, they cover all aspects of juvenile trials, from arraignment to bail to detention, especially the Child Rights Act. It's more all-encompassing. Even the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which is AJA for short, makes regards and reference and defers to the Child Rights Act. So for purposes of the criminal justice sector as it regards juveniles, Child Rights Act should be your final boss.
Okay, so that's on a broader perspective, the Child Rights Act. But let's narrow it down to juvenile justice system in Nigeria. If you want to look at number of cases that has been tried for juvenile, would you say, as a legal practitioner, we're in the right trajectory?
No, the criminal justice sector with regards to juveniles in Nigeria has a lot to be desired. We have a lot of work to do. There is no painting it over here. What you just saw is just an instance. This is something that has been repetitive. Thank God this happened. Perhaps the executive and the lawmakers need to sit up and realize that we have a problem. And that problem is a socio-realistic one. It is not just one that you wish away by just lawmaking. It's not one you wish away by speaking to this particular issue, then moving on from it. There has to be an overhaul of the system. How many bus-style institutions do you have in Nigeria? How many states can even boast of a bus-style institution? How are these juveniles detained? How are they arraigned? The personnel, the infrastructure is nothing to speak of. If you follow the law, even the police, they are supposed to have a special section for children. That is not in existence. It's only on paper. We speak to the judiciary. How are these judges trained to handle children cases and juvenile-related cases? Is the training annually, biannually, frequently? How is it done? Should budgets be part or more of implementation? Is it a gap between lawmaking and implementation? Look, we need to have a sit-down as far as child laws and implementation.
The recent case that my colleague just asked, Ruth, painted a gloomy picture about the juvenile justice system in Nigeria. Yeah. And the question on the lips of many Nigerians is that when juveniles are arrested and profiled, does it mean that they do not seek any judicial advice from the Attorney General of the state or even the Federation before arraigning these juveniles in court?
Even at the point of arresting these juveniles, what the law says is that a special unit of the police should be the ones involved even in the arrest, the first point of contact. They are supposed to be specialized in how they handle juveniles. These are children, for crying out loud. Before you speak of asking the Attorney General's office for an advice on how to prosecute, you know, that first post of intact, it can do a lot of damage to the mind of the child. Psychological trauma. He may not even know at that point that what he's doing is wrong yet. So if an officer who has not been trained, he can only do what he knows how to do. So it's a structural problem.
It's a structural problem, yes, but we have the law, which is meant to be implemented. I take a quote now, what the law provides, that a child under 7 is not criminally responsible for any act or omission. And a child under the age of 12 is also not criminally responsible for an act or omission, unless it is proved that at the time of doing the act or making the omission, he had the capacity to know that he ought not to do so, the act or make the omission. Now, a child of 12 and above is responsible for any crime committed just like adults. However, the trial procedures differs. Let's put a perspective, you know, and look at the cases that have been handled, looking at these age grades I have mentioned. Is that really in place? Because what is the essence of having a law when it's not really well implemented?
On paper, you have these laws. On paper, you have borsal institutions. On paper, you have the age of criminal responsibility. But in reality, how is that determined? In reality, how is the law being implemented? It cannot implement itself in a void. The law speaks to nebulum without people who implement them. The people who implement them need to be trained to properly implement them. How do you determine if this child is 7, 12, or above? You can't just say it by looking at the face of the child.
They have birth certificates.
At the point of arrest, that may not be on their person.
But it takes a process.
It does.
If we're following the rule of law, it takes a process before you can trial someone for any crime.
That is true.
So that's enough time to find out what age that child is.
At the point of arrest, which is usually how all criminal administration works, at the point of arrest, depending on the nature of crime that the child is being suspected to have committed, let's take, for instance, felony, arson, or treason. The arresting officer does not have the liberty of asking the child for his birth certificate at that juncture. He only has to apprehend and to stop further crime if that is what was going on. It is when these people are taken to the police station or whatever detention facility that all these facts are supposed to be elicited from them. Contact is supposed to be made with their parents or guardians, and from their parents or guardians, then these facts come out. Then after those facts have been established, the next steps follow thereon. But the problem that arises in these scenarios is some of these officers do not have this training. They pick up these children in the course of committing an alleged crime, so to speak. They only do what they know how to do. They bundle them to the available facility. If the only facility they have on ground is a regular cell and nothing else, that is the only place they can keep them. If they have no access to finding out the word or the guardian of this child, then they leave it at that. That is why I spoke to training here. It's like any other sector. Specialization makes all the difference. Somebody needs to be trained to act professionally.
So if I get you clear, you are not saying that Nigeria lack the resource, the human resource to deal with this issue.
It's not just
but the thing is that Nigeria, having adopted the United Nations Child Rights Convention in 1991, so expected that countries will go back and domicile this thing in their law book, in their statutes. does it mean that we don't have people, understand, the Ministry of Justice or the justice sector generally, to articulate this issue and then find way of implementing them?
In my view, our problem has never been the laws. The laws have always been there, just like human rights. The laws are there. Our problem has always been a socio-economic one. Let's speak to realities here. Are the resources, are they available for those police officers to have been trained? Are they police officers who were trained particularly to handle issues of minors? Are they facilities only for the detention of juveniles? How many bus-style institutions do you have nationwide? Do you have statewide? How are these bus-style institutions maintained? Is it run for the purposes of rehabilitation of the juvenile or just to detain him or keep him? Some of these hard questions, they are realistic problems and they are not legislative. You can make all the laws you want. You can ratify all the UN treaties on it. But as long as those facilities are not there, they are no magicians.
One will ask, when the police steps in, make the arrest, which is what you say they're trained to do, make the arrest. Now, they get to the police stations where they are detained. You detain someone first before you take the person to court, before prison, before the legal process starts. Now, when the lawyer comes in or steps in to handle this matter, maybe that's where the lawyer is expected to make this rule of engagement with this juvenile clear to the police officers. So let's look at the aspect of the legal practitioners and how they're doing their own part, their own role effectively. Would you say they're doing their own part?
Look, we can't run away from this. The entire stakeholders in the criminal justice sector need to do better. From the police officers to the prosecuting officers, even to the law courts. But they can only do to the limit of the facilities on ground. Take, for instance, here, as at the point that that child was drafted, who interacted with the child? Who ascertained the nature of crime committed? Were there facilities available for notifying their wards, their guardians, or parents? Were their interviews taken in a language that they understood? Were they availed the opportunity of interacting for purposes of establishing what even happened? Do they even know that what they participated in is a crime? All this speaks to the facilities. After that is done, they are supposed to have been charged to court within a particular period of time. Before they are charged to court, where are they kept? People scream to the high heavens that they detain them in regular police cells. Where else does the police presently have to keep them? How many bus-style institutions do we have? Who runs those bus-style institutions? How are they maintained? Now, we speak to the divide that comes from when they are arrested, when they are interviewed, then to where they are prosecuted. The course of prosecution takes them to court. Ordinarily, just like we have economic crimes, just like we have matrimonial crimes, just as we have admiralty or even family, specialized courts, specialized judges are supposed to be put in place to handle this matter. Look, it's a bottoms-up problem. At each level of what we presently have, we have a problem. At the point of arrest, we have a problem. At the point of detention, we have a problem. At the point of arraignment, we have a problem. Then at the point of prosecution, we have a problem. We can't wish these things away.
Okay, let me cut in here. Using the last case as a study, the arraignment of this juvenile before the Federal High Court. Now, having arraigned these children, does it mean that the judge handling that case did not look at the faces of these children? And then when he was invoking the issue of bail, I'm coming to say, the issue of bail, each child was given a bail of 10 million naira. We know bail is discretionary. But how do you look at that?
The first question you should ask
yourself. Law is law.
That was before the case was even struck out.
Yes.
We're just looking at the narratives around it.
What facts were presented to the court? Can you really tell, if I may be clear, the court works based on facts as presented to it. At that juncture, it's working based on the facts the prosecution presented. and the facts the defense would have prevented, if any. The legal aid sector is supposed to provide free legal access, representation for those children.
Yes.
Were they available?
That's where their defense would have come in.
It is those facts or the lack of it to the court that puts the court in a position. When people say a court is misled, we are seeing a real-life example of it. If the prosecution drafts a charge, and in the charge it puts the age of that individual at 18, as far as the court is concerned, based on the evidence before him, he is dealing with an adult. He's not a scientist.
What he's saying is the faces.
These
are not children.
Look at my face. I dare you to guess my age.
Oh, no, you are an adult. So guessing your age as an adult, it's quite difficult. But for a child, it's different. A 7-year-old or a 12-year-old can look like a 7-year-old. But in this case where you said maybe the facts presented is that the age
that the police provided to be 18,
yes.
18.
So, but what if they are not 18?
If they are not 18, if it is established that they are not up to the age of criminal responsibility, there is a procedure set down in law that the court follows.
Now the question I want to believe he's asking is, did they verify those facts presented?
Face of the facts presented to the court. That is all the court can legally abide by. To do otherwise, you move into the era of speculation. Look, this is a court of record. He can only work with record. Yes, he may look at the face of a child or an individual and say, this person looks young, address me on this issue. This person does not look the age that you say on this paper. Address me on this issue. That may be so.
You made a salient point, Mr. Echo, about if these children, legal aid was supposed to step in. What would you say stopped legal aid from stepping in defending these children?
That's $1 million question. We have lapses in our criminal justice sector. We have lapses. We can't run away from that. That's what I spoke to facilities. Right from the point of the apprehension and at the police station, the legal aid sector ought to have been contacted. They should have played a role. Perhaps if they had done that, that case may not have made it to trial. But that didn't happen here, at least speaking from the facts available to me. That didn't happen.
Okay, we know that some of the reasons giving rise to this juvenile indulging in crime and criminality as a result of poverty and so many other factors. Although I know it's difficult to deal with by a lawyer. But what do you think, what would you prefer, understand, to addressing it? Because as we are speaking now,
more is still happening.
Crime, and these are the category of people that are indulging in crime these days. What do we need to do beyond establishing these booster homes, understand, by our leaders, political leaders?
It's a socio-economic problem. Look, it's a problem that you need to fix bottom up. The orientation is wrong. The religious institutions need to play a bigger role. The family units need to come into play. Somebody needs to tell them, you can't do this, you can't do this. To do this is wrong, to do this is right. Somebody needs to tell a child, avoid a riot, or when you sense there's a breakdown of law and order. It is wrong to take what does not belong to you. Yeah. Somebody needs to tell them that corruption should not be glorified. It's an orientation thing. It can only happen in the homes, in the religious institutions, in a place like Nigeria. It's a socio-economic problem. It cannot be wished away by many laws. We can have all the laws we like. But till we pull our socks up, till the family units start taking responsibility of their children, till the churches and the mosques and whatever traditional and religious belief we have, till they start playing the role they used to play back in the day, till proper guidance is meted out to these children, they may not know better. Everything we are speaking to is the symptoms. Where's the National Orientation Agency in this? Is this not a reflection of lack of proper orientation? Is this not a facet of decline in the family structure. Most of these things are things that has to be done behind the scenes.
Okay, so you've mentioned society, you've mentioned orientation, you've mentioned family. Where's the place of the legal, the judiciary? They also have a role to play. They have a stake in this because they say the last hope of the common man is the judiciary. That's it. Now, how can we begin to propel a child-friendly legal system that puts into consideration the security, the mental well-being, and the emotional intelligence of children when passing trial?
Well, at the point the judiciary is getting involved, you already have a problem.
Why do you say that?
Before the judiciary gets involved, the crime has been committed. The minor has been picked up. He has gone through the rigors of a police detention or interrogation.
So his
psyche has already been affected.
Yes.
We should be looking towards keeping the judiciary from even interfacing with them if we do things right. As at the point they are going before a judge, it's self-evidencing that we already have a problem. Yes, true to what you said, the judiciary needs to play a better role in development of a more friendly, child-oriented court system.
Yeah.
They need to do a better role in the orientation and the training of their support staff, the justices, and everybody involved in the trial of these minors. But let's not forget that's at the point that the judiciary is coming in, we already have a problem.
Okay, for decades now, we'll be having congestion of prison or correctional centers. Do we attribute these juveniles that they dump in custodial centers as part of the problem? Why we have prison centers congested? Because so many presidential committees have been set up to decongest the prison. They will congest this year. Let's say you go back, you find other outrageous number of inmates again. Do you attribute this to part of the problem?
Well,
because earlier you mentioned that where is the juvenile correctional centers? We don't even have it. So
the congestion of our detention system, it's a thesis on its own. It's a full-time problem. It's not just to decongest the prison. It's to stop the flow of unnecessary detention. Who puts these people in there?
The court
The policeman. Not all the time.
Okay.
If you look at the demography of those in detention, those awaiting trial may be higher than those who have been convicted. The percentile awaiting trial is larger than the percentile that has been convicted. And the issue is also a bottoms-up thing. Those in the criminal justice sector system, especially the Nigerian police and the security agencies, they need better training. They need to realize as at what points of interaction that these people can be given administrative bails, held in bonds, whatever step that needs to be taken without them having to be detained in the regular prisons. But when that is not done, when they have met their constitutional limit for which they can keep these people, the only place that they can put them is the prisons. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Legally, they can't keep them more than 48 hours. Or is it 24? So if that happens, they have to arraign them. They're going to arraign them in a system that is already overworked. They don't go back to the police station from there. Up and until the trial commences properly, they have to be detained somewhere. Look, to decongest our prisons, I think we should move beyond just wishing all these things. It's not by the number of committees. We have to be proactive. All the stakeholders in the justice sector system must sit down and say this is a demon in the room that must be excised. If not, we are just going around in circles.
What do we make out of the intervention of Mr. President in all this? What do we make out of it? And what does he spell, understand, for the judiciary and those in the criminal justice system?
Well, first and foremost, he was a very noble gesture by Mr. President. It shows that he has the welfare and a humane side to leadership. He has heard the cries of his people and he took a step immediately without going through any procedural or bureaucratic process.
Yeah.
For that is commendable. But let's not forget that the problem, like the elephant in the room, is still there. It's still there. How do we prevent future occurrences? That should be our focus.
Yes.
And that is why I say there are no facilities. Look, a man with a baton, as a police or security officer, can only use a baton to confront any crime. Do you expect a man with a baton to stop a bandit with a gun? He cannot. And so on and so forth. It flows right from the agencies all the way to the courts.
You know, it's unfortunate, Mr. Echo, that we have to deal with a system like this. I don't want to use a negative word to quantify it. But again, the advocacy must be sustained, because this is not an issue that is new to Nigeria. Like Austin said earlier, as we're talking, more crimes are happening, even by juvenile. And I'm sure on your plate you have cases that has to do with juvenile, if I'm correct. But let's hold the conversation and take a break. We'll be back shortly. Please stay tuned.
What are we doing as a nation to, first of all, settle our teeming populace, especially the
NTA's political package with a third eye on the nation's political scene. I'm Fisa Ogunfuyi. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
We have a lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed-door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling of their...
In fact, between June 1st and July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything, because we don't have anything.
A method for digital literacy is a bot that you can use, you can interact to learn more about digital literacy.
Hello, it's our pleasure to have you join us on platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
What is the yardstick for measuring everybody's moral integrity? It's critical at this point in time.
How daunting has that been for the Institute in getting them abreast with all the legislative procedures?
The fact remains that one training workshop is not enough.
Thank you for staying tuned. The conversation is dealing with juvenile cases. Mr. Echo, before we took that break, we're just examining how the system, based on what you've shared with us, is eroding. And it's quite unfortunate. But let's also look at the mind of this juvenile. I stumbled on a video recently of a 13-year-old that, poisoned her dad. And when she was arrested, before the community, and she was not remorse. She was confident that she committed a crime, killing her father. In a case like that, what would you say would have gone through the mind of that little girl? She's just 13. Psychologically, for me, looking at that, I could only just have mental picture, but I wouldn't know. What kind of punishment? How do you deal with such case?
Sometimes particular offenses have to be met with a big stick. The law already delineates what kind of offenses and what punishment is available or amenable to same. If you commit a nature and a type of offense, you can only go away with the punishment for it. And your age may not really be a defense for some of these offenses. Look, in criminal justice, the intention of the person, which we call mens rea, plays a very big role. To ascertain what was the mens rea or the mind of the person that committed that offense is usually the determinant of guilt or otherwise. The actus reus is just the active part. The laws are there. The challenge we are having is that the system is overburdened. Every day, Nigeria's population increases. Is the system being increased to meet up with the exploding population? Some of our facilities have been here for over 40 years. Some even longer. I heard somewhere that one of our detention facilities were built in the colonial era. How do you expect that particular facility to handle modern age problem that came in after it was established? A structure can only carry the weight it has the capacity to. Rather than, I don't know, flog the system for failure, we should enhance it.
Exactly.
We should take it back to the, chop it up, reverse engineer it, know exactly where the problems are. Where do we need to do better? Is it by creating of more hostile institutions? Is it by more aggressive advocacy? Is it by orientation? These things must be done. What is the status of the education of these children? There's a lot the education does to a mind. Yeah. A learned mind will not do some things because you know better. But that knowing better, people take it for granted.
Well, there were questions of, you know, the aspect of what the father would have done to her for her to get to that point of taking his life with poison. That means it was carefully orchestrated. What kind of punishment is the question? Will she face the full wrath of the law, even as a juvenile?
Well, that is for the trial to determine. I'm sure she has been arrested. Yes. I'm sure she's been processed. I'm sure she will be arraigned. And if that is happening, we are moving closer to the realm of sub judice.
Okay, I think I read some legal literature like that. In other crimes, those who leverage the United Nations Child Rights Act, they establish the need for family courts to be established. And these family courts make recruitment of social workers. Now, in all this we have been discussing, you hear about the police, you hear about the judges, you hear about that, but you hardly hear about the social workers. Do we have them to deal with the issue of juvenile cases in Nigeria?
At least for the FCT, I can confirm they have a welfare unit. I have interfaced with one in the course of litigation. The judge in that matter handed over, I will not use the word accused, the defendant to us at the end of the trial. And the FCT welfare units took over from there. Exemplary. The cost of repatriation of that person back to his locality, his welfare in the interim, they handled it. As we commend them, you urge other states who don't have such robust and effective systems to pick up the mantle. These workers should, they need to integrate with the criminal justice system completely. From the point of arrest, that is the police station, to the point of arraignment, that is the court, to the point of detention, if it is a detention-oriented punishment. If it is one that you do not need to be detained, how is the person being reoriented? How is the person being trained to become a better human being? What exactly was the problem? Did it start at home? What is the situation at home? That is where the welfare plays a role. They will interfere with this child. They will interview the child. They will call the parents, the guardians, whoever is responsible for this child, to find out what is lacking. Perhaps you are not feeding this child properly at home. And this child committed an act of necessity because he or she was hungry. You see, these things that I say, it's elementary. It's out there in our faces. But then again, it cannot be implemented without the facilities. Some of these children don't even know that what they are doing is wrong.
Yes.
That is why I say it's an orientation thing. Look, we as parents, as brothers, as sisters, as mothers, whatever role we play in the community, there's a saying that it takes a community to raise a child.
Yes.
It seems our community no longer raises children. We are more interested in punishing them. We should look at ourselves once in a while, look in the mirror and say, am I doing enough? We are not. We focus on only what is ours. This one is my child, so he should be looked after. That one is not my child. So.
You know, it's unfortunate, the whole value system eroding in society. But again, some psychologists are of the opinion that when you take this juvenile and you mix them up with adults in a prison, what you're doing to their psyche is something you don't want to imagine. We've seen cases of these children leave after serving their punishment, go back to even do worse.
Because they are hardened.
They're hardened. They've associated themselves with...
Sort of, they are sexually molested.
Yes.
And they are not all manner of things.
Do you share the same perspective, Mr. Eko?
Yeah, that is it's a universal truth. Even as an adult, if you mingle long enough with the wrong company, you might become as bad as the company. Birds of the same feather, they say. They usually flock together.
Yeah.
Misery will love company. You take someone, you mix him with a hardened criminal. You mix him with a sexual molester. You mix him with somebody who has a bias for arson. It is only normal that some of it will rub off. Back to the same problem. Facility, facility, facility.
But Mr. Eko, are we going to keep talking facility? Is there no temporary solution? Because if we want to wait until we get the right infrastructure to implement some of this legal, effective legal system that will be friendly to children, are we going to stall justice for what a child deserves in the aspect of looking after that child's mental being or well-being before we get to that point of let's have the right infrastructure? Are there no temporary measures?
Well, first and foremost, you must first admit you have a problem. When you admit you have a problem, then you look for the solutions.
We've been admitting this problem a lot.
All the stakeholders must be called on the table. This is our reality. How do we deal with this? We cannot keep putting these children through the meat grinder, as it were. What do we need to do better? What do the law enforcement agencies, on your part, what aspects do you need to do better in? On the court system, what aspects do you need to do better in? On the social welfare, how can you become more present? It has to be a mix. All the stakeholders must come on board, and they must come on with a common plan, an agreed plan, for them to be a solution in the interim. Because if you speak independently to the law enforcement agencies than to the courts, you have a disconnect.
It's a chain.
If you speak independently to the courts without taking into consideration the welfare officers, you have a problem.
Yeah.
If you speak independently to those three without the detention people, you have a problem. All the stakeholders must sit. They should realize their house is on fire. And they should come up with how it can be doused quickly, if I may add.
The booster homes we are talking about, what are they supposed to do? Their mandate, really?
It is supposed to be the only kind of facility that a minor or a juvenile should be detained in. There he's supposed to be, the focus is on reorientation, training, letting him realize how he can become a better member of the society.
That is counseling.
Counseling is just an integral part of it.
Okay.
He needs to change his entire paradigm. Education, training, skill acquisition, all that is what it's supposed to do. The focus of the Bostal institution, it is not supposed to be a penal-oriented center, but something to make you a better member of the society. You are a child. The society knows that.
How many do we have in Nigeria?
Oh.
It's a question, Mr. Eko.
I reacted the way I did because the last time I did try to check, which was years back.
About 6 or so. 5.
Well, in my state, I could only find 1 or 2 then. The functional one.
There's one in Kaduna.
And even that one, the state it was then, was nothing to write home about.
Whose responsibility is it to ensure that we have this institute?
It's the state.
So the state governments have a role to play in this?
They must. understand that crime is usually committed at the most basic levels. Those closer to the grassroots must be called in to have their say. Those nearest, closest, that interact most frequently with those minors must be called in. They must have their say. They must be told to pull up their socks. Whatever they need to do better, they should start doing it better. We look at this maybe from a historic perspective. It has not happened to me, so it's not my problem. No, it's our problem.
Yeah, it is.
We mingle in the same society with these people.
Yeah. And they mingle with your children. If you said it has not happened to your child, they mingle with your children.
Yes, of course. Yes. And the collateral effects of it, you can't run away from it. It's a ripple effect. We should take ownership of this problem and do better to resolution of it, and coming up with an implementation strategy that takes it away at the root so that we don't keep dealing with the symptoms like we saw in this particular incident. Let's deal with the sickness itself. That should be the theme. That should be the focus. That, in my view, will provide a better, long-lasting solution to the crisis at hand.
The trend in conflict resolution now globally is shifting from court litigation, going to court to go and prosecute your cases and others. People are now advocating alternative dispute resolution. Now, this ADR, does it have a place in dealing with this issue of juvenile we are talking about? Bearing in mind the place of our traditional institution, where the called members of the community who indulge in crimes and other things sit round table and then iron out things. Do we have ADR having anything to do with this?
Of course. It can be integrated. Even in the AJA, you have some sort of.
Yeah.
That's when you talk of plea bargain. Don't waste my utilities. Let's come to a compromise. Let's not go to full trial. The same thing can be broken down to attend to juveniles. You painted a wonderful picture of the traditional society. That's why I say this is a community problem. Back in the day, you commit an offense, your first point of punishment is your own parents. You are first taken to your home. After that day, usually you know not to do it again. That is my view. That has always been my view. We need to take ownership of this crisis. Simple as that.
But, you know, it's good you narrow it down to community level because most of these crimes, it's even more in the rural areas than in the urban centers. It's just the urban centers, the law, or rather security agencies are swift to action and all of that. But in rural communities, how much security is even provided at that level? So there's not even data of the kind of crimes happening there in the rural aspect, looking at the juvenile situation. Would you say, I like the recommendation you brought up of a stakeholders, a holistic approach, a multi-sectorial kind of forum that could be looked into some of these issues. But again, before we get to that point where all sections will wake up and say, okay, this is what we must do, at the community level, the role of this district head or community leaders, you know, religious leaders, where do they come in? Let's start to build that value system. You made a strong point of let's prevent this crime before we even get to try and this offenders.
That you have just spoken what I think hits the nail on the head, so to speak. Now, this person interacts first in the community before he goes out to the larger society. He attends a church, he attends a mosque, he interacts with members of his direct family, extended family, governed by family head, village head, district head, so on and so forth. The orientation must change. Glorification of corruption must end. It's a value system that seems to reward not honesty, but accomplishment must be redirected. all of these factors that mold the mind of any member of the society, culturally, ethically, and morally, they should put in more effort. This is more or less an instance of their failure than any other thing. Before you find a child committing an offense, something has gone wrong somewhere.
Yes.
And it went wrong at the most basic of levels. Who are those around at that basic level? It's these people that I have mentioned. If he attends a mosque, somebody around the mosque, somebody around the church, somebody around the family, somebody around the streets saw him and did nothing. A simple rebuke can change a lot. A simple act of kindness can even change the course of events. Are we doing enough as members of the society?
Okay, let me come here. We have spoken so much about the protection of the juveniles in criminal justice trial generally. But there's something I want to say. It is said that there's no smoke without fire. These juveniles that are coming to the streets, taken to the streets to cause mayhem, destroy properties and all this and so and so, they have been sponsored, allegedly, let me use the word, allegedly sponsored by some people. So if we are now trying to exonerate these juveniles, what becomes of the sponsor? Don't you think that those in the justice sector must do something to get this perpetrator, understand, to book?
If it is true that those juveniles did in fact commit the crimes they were alleged to have committed, that needs to be established. What was the motive for committing this fact, if in reality they committed them, also needs to be established. What were their motivation? Who sponsored them, if any, then comes into play. Then those sponsors should be gone after and brought to account, if it is true.
So those flags they were displaying during that end bad governance, certainly they are not the people that manufacture those flags. People must have brought their money, understand, together to provide those flags.
You know, the difficulty I find myself here, I must first speak as a lawyer before as a member of this esteemed panel. As a lawyer, I know your allegation, no matter how wonderful, until it is proven, it's still conjecture.
So, Mr. Echo, we're about to round off. I just want to hear your final thoughts. It's just unfortunate that, you know, young people who we see as our future leaders, dreams are dying. So, what's your message to society? Because it's a collective responsibility.
It takes a community to raise a child. We should learn to look at our neighbors' children as our own children. We should learn to look at the child on the street in the same way, with the same value we place on our own children. We should learn to treat these young people better. We should learn to educate them. We should learn to take them off the streets. We should try to provide basic amenities for them. It's not everything you must wait for the government to come and do. A little bit here, a little bit there can save a flood.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Echo, HMB Echo. He's a legal practitioner, SAN to be precise. Thank you very much for your insight.
So much.
We'll continue the advocacy because this is one issue that is very crucial to society. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Austin Ayembe, our judiciary correspondent, thank you so much for your insight on the platform.
Thank you very much, Ruth.
All right, we've been discussing ways of dealing with juvenile cases. What more can I say? You have a role to play just like I do. Let's look out for our future generations. Let's do the needful and let our conscience prick us at every time we see something wrong.
the Kingdom of Maravi. Like many pre-colonial African kingdoms and empires across African regions, had independent kingdoms. The kingdoms straddled the current borders of Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia in the 16th century. Maravi was a general name of the peoples of Malawi, eastern Zambia, and northeastern Mozambique. The Maravi Confederacy was founded by Bantu people immigrating into the valley of the Shire River, flowing out of Lake Inyasa around 1480. It prospered into the late 18th century, extending to reach what is now belonging to Zambia and Mozambique. It was a vibrant society of skilled administrators, ivory traders, healers, sages, and metallurgists. It began with the ethnic group of the Banda, Imwali, Nkoma, and Firi, and will eventually include other ethnics. Early history has shown that as early as the 13th century, the first signs of a large-scale migration of related clans entered the region of Lake Malawi. Traditional accounts indicated that these people originated in the Congo Basin to the west of Lake Mweru, in an area that subsequently formed part of the Luba Kingdom. The movement continued during the succeeding 2 or 3 centuries, and by the 16th century, the main body of these people, known collectively as the Maravi, were settled in the Shire River Valley and over a wide area lying generally west and southwest of Lake Malawi, including parts of present-day Zambia and Mozambique. At its greatest extent, the state included territory from the Tonga and Tumbuka peoples areas in the north to the lower Shire in the south, and as far west as the Longwa and Zambezi River valleys. Maravi's rulers belonged to the Mwale Matri clan and held the title Kalonga. They ruled from Manthimba, the secular administrative capital, and were the driving force behind the state establishment. Meanwhile, the patrilineal Banda clan traditionally provided healers, sages, and metallurgists, and took care of religious affairs from their capital, Mankamba, near Intakataka. Maravi Kingdom had a strong economic and active confederation that swept an area from the coast of Mozambique between the Zambezi River and the Bay of Quilimani for several hundred kilometers into the mainland. After contact with the Portuguese, trade intensified. It included such items as beads of the Kami type and Chinese porcelain imported via Portuguese intermediaries. The Portuguese endeavored to take monopoly over the gold and ivory exchange around the 1590s. This attempt was met with outrageous countering by the Maravi of Lundu. They released their Wazimba armed force and sacked the Portuguese street towns of Tete, Sena, and various other towns. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the state declined as many clans grew more autonomous. Maravi was invaded by Ngoni people fleeing the Infekin and was frequently raided by the neighboring Yao people of East Africa, selling captive Maravi on the slave markets of Kilwa and Zanzibar. In the 1860s, Islam was introduced into the region through contact with Swahili slave traders. The region was visited by David Livingstone, and stations were set up by Protestant missionaries in 1873. A British consul was also sent there in 1883. David Livingstone visited Lake Inyasa in 1859, and other Protestant missionaries soon followed.
Hello, I'm Esther Gidhu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump turns to an old ally to lead the Central Intelligence Agency. And in our entertainment report, Heather Maxwell hosts Togolese singer, songwriter, and band leader Masama Dogo, a.k.a. Dogo, to perform an unplugged version of one of his tracks. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is selecting Tulsi Gabbard to be the director of the National Intelligence, and he's turning to an old ally, John Ratcliffe, to lead the Central Intelligence Agency. Ratcliffe was the director of the National Intelligence during the final year and a half of Trump's first term. VOA National Security Correspondent Jeff Selden has more on Trump's intel picks.
The splashiest pick, former U.S. Representative Tulsi Gabbard, tapped by President-elect Donald Trump to be his director of national intelligence.
Here is the choice that we have. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney, and it's a vote for war, more war, likely World War III and nuclear war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
The one-time Democrat became a strong voice for Trump's campaign, rallying crowds behind his agenda.
It's why I'm proud to stand with President Trump and why we, the people, must vote to send him back to the White House and make America great again.
In announcing Gabbard's nomination, Trump praised her fearless spirit, saying she'll bring that to the job. She also brings more than 20 years of experience serving with the U.S. Army National Guard, and she brings a degree of controversy, working Republican and Democratic lawmakers with this social media video in which critics say she mirrored Russian propaganda about U.S.-funded bioweapons labs in Ukraine, something U.S. intelligence officials say is not true. Republican Senator Mitt Romney called Gabbard's comments treasonous lies, a charge Gabbard rejected. Gabbard's also been criticized for meeting with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, accused of war crimes. But she defended her trip, saying you can't be serious about peace unless you're willing to talk to your adversaries. Trump's choice of John Ratcliffe to lead the CIA is more conventional, Ratcliffe having served as Trump's director of national intelligence at the end of Trump's first term. From his days as a member of the House Intelligence Committee,
are either of you here today to assert there was an impeachable offense in that call? Shout it out. Anyone?
Ratcliffe has been a staunch Trump ally. And when lawmakers initially forced Ratcliffe to withdraw his name from consideration for the top intelligence post in 2019, Trump had his back.
The press was treating him, I thought, very unfairly. He's an outstanding man.
Ratcliffe got another chance and promised lawmakers he would make sure U.S. intelligence agencies provided the country with what he described as the unvarnished truth.
You have my commitment.
At times, Ratcliffe clashed with lawmakers over moves to declassify intelligence about alleged Russian election interference. He also pushed back against meddling by Iran, Russia, and China.
There is nothing more sacred in our republic than the fundamental democratic principle of one person, one vote.
Trump entrusting a familiar face and a rising star to lead U.S. intelligence efforts for the next 4 years. Jeff Selden, VOA News, Washington.
When the conflict in Darfur erupted last year, Adib Youssef, the former governor of Central Darfur State, was trapped but managed to help residents and families evacuate and escape to get out alive along with himself. He talks with Africa 54 managing editor Vincent Makori about possible answers for the conflict and his participation toward a solution.
I was not planning to leave the country, and I was trying to struggle with the people living with them. They're trying to help by any means, and that's why we start different projects, youth projects, the emergency response room project, trying to mitigate what is happening. But when things come to a deadlock, I found myself with no option. My father died during the war due to lack of medication and communication. So I took a long trip from from Darfur all the way to Port Sudan, and that is full of many different stories in order to reach to Port Sudan, because from the western side of the country to the eastern side of the country, and I end up in Uganda. Currently, I'm working for an organization known as People to People. We are trying to help the refugees at the camps, the Sudanese refugees at the camps, but also we are helping the increasing number of IDPs inside different cities and towns in Darfur.
From what you know as an insider, what could be the best way forward, given that all international efforts up to this point have not borne any positive fruits?
I think the international community, one thing that they need to do is to put an action to stop the ongoing violence. Second, I think there is a foundational need for a ceasefire agreement with third-party observation. Three, I think there is a need for the protection of civilians. Civilians have been paying the price of all this. 90% of the casualties in Sudan and in Darfur are civilian. So I think those could be three main steps that start making a difference to stabilize the situation. And I think then issues of peace building could erupt there in a sense of trust building and confidence building. This is not only between the two warring parties, but also among the ordinary people.
What do those external forces want in Sudan, those who are supporting the different sides?
I think it is all about resources, resources in the sense of gold and other resources that Sudan has. It depends on which direction of Sudan. Therefore, mainly they're interested on gold and some other minerals. Yes. So it depends. But the basic interest, the major interest is they want to loot the Sudanese resources. Yes.
That was the former governor of Central Darfur State, Adi Yusuf, speaking with Africa 54 managing editor Vincent Makori. Senegal voters are casting their ballots in legislative elections on Sunday. The voting is likely to determine whether the new president and government can gain control over the National Assembly and push through their agenda for reforms. Earlier, I spoke to Ibrahima Khan, a Senegalese political analyst, and began by asking him what President Ousmane Sonko can do to fix the economy.
Well, I think the main issues that interest the youth that is supporting him is not only to get a job, have better education, and open the economy in the way that Senegal can really benefit from the gas and oil that the country has started to exploit. But I think the government itself is in a very complicated situation because the corruption in the past has played a very bad role in the economy. Nothing is working at the moment in Senegal, and this government doesn't have the experience, but also the connection that is really required to facilitate that transition. Currently, they have a problem with IMF. They still have problem with local business people. And the fact that they are insisting about fighting against corruption, that also create a new context where people don't want to invest because they will be seen as having benefited from the previous government. So they are in a very difficult situation, but I hope that if they have a very strong majority that will probably allow them to make the changes that they want in the constitution, in the country, to really start implementing their own agenda.
So what is the role of the former president Macky Sall in this election?
Well, we were all surprised to see Macky Sall being the lead of his former party, APR, for this election. You know, usually when a president leaves power, he will start retiring or try to find a new life after having exercised his power for 12 years. Surprisingly, he decided to stay and to support his party. I think there are 2 or 3 reasons to that. One is he doesn't want to be disconnected from what is happening in the country. His party is in a very bad shape, and if he doesn't fight to have a number of MPs that will help him to be vocal at the parliament, that will also destroy his party and destroy everything that he built in the past. And I think lastly also, he wants to participate, to create a very strong opposition to the current government so that at least they don't have, you know, the kind of majority that they wanted, which will allow them to do everything. So all in all, Macky Sall still have an interest to play in playing a role in Senegal.
That was Senegalese political analyst Ibrahima Khan. Still to come in our entertainment report, Heather Maxwell hosts Togolese singer, songwriter and band leader Masama Dogo. We'll be right back.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
In other news, South Africa's government says it will not help a group of illegal miners inside a closed mine in the country's northwest province who are being denied access to basic supplies as part of an official strategy against illegal mining. The miners in the mine shaft in Stilfontein are believed to be suffering from a lack of food, water and other basic necessities after police closed off the entrances used to transport their supplies underground. A re-engagement between Egypt and Turkey, the main supporters of the rival powers in Libya, could offer hope for easing tensions between the Libyan factions. Dorian Jones has more from Istanbul.
Libyan oil exports resumed this month after production shut down over a battle to control Libya's central bank, which manages oil exports. The dispute between Libya's 2 rival administrations was only resolved by intense negotiations.
What happened is a very grave crisis which has been partly resolved but still presents some loose ends, and a lot of players, including armed groups in Tripoli, are trying to kind of take advantage of whatever has happened over the last several weeks. So I'm not describing a scenario of war, but I'm describing a more volatile environment.
But a rapprochement between Egypt and Turkey could offer hope for easing tensions. Cairo backs the Libyan administration in Benghazi of Khalifa Haftar, while Ankara supports the Tripoli-based government of national unity. Last month, during a visit to Ankara, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi pledged to work on Libya with his Turkish counterpart, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Analysts say this cooperation was key to resolving the latest Libyan crisis.
Both countries can push, the Tripoli-based government or Benghazi-based Khalifa Haftar, at least to accept something or come to the least terms that they can agree. So it's a win-win situation for both Egypt and Turkey.
With both the Turkish and Egyptian economies in crisis, the economic benefits of cooperating in Libya are, analysts say, a powerful force behind the country's rapprochement.
These two countries are very important to both. They've figured out a way to, divide spheres and work together. Even in the East now, Turkish companies have cut lucrative deals, infrastructure deals, just as Egypt has. So economy and money drives a lot of these political friendships and rapprochement.
Ankara wants Cairo to use its influence over Haftar to support an agreement it made with the rival Libyan Government of National Unity to explore what are widely believed to be energy reserves in Libyan waters. Conversely, some analysts say Cairo wants Ankara to support removing the Government of National Unity's Prime Minister, Abdul Hamid Dbeibah. Despite differences, observers say Cairo and Ankara are committed to cooperation.
What has already been decided is that they are going to speak. They are going to speak on a daily basis. And then at every crucial moment, they're going to make sure, Turkey specifically is going to make sure that Egypt is on board.
Given the potentially high economic stakes for both Egypt and Turkey, Libya will likely be seen as an important test of the country's new rapprochement. Cooperation that could help ease Libya's deep divide, analysts say. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
It's time for Entertainment Report, and joining us now is Heather Maxwell, and she has with her a very special guest. Hello, Heather.
Hello, Esther. Hello, everyone. 2 years ago, I invited the talented Masama Dogo, a.k.a. Dogo du Togo, on the show to announce his debut album. Well, now he's back with us with his sophomore album, just released November 8th. Hi, Dogo.
Hi, Heather.
How are you?
I'm very good.
It's great to have you on.
Great. I'm glad to come here.
It's been 2 years.
Yes.
So tell us about your new album, Avude.
Yes, Avude is, the meaning is, it means struggle in Ewe. And it was recorded in Togo in a legendary Otodi studio. That's a studio that was built in the 70s by the Americans. And at the time, musicians would come all over Africa to record there. Salif Keita recorded his first.
In Lomé?
Yes, actually Mori Kante. And King Sonny Ade recorded there too.
Wow.
Today, that studio is not working, it's not functioning anymore, but the sound is good. So what we did is we brought in our instruments and we recorded a great album that is electric compared to the last album that is more acoustic.
I see.
And
all right.
more energy and more danceable. And
yeah.
stuff.
Well, I see you have your guitar. You're going to play something for us. What are you going to play?
That it's good to pray, it's good to call God. All right, play.
Agbova do viviti, nenu omega vale zonde, nenu seudowa, kuviom gananyo. Najidore awola akbobe nuola kareme aye enuola nyona nchanko ewe enuola nyona nchala nemi yama ucha mi dola enuola kareme nemi yama uchande mi do la ron, y no la ño. Nemi ama ucha mi dora yenola nyo yenola kareme. So that's the Nola nyo.
Beautiful.
Now I have another song called Africa.
Great. Africa.
Yes.
In English?
In English, same thing. It's called Africa. It's just saying to the leaders in Africa to build a continent, to work hard for the young people not to leave. Because when they leave, they may not come back.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
All right.
Nenkuvik bano chande, jime la sioma. Nenkuvi leve chande, no la sioma. Eye na ole jo, joio vode o maga trova gbere o. Eye na ole jo, joio vode o maga trova gbere o. Yo vo hodwa dose. Miabe duplo la wa nusende mele wasio. E nuola sensen wa miabe duplo la wa pawade mele wasio de. Eye na ole jo joio vode o maga trova gbere o. Eye na ole joio vode o maga trova gbere o.
I like that one.
Thank you very much.
Now, that brings me to another question. So you're asking Africans to stay there, but you live here. However, you go back and forth a lot. Your whole band is based in Lome, right?
Yes, the whole band is based in
my
Lome.
question is, how do you maintain life here and such a, I mean, you're productive. You've done 2 albums in 2 years. How do you do that?
Just focus, and I travel to Togo a lot.
Yeah.
I'm here, but what I can say is I live between Lome and DC.
Yeah.
I go to Togo a lot. I write the songs here, and I send it to them. We talk via WhatsApp and stuff like that. When I go, we practice. Basically, don't have a break, though. That's true.
Yeah.
But I usually go back. But what the song is saying is some people leave and they don't come back. And what needs to happen is that maybe the leaders need to do a better job for people not to leave and not come back.
So which one do you like better? DC or Lome?
Both.
They're
like
different,
both.
huh?
No, seriously, I like both. I like to go to Togo because that's my roots.
Yeah.
But I like being in DC too because it's a great city.
I love Togo too. You remember I was there a couple of years ago.
Yes.
I loved it. Really loved it. All right, so when is your next big concert?
I don't have anything planned right now, but I'm being prepared to go to Togo, and probably we're going to have a show on the streets, but nothing in a serious venue. But, you know, street is a serious venue anyway.
It is, isn't it? Well, don't go to Togo. Thank you so much. People can reach you. They can listen to you and watch you on YouTube. They can get your music on iTunes, Spotify. Dogo du Togo.
Yes. Instagram, YouTube, everywhere. Dogo du Togo is online. The album is called Avude, and it's CD, vinyl, and digital.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks everyone. Esther, back to you.
So great to hear Dogo here in the studio. Heather, thanks. Africa 54's Entertainment Report air every Friday right here. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, have a great weekend.
Mali is a West African country located in the Saharan and Sahelian regions. Its multi-ethnic composition expresses rich cultural heritage. Mali's land is flat and arid, having the Niger River flowing in the midst and providing livelihood in agriculture and livestock. The country has monotonous and plateau plains, which are crossed by the Niger and Senegal rivers as well. The plateau, which is located in the south and southwest extension of Faltois Jalon Highland of Guinea and the Guinea Highland of Guinea and Côte d'Ivoire, lie between 1,000 and 1,600 feet above sea level. In Mali, dry season lasts from November to June, marked by low humidity and high temperature, and influenced by the Alais and Harmattan winds. From March to June, the Harmattan, a dry hot wind, blows from the east out of the Sahara and sweeps the soil into dusty whirlwind, while the rainy season lasts from June to October and blows from the southwest. Mali is bounded on the north by Algeria, on the east by Niger and Burkina Faso, on the south by Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea, and Senegal and Mauritania on the west. The nation also boasts the flourishing history of the Mali and Songhai ancient empires that held sway from the 13th century through to 18th century. These empires produced leaders such as Mansa Musa and recorded dominance in trade in Timbuktu, Goa, and Jenny. Relics of ancient architectural works and towns about its past are still visible. Only lately were they destroyed by rebels in the country. Much about Mali in present day can be traced to the French colonial administration in the area in 1890. By 1959, the Sudanese Republic and Senegal formed the Federation of Mali, and on the 20th June 1960, Mali became an independent nation. However, in less than 3 months, Senegal pulled out, allowing Mali to be a republic. The nation Mali occupies 1,240,000 square kilometers and has a population of 19.1 million people, with 67% estimated to be under the age of 25. In addition, 90% of the population resides in the southern part, while about 60% of it lives in the rural areas. These disparities is said to be as a result of the efforts to seek better economic opportunities and livelihood. Mali's political journey began in 1960 with Modibo Keïta as its first president. He instituted a single-party system and economic reforms, but was removed in 1968 through a coup d'etat by military officers, and since then, Mali has been experiencing a series of coups d'etat, first in 1968, 1991, and 2012. The country has also witnessed intermittent rebellions in 1963, 1991, 2006, and 2012 as a result of North-South rivalries. Mali is the home of many tribes such as the Mande that make up 50% of the entire population, including the Bambara, Malinke, Saroke, Fulani, Songhai, Voltec, Tuareg, and more. Each of these ethnic groups speaks different languages, but the major ones are French, Arab, English, and Fula. Mali's main
in Farinruwa Development Area, in Wamba Local Government Area of Nasarawa State, north-central Nigeria. The village is situated at the bottom of mountains that are beautifully laid, naturally designed, and connected. Farinruwa is a Hausa word which translates to mean white water in English. The village became known and called Farinruwa due to whitish color of the beautiful waterfall which nature has endowed the Masange community with. It is also a name describing the nature of the fall. The name Farinruwa has today become synonymous to Masange, which is the actual name of the village where the waterfall is located, having become very popular. So, both names refer to the village, with Farinruwa yet referring to the waterfalls and even the development area which houses both Masange village and the waterfall. Farinruwa shares boundaries with Bokos local government area of Plateau State. The village became part of Nasarawa State at the expense of Plateau State, with the presentation of a 1925 evidence of tax payment to Wamba Native Authority in Nasarawa State. The natives of Masange or Farinruwa village, right from ancient times, were warriors. Indeed, settling at Farinruwa area by the ancient inhabitants was by no means a child's play, as it didn't come easily, and there was a reason for the difficult task. Of course, the ancient inhabitants saw the abundant natural endowments in the area and believed it was an ideal place to live in, a belief that has been justified today. Part of the natural endowments was the palm trees that abound in the area. Even today, palm trees are available both at the forest and at the surroundings of houses and are used in production of palm oil, even though in a local way. The people of Masange, since inception, apart from being farmers, are also hunters, and hunting still thrives in the community. One of the present-day hunters shares his experience with us.
My name is Husseini. I am an hunter. I am an indigene of Matinge village, which is popularly called Farinruwa today. As a hunter, I learned this act of hunting from my parents, who also learned it from their parents as well. Our ancestors were great hunters and warriors. Therefore, I see it as a good thing to follow their path. I have been a hunter since 1987, and it is really paying off because it is from hunting that I earn a living and also take care of my family. I thank God for the strength to hunt.
Prior to exploring the waterfalls fully, let's take you to some other historic sites which have played and are still playing significant roles in the lives of the inhabitants. To this end, we're led to one historic cave, which the inhabitants call Kiahun Mamulek Cave. There is also the second section of the Kiahun Mamulek Cave.
The meaning of Kiahau, there is a little Kiahau, you can call it Kiahau. It is a cave that open, just a little, not wide like this one. It is Kiahau. But the reason why Mamulek, it has a cup and it's very wide that can contain many people. So that is the meaning. The importance of this Kiahau Mamulek to Masange community, it has a great importance. As since our forefathers told us, by their time, you know that we were having some enemies that we used to fight with them. For that, as if the enemies, if we fought with the enemies, if the fight was so very harsh, you can pack some of our women with the children will come and hide them there, while the men would go for the fight. So that is one importance of this Kihamamule to Maseke community. And you know, this Kihamamule that is here, you understand that it is up. Whenever you go to that certain place, you leave the Kihamamule just a little, you will find out that all the place is open, whereby if the enemies were coming, before they will arrive, we have already seen them, so that we can pursue them. Whatever that we can go and hide and then pursue them.
From the point where Kiahun Mamule Cave is, a visitor is offered a chance to view the beautiful scenery towards the direction of Basange village, a wonderful sight to behold. The beauty of the scenery is, however, more heightened during the rainy season. As we move out of the second section of the Kiahun Mamule Cave, we move to the Indai Cave. The chief priest of the community, who remains the only person who could get inside the cave, leads us in. The cave remains the point where masquerades are kept. When we arrived, however, no masquerades were found there, as they were said to have been borrowed out for the celebration of Kulere Day, one of the traditional festivals of Bokos, Plateau State. Another historic site at Masange is a stream referred to as Man Spring. The water comes out from underneath the rocks in the surrounding, while having its main source from Toff in Plateau State. The spring water is cool and nice for drinking. It also remains available all year round, as it never gets dried. Man Spring water is one of the major sources of drinking water for the Masange community. The spring water is considered a pure source of water, which not only serves as a source of drinking water, but was also used for preparation of persons, just as it was used for preparation of spears during wars in ancient times. No woman, even now, is allowed to dive in the spring due to its purity. Water from the Man Spring cascades and forms a gentle but beautiful waterfall. This results in a beautiful lake. What a beauty this lake is, and surely a delight for any visitor or tourist to watch. The beauty of the serene environment and the cool, fresh air which characterize the lake environment are enjoyable. Having looked at some of the sites of historic and tourism significance, we get on our way to the beautiful Farinrua waterfalls, surely a beauty to behold. A tourist or visitor who had visited Farinrua Falls before now would have experienced the poor nature of the road leading to the waterfall, just as we did during our previous visit. But today, the road has had a facelift to provide easier access for visitors to the waterfall. As one approaches the fall from Masange village, one has a glimpse of the waterfall with varying beauty and sizes, increasing in size as one gets closer, hence adding to one's joy and curiosity. On the way to the location of the waterfall is a forest. The forest makes the area ideal for ecotourism. The area could serve as a resting place for tourists as they appreciate the wonder of nature. For the inhabitants of Masangay village, however, the forest area plays more significant roles in their lives. The ancient shrine of the people, which still exists, is situated within the area.
The shrine has been here as old as the ancestors or gods of this place. The shrine is very, very important to the community. The chief priests have been down. The chief priests have been down for a number of years, but this is the man that is deputizing him. So the shrine here is very important because whenever the people of the community are seeking for any helps from the gods of this river, they must come and meet the owners of this shrine. When they meet the owners of this shrine, they are the one to lead them. After sacrifice, they are the one to lead them. When they lead them, then whatever they are asking, they will get through these people. So this shrine is very, very important to the community.
There is also a rock, which is again of great importance to the people and located naturally close to the shrine.
You see this rock, it is not just like that. If you can look up on it, you will see there is a parasitic trees and like a leguminous grass on it. The grasses are very important. Whenever after the sacrifice, the chief priest will clamp on it. When he clamp on it, he will fetch it. After fetching it, he dry it, then mix it with the herbs that he will give it to the community, and it will help them.
All these are just a stone throw to our destination, the Farin Ruwa waterfalls. Indeed, the Farin Ruwa Fall was discovered long before the 1950s, which is the date written in some literature. It was indeed one of the major attractions that encouraged the ancient inhabitants of Masangay, popularly called Farin Ruwa, to settle there.
People that serve in this community are two people by them. They are called Kyobok and Agalti. They are the first people that came from Tough Plateau to come and spy this place. When they spy this place, they discover that there is a good land, a fertile land for agriculture. There is palm trees, economic trees like palm trees. There are locust bean trees and other economic trees are naturally grown in the land. And they found out that there is a falls. When they saw the falls, they look at it, observe it carefully how it is falling down, then they call it Mayas, which the Hausa man call it Farirua Falls. So they call it Mayas. Mayas means it comes from somewhere. That is in their dialect. So when they look at it, they now say that, okay, there is something good that will come out of this place. Then they went back home. When they went back home, they got a bull. When they came with a bull, they sacrificed him. The ancestors that came here, they discovered that there are good things. After their sacrifices, they found out that there are good things here. They started showing them good things. Like if a woman is buried, when they bring the woman here, that woman will surely deliver. And if they don't have rainfall, they will come here, consult the ancestors of the river, then they will get a rainfall.
The water falling down from the height and splashing up the ground is a great spectacle, as it also steams. Farinruwa Falls is a spectacular sight, which is often pleasing to any visitor or tourist who visits.
Here in Masinge village, under the Farinruwa development area from Wamba local government, for a visit to waterfall called Farinruwa. In fact, the waterfall is very beautiful and attractive. In fact, there is a need for government to come in because the community cannot do anything here. This is a very big place for tourism. This is something that the government is supposed to base more on it so that people in the country and even the outside country, that is the foreigner, will come in to see how this water is falling.
This place is very, very an excellent fall that it can attract so many tourists from everywhere. Because when you look at it, in fact, if only the government can intervene so that they can make this place to be a highly tourist area, I think it will attract people all over the world to come and see what the natural fall is. And that will generate revenue to not only to the community, to the state and the federal nation.
At this point, it is worthy to note that visiting the Farinruwa waterfalls at different times are accompanied with different experiences. A visit during the peak of the rainy season, especially between July and October, provides the opportunity to view the waterfall in its full volume and the peak of its beauty alongside its accompanying beautiful scenery at its highest greenish color level. In fact, during this period, the volume of water splashing does not even allow one to get to the bottom of the fall. A visit during the dry season would allow the visitor to get to the bottom of the fall and see the cave into which the fall enters after touching the ground before moving out to form a river. A cave which is mythically said to be a home of mighty water spirits, thus worshipped by the people. Farinruwa Falls are indeed a spectacular sight. 150 meters of cascading water and one of the tallest waterfalls in Nigeria.
Creativity is so broad. I would say whatever it is that you're creative about, it takes a lot of practice before you become very good. So if it's something you intend to pursue, it's something you have to keep doing. You have to keep practicing. It's not going to be an overnight success, which a lot of people look for. But if it's something you're determined about, but the drawback rather, is that you need what is called staying power. While you're developing your creativity, you need to earn a living. So I know that's where the conflict usually comes in, especially with the hardship in the country and all that. But I think a lot of encouragement from the private sector to create incubator hubs. We've had some of those in tech. We need those across various sectors as well. Incubator hubs where these ideas can come in, be developed, be encouraged, be funded, and then we can expand it from there.
Content creation, while it may sometimes get a bad rap, I think it's actually very important because we have to see ourselves. We have to see ourselves living our lives. We have to show and share our stories. I think that's very important. Now, the job after that is to be able to digitize those stories into something that can provide data and insights, that can ensure that we can be able to support whole-scale industry in these spaces, to ensure that the amount of money that each content creator is getting exceeds what is currently happening for many content creators. The same content creator who lives in Nigeria will be earning less than a content creator who's living in the US or the UK or Japan. And we've got to also bridge that gap, because most of that is being driven by the ability of the consumers to pay for those goods, and also the pricing that many of these platforms have. So I think this is not the job for the content creators and the young people. This is a job for people like myself in the ecosystem who can help support the right pricing, to advocate for the right policies, to support economic development for consumers who want to consume that information and that content. And even beyond content creation, we're seeing that many people are stepping in behind the camera. They are producers, editorial, they are graphic designers, they are in technology, but maybe not in front of the camera. And what we want to say is also, we need those people too. We need those stakeholders involved. And the job of many policymakers, DFIs, is to ensure that the strategic investments get there, the collaboration gets there, and we're deliberate in how we're saying we want to support innovation in our continent.
There's an age group where your brain function is at its maximum, and that's the age group we call the youth, isn't it? So we need the youth, the younger generation, who have the energy, the imagination to be equipped with the proper education, the proper tools, the proper encouragement, and then take what innovation they bring out and turn it into mainstream developmental ideas. So you find a lot of things that are invented by people in school or straight out of school. We need our patent laws to work so that they can earn a living from their imagination. Once the imagination is just for a one-year festival or an event, then it's not worth it. Somebody creates something, we need to get our patent laws to work, we need to enforce them, and then the private sector can use those patents to develop things and encourage more people to be more creative. Back in the days, yes, you had to be an engineer, a lawyer, a doctor. Today we have programmers, we have AI specialists, we have people that are doing ethics on genetics. Those things didn't exist 50 years ago. So there are new areas that need to be explored. The question really, apart from the parenting, does our educational curriculum cater for what the needs of the world will be in the next generation? Because our curriculum is dealing with the issues of the past. We need the government and the private sector to redo the entire educational curriculum to be forward-focused, not retroactive.
Fellow Nigerians, I made a solemn pledge to work for you, how to improve your welfare and living condition. It's of paramount importance to me And it is the only thing that keeps me up day and night.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's what how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with clothes with which here that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used to marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but what I'm saying is, we are better together.
Dushma Lucy Pius
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
NTA, you can't be.
President Bola Tinubu arrives Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for G20 Leaders Summit.
Nigeria and India strengthen bilateral ties on trade.
I'm confident that our discussions will enhance Nigerian-India relations on the basis of mutual respect and shared mission.
Reactions as INEC declares Lucky Ayedatiwa winner of Ondo governorship election.
Lucky Orimi son of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall focus on the just concluded Ondo governorship election and much later, engineering solutions to food security.
With boasted hearts and hopeful enthusiasm, the people of Ondo State exercised their franchise last Saturday in a demonstration of democratic governance.
Indeed, a demoline in what many describe as a resounding landslide victory. The electorate endorsed Lucky Ayedatiwa as the governor of the Sunshine State, declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC.
You might recall that Governor-elect Lucky Ayedatiwa, candidate of the All Progressive Congress in Saturday's governorship election in Ondo State, emerged winner, pulling 366,781 votes, triumphing in the 18 local government areas of the state.
And he was massively ahead of his closest rival, Agbola Ajayi of the People's Democratic Party, who pulled in 117,845 votes.
Yeah, it's another 4-year mandate by the electorate for the re-elected governor in an off-cycle election that stood the test of time.
Absolutely, and with over 2 million registered voters in 3,933 polling units across 203 wards, the stage was set for the next occupant of the Alabaka Government House in Akure, the state capital.
Yes, Alabaka Government House. Although some electorates say the election was free, fair and devoid of violence, others believe the peaceful end to the Ondo governorship election was marred by vote trading, vote buying and vote apathy, a recurrent issue in Nigeria's electoral process.
Now, aside from that, INEC has been getting knocks over late deployment of electoral materials, but this time around, the case seemed reportedly different.
Perhaps better days are ahead, however, from being a deputy governor to an acting governor, now substantive governor, and now a re-elected governor for the second time. Luck has indeed smiled on Lucky Ayedatiwa, who against all odds and impeachment scare is set on a mission of emancipation and good governance as he occupies the #1 seat in Ondo State. So today on Good Morning Nigeria, we will review Saturday's governorship election in Ondo State. I am Ademola Adeoye. This is Good Morning Nigeria. Welcome to the program.
And the first for the week, and I'm Juma Yusuf. We have a second topic that explores sustainable engineering solutions to food security and climate change. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We're broadcasting live on the network service of the NTA. In a moment, we'll begin with highlights of the morning news, but much later, newspaper review. Our newspaper reviewer, Chukudi Okoli Baja, will be joining us. Now, let's join Comfort Ahmadu for the morning news. Hello, Comfort. Hello,
Jumai. Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians. Here are the highlights of the news with President Bola Tinubu arriving Rio de Janeiro, Brazil to attend the 19th meeting of the G20 Leaders Summit taking place in the South American country. The presidential airplane landed in Galeão International Airport, Rio de Janeiro, at a few minutes past 11 p.m. local time on Sunday. He was received by Ambassador Breno Costa from the Brazilian Ministry of External Relations. An earlier statement by the Presidential Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, implies that the Nigerian leader's participation is at the instance of the Brazilian president and current president of the group. Luis Inacio Lula da Silva. A summit holding from Monday, November 18 to Tuesday, 19 will bring together leaders from the world's top 20 economies, including the European Union, the African Union, and multilateral financial institutions, among others. President Tinubu is also expected to hold bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit in advancement of Nigerian socio-economic reforms. He is expected to return to Nigeria at the end of the visit. Nigeria and India have signed memorandum of understanding on new areas of collaboration to further strengthen the bilateral ties between both countries. This was a major outcome of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Nigeria on the invitation of President Bola Tinubu. President Tinubu conferred on his guest a national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger.
I'm confident that our discussions will enhance Nigerian-India relations on basis of mutual respect and shared mission.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared Lucky Aiyedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress winner of the governorship election in Ondo State. The declaration was made after Aiyedatiwa secured a total number of 366,781 votes to defeat other contestants.
Aiyedatiwa Lucky Orimisan of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu felicitates with the winner of Saturday's Ondo State governorship election, Lucky Aiyedatiwa of the All Progressives Congress, while also commending the peaceful conduct of the process. In a message through his media aide, President Tinubu commended INEC for the efficiency of uploading more than 98% of results on the same day of the elections. The president also extends his appreciation to security outfits for their professionalism in maintaining peace and order. Also, former President Muhammadu Buhari has expressed happiness with the success of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in the governorship election in Ondo State, which returned Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa with a landslide victory. In his reaction to the outcome of the election, the former president said the voters had spoken lucidly and loudly about the confidence they have in the party and the governor, and their wish expressed through the ballot box should be respected by other stakeholders. In another development, the leadership of the People's Democratic Party says the November 16, 2024 governorship election in Ondo State runs short of all expectations and requirements of a free, fair and credible election, alleging that it witnessed the height of electoral swindle, deceit and manipulation. The party's National Publicity Secretary, in a message issued in Abuja, emphasized that the election witnessed widespread election merchandising, monetization, and vote buying. And those are the highlights of the news for now. Good morning, Nigeria continues with Jumai and Demola after this break. Good morning.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we swear in color, we stand up in demand, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each of this city is unique, we have more than the solution. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity,
The Real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release. Milo!
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Win a brand new car. Make a purchase of 10 million naira or more at any Vento Furniture store and stand a chance to drive home a brand new car.
Vento Furniture, addictive quality.
What wakes you up in the morning? Is it the sunrise? Is it the alarm? No. It's your dream that wakes you every day. It's what drives you like a powerful engine. That's why you start strong every day with the rich, creamy taste of Nescafe 3-in-1, carefully crafted from selected coffee beans. You're on your hustle, and you won't stop until you succeed. Start strong, finish strong.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
Our food, our health, our tomato paste. There is no tomato paste, it is for my dad. There is no tomato paste, yeah, which tomato paste, Siwani. 100% natural tomato. Namunde, alelelelelele, oh, alelele, oh, ale. There is no tomato paste, the taste of Nigeria.
In a world hungry for goodness, with a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Make a lunch hour a happy hour. Change no thanks into yes please. Provide care when our nearest and dearest needs it most. And resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty, nourishing family meals is all that matters. The world needs moms, because where there are moms, there is hope, happiness, and love. Golden Terra Oil, or pure love.
My champs, they use energy at school.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Is a new group emerging in Nigeria as the Northwest coming under siege with escalating deadly attacks? Lakurawa. Who are the members of this group? Where are they coming from? What are their operating capabilities? Find out on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 19th November 2024. NTA Tuesday Live on checkmate and resurgence of terrorism in the Northwest. It promises to be inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, and up next on our lineup is Newspaper Review.
Well, our newspaper reviewer is here, Chukudi Okoli Ugbaja. Chuks.
Hello, Demola. Hi.
Chuks the boy.
It's a wonderful
morning. Can you see? I've not even finished acknowledging your own, hailing when she joined Chuks the boy. I don't know. God just made me so popular. I don't know. We thank Him for small mercies. Hello, Jumai. How are you?
Weekend?
I like your apparel this morning.
Thank you.
You dress well all the time anyway. It was a good weekend. The Hamatan is
It's
biting
here.
more and more.
Yes.
It's okay. It started very early this year.
Yes. So let's quickly go to the papers. I have the Leadership newspaper. I'll begin with it. And above the masthead, on page 6, Mina Chief Imam dies at 93, as above the masthead of the Leadership newspaper. Kebbi government denies illegal mining allegation. You find the details on page 19. And below the masthead, Nasima petitions FG over NIBC India's operations. Find the details on page 7. FG douses tension, says tax reform to ensure equitable VAT sharing. Details on page 4. At the side piece of the picture story, Tinubu off to Brazil for G20 Leaders Summit. On page 16, ex-NIA DG Zachary Ibrahim dies at 81. Details on page 6. Ribado leads delegation to Chad. President Deby. Details on page 21. Military pounds terrorist planning attack on troops. Find the details on page 6. And the picture stories and the headlines in the Leadership newspaper. Elections. CSOs seek improvement on disability inclusion. With riders as Tinubu Buhari orders hail Ayedatiwa's victory in Ondo. We are reviewing governorship